Chapter 291. For the remaining 2 fish ponds, Li Fei planned to raise marine fish species in them, and plant marine plants. However, Li Xian had not yet gone to the beach to fish, and the fish species seemed to have not been unlocked yet. So Li Fei bought some marine plant seeds, and planted them later. In fact, there are a total of 3 people free now, and one of them can go to the beach to catch fish first. And it doesn't matter whether there is a fishing skill or not. Today is mainly used to unlock. But Li Fei thought about going to the mine in a moment. Facing the brand new lava mine, 3 people are the minimum number of people. It may be a bit dangerous if there are fewer people. Not to mention that you have to prepare before going. The 3 of them discussed and decided that what they needed to bring to the mine was nothing more than tools, weapons, and food. Now they also had to bring medicine. And alchemy potions were the best. The tools the 4 of them had were all made of iron, which should be enough to dig the ore in the lava layer, and the weapons were always made on the forging table for backup. And they would just replace them with new ones when the previous ones were broken. Especially the newly made ruby ring, since he knew that accessories could increase properties. Li Fei went to the mall to look for it, and found a lot of drawings about accessories. For example, the agate that can be dug from the insect soil layer can be made into an agate ring, which can increase defense. The amethyst, sapphire and moonstone dug from the ice crystal layer can all be made into rings, which respectively increase immunity, physical strength, and the probability of triggering the shield effect. It can be said that these gems have an additional function after the alchemy potion. Now Li Fei saved the gems after digging them, and did not sell them. Whether they were made into different accessories or alchemical potions, they all had their destinations. Li Fei, Li Su, and Li Xian wore ruby rings because they were familiar with the mine. Although Wucini had followed them into the mine several times. Each time it was in the early layers. Most of them were monsters that could be encountered in reality, especially those bugs, but they did not reduce the sanity value as much as the human face. However, this lava mine might be more dangerous than the desert mine. So Li Fei asked Li Su to make a separate agate ring on the forging table for him to wear. But in the end, although he wore it, Li Fei saw that the rest of his slender fingers were empty. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. If other fingers are also wearing accessories, will the attributes be increased? After all, even in reality, there is not only a rule that only one ring can be worn. So Li Fei simply made a few of the several accessories drawings she had obtained so far, and then wore them directly on the empty fingers. Of course, she didn't wear them on all 10 fingers. That would be too strange, and it would be difficult to get the tools. So she chose the attributes she wanted to improve the most and wore them. And sure enough, a small pattern appeared next to the status, which should be added. In addition to accessories, the potions on the alchemy table can also be made. Li Fei imagined that although Wucini was not good at close combat, he could do long-range combat, such as throwing explosive weapons or magic potions from a distance, which could also be considered reinforcement. Since he was also a Nani in reality, he would continue to be a Nani in space. So except for the antidote potion, poison potions, charm potions, sleep potions, slowdown potions, etc. can all be made, especially the frost potion, which Li Fei feels should be very suitable for use in the lava mine. Just as the 3 of them were making their own preparations, Li Fei also went to the order board to take a look. Last time they first explored the desert mine, new orders appeared there. After those new orders were completed, there were no such rare orders. But these orders were also counted as their credit for making money. Li Fei looked up and saw that a new order appeared in the bounty. Hot lava. Kill lava zombies x10. Reward, lava dagger blueprint x1. A new weapon has appeared. It turns out that the ice crystal dagger has a corresponding lava dagger. When Li Fei cut someone with the ice crystal dagger, the wound was immediately frozen. If he used this lava dagger, I'm afraid the wound would burn. Right? The most important thing is that it must be very handsome. However, in the mine, the probability of specific zombies appearing is not high, and there are still more fixed monsters appearing in every few layers. Therefore, it was not until Li Fei and his team broke through the desert layer that the desert zombie bounty mission was barely completed. But there are already many weapons in the space inventory, so Li Fei is not so eager to get this lava dagger. Moreover, even if they have the blueprint, it will be useless if they don't have the materials required above. After accepting this order, Li Fei looked at other projects and found a new order under the name of processing. She didn't look at the reward amount, but she saw that the required items actually said, "Need persimmon X5. Isn't this what she and Wusani discussed last time? It's not good to drag it on. So let's solve it on the first day of the new season." Li Fei thought about it, and opened the mall interface again. After searching for a while, she found a device that almost met her requirements in her mind. Dryer. This dryer is a device that can process fruits into dried fruits. In addition, it can also process mushrooms into dried mushrooms. It just so happened that they collected a lot of wild mushrooms in autumn. If they were processed again, I wonder if they could sell them for a good price. Li Fei immediately bought the blueprint to study. And then he found that in order to make a dryer, in addition to some materials they could get now, they also needed a new material. Fire crystal. Doesn't this collide with a heater? Fortunately, only one heater is needed in a building. If there are too many, the poultry house will not be a poultry house, but probably become an oven. Then the rest can be used to make a dryer. This mine must be dug. And today, Li Fei closed the interface and walked out again. On the way, he collected whatever he saw was ready, and slowly came to the original flower field. The flower fields no longer had the large flowers of the previous season, but were covered with a layer of white snow. A row of beehives were still there, with no bees around them. Only a few osmanthus trees at the back stood upright. But a lot of snow fell on the branches and flowers. If it weren't for the countdown on the beehive, Li Fei would have thought the beehive was not working. But she didn't come here just to see if there was any honey to collect. But she found another plant that can produce honey in winter. Schefflera arboricola. So after she bought the seeds, she prepared to plant a batch in the flower fields herself, around the row of beehives. The honey collected at this time is collectively called winter honey. For Li Fei, she can't actually tell the rest of the spring honey, summer honey and autumn honey apart. But for people in the last days, sugar is a very important element. Not to mention honey, which is nutritious, especially when the weather is getting cold. Once the body is cold, it needs energy very much. Sugar has a lot of energy, and is also suitable as a supplement. So it was lucky that she could still collect honey in this space filled with snowflakes. Otherwise, she would have set up the beehive a little late, and she would have to survive this winter to get honey again. Li Fei planted a large area of Schefflera arborvitae, and spread fertilizer on it. Then she clapped her hands, looked at the pet food in her backpack, and turned to the pet house. Zanzan and Arachne seemed to have left the larval stage and entered the growth stage. If they were put on a dog, they would become bigger, with smooth fur and a protruding mouth. Arachne's body had also grown, and a strange pattern appeared on it, which looked a bit like that on a crazy spider. Why do I feel a little guilty for no reason? As usual, I mixed 2 bowls of different food for them to eat. Li Fei thought that when they went to explore the mountains, they would let them out to go together. The lava layer has magma and monsters, which is still quite dangerous. So after comforting them for a few words, and playing with them for a while, Li Fei left the pet house, and returned to the work area. Seeing that Li Su and Wusani were also ready, the 3 of them went to the mine together. This time, they didn't actually want to go all the way, because the first half of the day always passed quickly. It was lunchtime in a short while, so they were just going to explore this time. Since they had been to the first layer of the lava layer last time, they could use the transporter to teleport directly. Before teleporting, they each drank a glass of ice water, and put on the cooling buff before picking up the tools to teleport. As soon as they arrived at the lava mine, the vision became much dimmer. But because of the lava everywhere, it was not too dark. At least much brighter than the polar night. When Li Fei stepped on the ground, he felt a heat rising from the soles of his feet. This was because they had the buff. If they didn't have the buff, their shoes might have melted. Right? It can't be said to be hot directly. The surrounding temperature hit their faces and bodies, and there were several places on the wall where a stream of bright orange-yellow magma flowed, and a faint gurgling bubbling sound came from the distance. Li Fei raised his pickaxe and said, "Pay attention to your feet and head. If you see a monster, you must switch weapons immediately. Let's dig useful minerals first." Li Su and Wusani agreed, and the 3 of them buried their heads in digging, thinking that it would be time to upgrade the buildings later. Li Fei mined a lot of ordinary raw stones, but there seemed to be no other minerals in the lava layer, so there were a lot of raw stones. Li Fei didn't want to dig one by one, so he put a cherry bomb casually. With a bang, a lot of raw stones were blown out, but at the same time, Some things were blown out. Li Fei stared at a fireball-like thing in front of him, and didn't even pick up the dropped objects. He changed his weapons first. She was still holding a bone blade, and when the fireball quickly came to her side, Li Fei chopped it down on the head without hesitation. After all, she had used the bone blade to chop so many monsters, and Li Fei really hit the fireball. At this time, the fireball finally stopped and retreated a little distance, revealing its true form. Li Fei looked closely, and after the firelight dissipated a little, a red-eyed rabbit appeared. Its eyes were as red as rubies, and even its body was reddish-brown, just like the lava on the ground. Not furry at all. And this rabbit must be different from the real one. It has long teeth in its mouth, and it will definitely bleed if you bite it. At first glance, this volcano rabbit is a sensitive monster. Li Fei tightly grasped the bone blade and was about to concentrate on dealing with it. But something was suddenly thrown out from behind him, and it suddenly exploded on the ground, forming a light ice-blue mist. However, Li Fei was very familiar with this colored mist. Wasn't it the color of the frost potion? Chapter 292. The volcano rabbit was also shrouded in the ice-blue mist, and even the flames on its body disappeared, and its movements became even slower. Seeing this, Li Fei quickly raised the bone blade and chopped a few more times. Fortunately, the blood bar of the volcano rabbit was not thick, and it soon died under the blade. The blood of this volcano rabbit was not blood, but magma. When it was touched by the bone blade, the edge of the blade sizzled, as if it was burning and melting. Li Fei frowned. It seemed that the lava layer was starting to increase the difficulty again. Wu Sini then stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" In the eyes of outsiders, the fireball-like volcano rabbit just now was sprinting straight towards Li Fei, which was very nervous. "Nothing," Li Fei said, and then asked, "Why did you suddenly throw the potion? If there was only this volcano rabbit, there would be no need to throw a whole bottle of frost potion. Although they have no shortage of materials for making it, they don't have unlimited materials on them, so they don't need to use it if they can." Wu Sini pointed forward and explained, "When you blew it up just now, not only did you blow up the rabbit, but you also blew up something else. Just in case, you had to do this." Li Fei took a look and found that when she blew up the mine just now, in addition to blowing up all the minerals, she also blew up a lot of small holes on the ground, and the holes were just about the same size as the volcano rabbits, which meant that these densely packed underground caves were dug by the volcano rabbits. But the frost potion cleverly covered the caves with a thin layer of ice crystals. At least for a while, the volcano rabbits in the caves couldn't come out. But if they really came out, wouldn't they be like a pack of wolves, rushing towards us like a group of fireballs? Li Fei couldn't help but sweat in this environment. In that scene, no matter how powerful he was, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage when encountering a group of fireballs. It turned out that the monsters in the first layer of the lava layer were volcano rabbits, and these volcano rabbits all lived under the minerals. If the mines were blown up and all the caves were blown out, wouldn't the volcano rabbits come out to attack together? But it doesn't mean that they can't blow up the mines. With all the equipment, they can do whatever they want. Unfortunately, they can't say that they are fully equipped at the moment. Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It seems that you are doing a good job as an auxiliary. Thank you for the compliment." Li Fei paused and asked again, "Can you shoot arrows?" She never knew that Wu Sini, as a Western doctor, was also proficient in Chinese medicine. Is there anything else he can do? But Wu Sini finally shook his head and said, "No. I have only seen patients who were shot by arrows in the emergency room. It's okay. You can learn." Li Fei had never touched a bow and crossbow at first, and he had been an ADC for a period of time. "Right." She directly took out the spider bow and sawtooth leaf arrows from her backpack. But the weapons in the space are better than those in reality. As long as you get used to it, you can basically shoot almost accurately. Not only that, Li Fei also taught him how to install the booster bottle, which is actually to install the potion on the arrow, so that some places that cannot be thrown can be brought to by arrows. But this trick is better to use when there are sufficient supplies. This is also the first time Wu Sini tried it. After exclaiming a few times, he said that he would aim well behind him. Those rabbit caves were frozen. While they were frozen, Li Fei and the other two went all the way forward. Seeing that there were no extra minerals, they went down the level smoothly, just coming to a new level. Li Fei didn't dare to blow up the mine easily, and had to mine one by one. Because she was already familiar with the mining operation, Li Fei came to the 4th level in one breath, ready to go back directly after exploring the 4th level, and not go down to kill the elite monster. This elite monster must be a large volcanic rabbit, and Li Fei could even roughly guess the attack type. But as her physical strength was consumed, she was a little hungry, so she might as well go back to eat first. After mining the 4th level, the three returned to the mine cave, and then went outside from the mine cave. This exploration yielded a lot. In addition to a large amount of ordinary raw stones, they dug up a peridot and a fire crystal. Most importantly, they dug up a few pieces of gold ore. Even before being fired, it was already shining with gold in the hand. If it was fired into gold ingots, Li Fei happily put all of them in his pocket. Moreover, the gold ingots fired from the gold ore were also one of the materials for making advanced automatic sprinklers. Although they have now upgraded to iron sprinklers, Li Fei still wants to be able to free his hands one day. As soon as he enters the space, he will see large tracts of farmland being automatically watered. Just thinking about it makes him feel comfortable. For this reason, they must continue to mine, and break through the entire mine as soon as possible. Unfortunately, these pieces of gold ore are not enough to burn a gold ingot, and they are not enough to make heater materials. So the chickens and ducks in the poultry house can only wait a little longer. But the fire crystal can be made into a dryer. But Li Fei thought about it, and decided not to use it. Obviously, the poultry house is the most important thing for them now. She doesn't want the chickens and ducks to get sick, and then she will have to toss again. But I don't know how to get the flame essence. When I came to the work area to clean up the storage box, Li Xian just came back. He saw Li Fei and others coming back together from a distance. So he knew that they went to the mine and had to go back after cleaning up. So he waved and shouted, "Sister, brother, Dr. Wu, I'm back." There were only a few steps left. So Li Fei said helplessly, "Don't be so loud. We all know it. Look at you like this. Did you catch something good again? Drinking ice water in the lava layer to cool down. Drinking boiled water outside the mine to drive away the cold. After all, water is drinkable." But Li Fei didn't want to change into thick clothes. After all, thick clothes would delay her actions. When Li Xian ate the food that improved his fishing skills, he actually took a few cups of boiled water. After all, he would be back in a few hours. Li Xian smiled and said, "Sister still understands me. You see?" As he said that, he released all the harvests of the past few hours. This time, Li Xian divided the time into 2 parts. One part was fishing in fresh water, and the other part was fishing at the seaside. So there were fish from both waters, and even new fish. Li Fei saw the black mullet that was only raised in freshwater areas, and other fish that can be seen in other seasons. This must be why he went to the seaside to continue fishing. The ocean is indeed changing. Li Xian caught new bluefin tuna, a very large halibut, and a slippery squid. It looks very expensive. "Sister, why don't we take one home to eat?" Li Xian suggested. "Okay. Then take the black mullet, and sell the others to see the price." Li Xian didn't know, and asked with a smile, "Black mullet is also a new species. Sister, why don't you look at its price? You can't be like this just because it's a river fish. This is price discrimination." Li Fei glanced at him and explained, "That's because I already have a pond of fish. It's only a matter of time before I see the price." "Okay. Put them in your backpack quickly. Sell the others, and we'll go back." Great. On the first day of winter, their skills were upgraded. Li Fei's animal husbandry skills were upgraded to level 2. But there was no reward. So Li Fei thought that there should be rewards at the next level. Li Su's tailoring and craftsmanship were upgraded to level 3. And forging was upgraded to level 4. And Li Xian's animal husbandry was upgraded to level 1. Domestication was upgraded to level 2. Trade was upgraded to level 5. And fishing was upgraded to level 6. The goal content of this level 6 fishing is that as long as you are serious, there will be no unhooking. But Li Fei still wants to increase the fishing level before fishing, which requires cooking. As for Wu Sini, he was not slow in upgrading in the early stage, and he was familiar with everything. So each of his skills was currently at level 1. But he also chose the trade skill, which is now at level 1. When combined with Li Xian's level 5, it has the power of level 6. The price of processed products has been increased by the raw materials, and now it is sold through the shipping box. so the prices increased even more. In the end, he took a mullet back, and Li Su found a rectangular plate. This shape of plate can be said to be specially used for holding fish. But the fish that Li Xian caught was actually a little bigger than this plate. He only had to kill it, shape it, and pour seasoning on it, and then barely stuff it into the whole plate and put it in the steamer. The main dishes are ready, and the rest are side dishes. While the kitchen was still busy, Li Fei went to the balcony to take a look. It seems that this period of time is relatively calm. But she means the polar night, not the dirty things in the building that don't want people to know. If it weren't for the protection of their own home, they would have been attacked long ago. However, many people dare not come to 1902 again. But it doesn't mean that no one dares to go across the street again. Although there are rumors that the residents of 1901 are carrying a man-eating python. Many people have never seen it, so they don't believe it. In addition, they have seen the power of some mutant creatures now. So as long as they have weapons, some of them are not so afraid. Once they were no longer afraid, their minds began to become active. Some people even thought that the two households on the 19th floor were now a group. So their resources must be shared. So there must be supplies in 1901. And there might be quite a lot. Wu Sini. Sorry. I have meals. The key is that there are not so many strange things at the door of 1902. Even if someone still persuaded them not to go. The people who had no supplies around them had already gone crazy, and did not listen at all. The people who persuaded them would naturally stop insisting, and let them go. Anyway, it was none of their business if they never came back. So some people set their sights on 1901. Moreover, it was still polar night, and a group of monsters were being dispersed. If they wanted to steal some supplies, it would be the best time. As an outsider online teammate, the targeted household owner had to stay in 1902 almost all day waiting to be teleported. But he was happy to do it. Who asked the Li family to provide meals? He really couldn't refuse this condition. He was willing to do it. So during this period, he didn't take a close look at the movement at his door. But he didn't expect it this time. A group of people sneaked upstairs. Through lighting tools, they saw the plants wrapped around the door of 1902. They shook their heads and shrugged, and then surrounded the door of 1901. After touching it, there was no other danger, and greed and cunning appeared in their eyes and faces. They took out tools and tried to break into the house. Chapter 293. Susu suddenly poked its head out from Wu Sini. It first turned its little head to look around the room, and then spit its tongue towards the entrance. What's wrong? Wu Sini, who was waiting for dinner, asked in a low voice. But Susu couldn't speak. It just kept spitting its tongue in that direction, and almost swam down and moved over. But the owner always has some spiritual communication with his mutant animals. Wu Sini frowned and finally went to the entrance. Li Fei was originally observing the extent of the blood moon. Seeing Wu Sini was about to leave, he followed him strangely. But after a few steps, she heard rustling sounds coming from outside the door. With her enhanced hearing, the closer she got, the more she heard a few low voices from time to time. Idiot! Are you ready? How can it be that fast? This is a smart lock. That's not our previous plan. What are you arguing about? Go up if you can? Damn. This 19th floor looks too scary. What those people said can't be true. A bunch of lunatics. Why do you still believe them? Who knows if they went crazy because of what they saw? Most of the corridors on the 19th floor are now covered with blood, coupled with the darkness. For a moment, I thought I had walked into a haunted house, a horror game, or even a monster's lair. There was always a trace of fishy smell in the air. Wu Sini and Li Fei knew what happened after hearing these words, and they were a little speechless. This is the rhythm of not coming to 1902, but targeting the door opposite. There was probably only some light from lighting tools in the corridor, and it was difficult to see anything with those alone. So Li Fei directly turned on the surveillance on her mobile phone. You should know that the camera she bought has night vision function, so there is no need to look through the cat's eye or open the window on the door. From the screen, you can probably see 3 or 4 people squatting around the door, one of whom is fiddling with the lock. Fortunately, even if Wu Sini went out, he locked the door tightly, so it would not be unlocked in a moment. But Li Fei was speechless that someone would go to unlock the door at this time instead of breaking it directly. Should we say they were cautious or stupid? Wu Sini saw Li Fei's expression, and seemed to know what she was thinking. He couldn't help but glance at her with resentment. He had already lost his car, and he didn't want to lose the door he had personally chosen at that time. Besides, if it weren't for this door, his house would have been broken into long ago. Obviously, he didn't know that there were Li family members who helped him guard the door before. But the method of guarding the door that time was more gentle. So Li Fei asked in a low voice, "How are you going to solve it?" At this time, it is obviously not appropriate to use gentle methods. Susu's red eyes flashed with a gleam. But it didn't want to attack. After all, it didn't like to eat humans, especially such smelly humans. And this was Wusini's home. Li Fei had no obligation to help him to this extent. Besides, since he became a teammate, Li Fei also gave him a lot of weapons in the inventory. And it was up to him whether to use them or not. Wusini thought about it, and took something out of the system backpack with a half-dark face. Li Fei curled his lips, and unlocked all the anti-theft locks. Wusini opened the door directly, and stretched out his hand. And then, there was a snapping sound. But after this sound, it was followed by the voices of people screaming and screaming. And the sound of hurried or slow footsteps. Li Fei understood what happened. Because what Wusini took out was a pistol. It was just 3 or 4 people. So it would be a waste to use a shotgun. But a pistol would be better. Besides, the weapon-type exotic plants have built-in aiming. And the sound of hitting people is like the sound of beans. Not as loud as ordinary firearms. But the damage is 1-to-1. At such a close distance, the damage caused is even more inestimable, and can be directly determined. It happened that peas were planted in the fields in winter. So there was no need to save bullets. Wusini fired a few more shots. And the corridor became quiet, with only a few flashlights that fell on the ground still emitting a fixed light. But it wasn't a powerful flashlight that could illuminate a large area. The wrist-sized light could only show some liquid slowly spreading on the ground. Li Fei patted Wusini on the shoulder and told him, "Go clean up, and come back for dinner later." Wusini. Okay. After all, these people came for his house. And he solved it himself. So he should deal with the aftermath himself. But he was about to eat. And such a commotion happened, which made him complain in his heart. In fact, as a doctor, he had seen all kinds of disgusting scenes. And he still went to eat the boxed lunch afterwards. It seemed that he was really starting to become more and more leisurely. But the food at the Li family was indeed better than the boxed lunch. Wusini had no choice but to go out and start to clean up the bodies. He simply opened the blocked window at the end of the corridor and threw the bodies down one by one. Anyway, there was no need to have any extra feelings for such people now. As a result, just when he was about to throw the last person, someone came up from downstairs and they met. When the light came on, both of them were silent for a while. But that unique voice immediately shouted, "Crime scene! Crime scene!" For some reason, Wusini really felt guilty suddenly. And he didn't say anything. Susu beside him leaned out and hissed at the source of the sound. As if threatening, the other side howled, and quickly changed direction, and continued to shout, "Snakes are bad. Parrots are good. Snakes are bad. Parrots are good. Okay. Ah Ching. Shut up." Jiankan gave the order, and he looked up and down, while Wusini silently threw the body in his hand down, pretending nothing happened. Jiankan shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, Dr. Wu. I'm not a police officer now. I won't deal with such things." As he said, he strode straight in. According to his direction, he should be looking for 1902. And with the moonlight from the window, Wusini seemed to be able to see the parrot turn its back and winked at them. Susu's mood became even worse, and she almost swallowed the parrot directly into her stomach. Wusini raised her hand to comfort it, and then turned around to install the corridor window. After all, after the window was broken, she also found a way to block it. If any small creatures appeared in the polar night, this unblocked window would be a breakthrough point, and it would be easy to occupy a floor, and then the whole building. But no one would block the windows on the floors where there were no survivors. The other survivors also specifically took care of their own floors, and would not care about other things. So many buildings would still be trapped. And finally they would become a situation of guarding their own homes from being occupied. Fortunately, Li Fei has the ability to build his home into a solid fortress. So until now, not to mention the endless food resources, the defense of that house alone is stronger than most families. Jiang came to 1902 and pressed the doorbell. Li Fei opened the door to see Jiang Kan and asked with a smile, "Why are you here?" "Of course, it's good news to come to you." Jiang Kan shrugged and smiled. I just heard that a shelter for disaster victims has been built in District A and is already accommodating disaster victims. Perhaps because of his identity, Jiang can always involuntarily feels a little excited about this official action, and has always been trying to look forward. But as a commoner, especially one who has experienced it, Li Fei seems much more ordinary. District A is the city center of S City. Before the end of the world, it was a brightly lit and extravagant financial center. Li Fei did not find it strange to build a shelter there first. Even this opinion may not have been first proposed by the official. As for the location of the shelter, most of them are schools, gymnasiums, which are large but well-organized places that can accommodate many people. If there are not enough, they may be expanded and gradually form a base. Even the base. I am afraid that District A was the first to build the official base, and then it formed a scene that countless people wanted to enter. Li Fei remembered that she entered the shelter later than today, so the shelter and district R must have been built later. So she asked, "We are not in Area A. When will Area R build a shelter?" Jiang paused, seemed to calm down, and said thoughtfully, "It should be soon. And we have a university town in Area R, which is the most suitable place for a shelter, or even a base. The base will be built with it as the center in the future, and even Uncle Ming's university will be incorporated. But the premise is, there are no mutant creatures that can cause attacks there." Li Fei thought about going to the shelter in her previous life. After calming down, the buildings there really looked like those in the university. After all, she herself hadn't graduated for long at that time. Then let's wait a little longer. We are in Area R, and we probably can't go to Area A. I'm afraid the people there are all scrambling to go to the shelter. Li Fei said calmly. I want to know now whether the rescue army will organize to kill those monsters, like when the zombies besieged the city. Although there are no disasters such as earthquakes, typhoons, and rainstorms that can cause large-scale losses, the monster attacks alone are enough to kill countless people. So it is time to gather the remaining victims together. If the rescue army helps to kill those monsters, it will save me from using all that firepower and attracting surprise from outsiders. The key to surviving is not to be too high-profile, but the golden finger does not allow it. But she thought it should not work. Sure enough, Jiang thought about it and whispered, I think it's very risky. Now S City and some other big cities, like S City, have started to build shelters. But the number of garrisons in each province and city is different. S City has fewer troops. The zombies have already opened fire in the early stage, and many soldiers have been lost in the polar day high oxygen. The construction of the shelter is also the most important for protection. That means we, the group of survivors, will continue to survive until we can go to the shelter. Li Fei also shrugged his shoulders. For a long time in the future, the background of provinces and cities may fade, replaced by various large and small bases. In short, it is indeed necessary to hold on for a while. Jiang said helplessly. I also want Uncle Ming and Aunt Xia to get through this safely, and then take them to the shelter. Speaking of this, he suddenly looked at Li Fei a few more times, and suddenly asked softly, Li Fei, I still have a few places here. So, you want to go with me? Chapter 294. The moonlight that could shine in the corridor was not much, and now it was blocked by Wusini. So there was almost no light. The latter didn't know what the two were talking about, and his heart sank. Others could see it, but he couldn't see it. Jiang, who suddenly appeared, must know Li Fei. Not only did they know each other, but their relationship seemed to be deeper, which was completely different from himself, who joined in the middle. Wusini was about to scratch the board on the window, and Jiang left. He seemed to walk slowly with a gloomy face, and left from the door of the safe corridor without even saying hello. Wusini closed the door and came to 1902 again. Li Fei seemed to be waiting for him, with a normal expression. After seeing him, she asked, Why did it take so long? It's not the first time. He sounded like a pervert. Wusini also shrugged. You and Officer Jiang must have something important to say. How can I disturb you? I'll just wait until you finish talking. Li Fei didn't quite understand the deep meaning of it. Open the door and let him in. Explaining, he came to bring me news, saying that S City has started to build a shelter. These words were said indoors, and at a normal volume. Even Li Su and Li Xian heard them. Oh, really? Li Xian had been waiting at the table. But sister, didn't you say you wouldn't go to those shelters? Wusini listened quietly and looked at her. Yes, Jiangkan said he had a few places. But I'm not surprised he had a place. But I didn't want to go there. So I refused. Li Fei replied. Obviously, she didn't hear the hidden meaning in Jiangkan's words. And she refused directly. As for the place, it must have been given to him by the government. What is the relationship between them? And how is it now? Li Fei doesn't want to explore it in depth. Anyway, she has decided to stay in this apartment if nothing unexpected happens. She didn't want to experience the imaginable chaos in the shelter with her family. Li Xian and Li Su looked at each other. Their eyes were slightly complicated, but they didn't say anything. Only Li Su took over and said, "Let's eat first. The dishes are ready." Okay. I'm hungry. In any case, this food is the most comforting in the end of the world. But no matter how comforting, the strangeness of the outside world is still changing day by day. On this day, the sunflowers in the room are emitting sunshine as usual. And it is another leisurely moment between meals. Li Fei adjusted the brightness of the sunflowers to the noon, and then stretched out the clothes-drying rack to dry clothes and quilts. Wu Sini was not so shameless. He was satisfied to be able to bask in the sun and eat hot meals, because the sun was no longer shining in from the windowsill. The clothes-drying rack was placed in the living room. In addition, Zanzan and Arachne were also released this time. But the people in the room had things to do. As obedient mutant animals, they played with each other and only waited for their owners to be free before approaching. As both were reptiles and females, Susu and Arachne were familiar with each other, but they were also politely declined the enthusiastic and lively Zanzan. However, since Zanzan grew up, he has become more dignified and stable, and he will not rush out. But Li Fei thinks that he should grow a little bigger, and he doesn't know if he can change his size it will like those military dogs. So he even changed his pet nest to a bigger one to accommodate it in reality. Although it was lying down to take a nap, it was the most sensitive in the family. It suddenly raised its body, looked at the windowsill with its eyes, and barked anxiously. Li Fei saw its appearance, but did not ask anything, but went directly to the balcony, and did not forget to take out a pair of binoculars from the storage box and took it in his hand. There are also a few pots of carnivorous plants on the balcony, but there are no insect monsters for them to eat recently, so it seems very quiet. Although the temperature outside has dropped, there is no wind, so the windmill jasmine cannot be used. Now their family still uses electric sunflowers for electricity. And of course, they use double-petal sunflowers for lighting. So Li Fei simply reinforced it with golden lacquer tree paint. And the thorny roses were still there, ready to go. Seeing this, Wu Sini and Li Xian also followed to the balcony, which was almost full. Li Fei set up a telescope and looked, and couldn't help but exclaimed wow. Although she couldn't see other buildings here, she could see the scene outside the back door of the community. And the back door was directly connected to the road. So the thing on the road was insects? Or ants? The largest ant was as big as a car. The ant was blood red all over. And while crawling on the road, it also sprayed a lot of unknown liquid from its mouth. But because its body shape had changed and became thousands of times larger, it only needed to climb a few steps, which was enough for humans to run a lot. And the speed did not seem slow. As expected, Li Fei and Li Xian heard the terrified screams coming from the road, most of which were for help. And the largest ant had at least 3 or 4 of them. And there were many ants of different sizes densely following beside it. Looking from a high place, it was really tingling and goosebumps were scattered all over the ground. Li Xian said with a pale face, "Sister, don't panic. The blood moon is now thicker than before, and a new round of insect tide is inevitable." Although Li Fei said it in a semi-comforting tone, she had never seen this kind of giant ant before. Just like the elite monsters in the mines, she always wanted to see what kind of attack methods this new insect monster could have. But unfortunately, in reality, she probably didn't have that much time to observe. Li Fei, look! Wu Sini was surprised. Li Fei reacted and saw that some of those people who were running away had actually come to their community, because the community wanted to recruit outsiders. The back door of the community was often opened. Those who wanted to move in just went to the property management. But at the same time, many people with bad intentions would sneak in to do something secretly, which was also good and bad. However, before the ant colony appeared, the back door was not closed, so it gave these people who were escaping a choice and direction. There must be no ant colony in the community for the time being, so they all rushed in. The next target is the building. Right? After all, in many buildings, the unit doors downstairs are inexplicably gone. Li Fei suddenly felt that her consolation just now was a slap in the face. She thought about it, put down the telescope, and said, "Let's go into the room first." When she walked into the room again, Li Fei closed the windowsill completely, and then used the intercom to contact others. First notify Ning Shu-1 to close the doors and windows and not go downstairs, and then contact Jiang Kan. What? Now? I'll go and take a look. From Jiang Kan's perspective, he should be able to see the horrific scene as clearly as Li Fei. So the intercom quickly sent a reply. I have an impression of that kind of ant. You can call it blood red ant. It doesn't matter. It's also a large insect monster that needs to be killed. But it has one thing. That is, it will spray a lot of formic acid. If the formic acid is poured on the flesh, it will produce severe burning. It is entirely possible to melt a person. It sounds more like something in a horror movie than that scene. Li Fei frowned and asked, are there any tips for killing? Or weaknesses? Jiang Kan killed members of the small team in the base in his previous life. They not only had to kill, but also had to remember these things in mind. But Wusani, who was listening next to him, felt a little strange. Could it be that this so-called blood red ant has appeared before? Otherwise, why does Jiang Kan sound so familiar and experienced? Thinking about the human-faced insects that appeared in the hospital and left a huge shadow on him, Wusani decided to think less about these things and focus more on the present. Jiang Kan paused before replying. There are no obvious weaknesses. It is reasonable to use medicine, but we don't have the conditions. But I think as a kind of insect, it should also be afraid of fire. What do you think? Now that outsiders have introduced all the ants into the community, it is only a matter of time before the community is occupied by ants. And this is probably a new round of strange tides like the flock of birds, which must be solved. So what do you mean? It's probably too late to even eat now. If they were to take their time to eat before removing the ants would have already invaded the entire community. As for the survivors in the community, it's almost enough to survive at this time. As for the rescue army, Li Fei doesn't count on it at all. Any province or city will focus on protecting the center first. The more marginal area of our district will not be able to come for a while. Besides, Jiang Kan also said that if one of the rescue army falls, there will be none left. It's not the Infinite Legion and can't support such a large city as. In this case, of course they have to save themselves. Considering this, Li Fei answered on the intercom. Why don't we go to the sky and see if there is any breakthrough? Okay. Come on. I'll wait for you. Jiang Kan agreed immediately. After turning off the intercom, the room was completely silent. The three men looked at each other, and then looked at Li Fei together. Li Fei didn't hesitate, and directly instructed. I will bring some things to the air raid. No matter how powerful those ants are, they can't fly. Unlike those strange birds. You stay and guard the house. Be careful of those ants. Don't let them crawl in. And I don't know if there are ants of similar size to normal ants besides the giant ants. But the mutants must be mutants. After this persuasion, the three of them stayed at ease, and thought about reinforcing the doors and windows. As for eating, let's wait until everyone is here. Li Fei packed up and left the house, went upstairs, and came to the rooftop. From a distance, she saw Jiang Kan lying somewhere and looking into the distance with a telescope, his expression flickering. Aside, the enlarged parrot A Qing had already been waiting with his head shaking. It seems that the size of the change is different for different people. After Jiang Kan found her, he just put down the telescope and said with a little uneasiness, those blood red ants should be a group in this area. But they were taken away by the group of disaster victims. And now they are gathered together. Wouldn't it be easier to solve it if they gathered together? Li Fei asked. Just take it all at once. Jiang Kan glanced at her and shook his head. Why don't you say that you haven't taken on an outing mission and don't know these things? This kind of group creatures are more taboo about being in groups. Otherwise they will be easily drowned and may even be wiped out. So we would rather be tired and break through than be wiped out. Anyway, we don't have a group now. Let's go and take a look first, Li Fei suggested. In Jiang Kan's eyes, she looked like she wanted to solve it quickly and then go home for dinner. Well, it's indeed dinner time now. Chapter 295. The two of them said little, got on the parrot, and Ah Qing slowly flew up and left the rooftop. However, although they left the rooftop, They didn't need to go far this time, so they just kept wandering around nearby. Li Fei and Jiang can look down. And in that short period of time, the community was already unbearable to look at. Just after the group of outsiders came to the community, the roads in the community were still more crooked and narrow than the roads outside. And the winding roads really slowed down the ants. So those outsiders scrambled to find a building they could enter. Li Fei saw some people pulling and pounding on the unit door downstairs of Building 20. Seeing that they couldn't open it, they hurriedly ran towards other buildings. And vaguely, Li Fei heard some other sounds, which were definitely not made by ants, but sounded like human voices. They should be the shocked cries of the survivors in other buildings after they found the scene. They were extremely obvious in the silent polar night, let alone the survivors. Even the property management might be stunned when they saw the scene. Not long after the strange bird left, another ant colony appeared. What's more annoying is that it was brought here by outsiders. It's really a disaster. And the giant ant seemed to be the leader of the ant colony. I don't know if it is the queen ant. After all, it will have a lot of food, so it doesn't need to go out. It only needs to build a nest and lay eggs. But Li Fei also hoped that it was the queen ant, so that it would be enough to just destroy it. Otherwise it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If it is temporarily considered to be the queen ant, then the queen ant is obviously in a bad mood. After entering the community, she raised her head and sprayed formic acid from her mouthparts, which was scattered everywhere. Li Fei saw that the formic acid was roughly the same as the strong acid bomb of the insect tornado. It was corroded when it was sprinkled on the ground. Some of it was sprinkled on the walls of the building, hissing and smoking. And some was sprinkled on the trunks or branches and leaves, which rotted directly. It attacked without distinguishing between enemies and friends. Some walls were already surrounded by unknown zombie plants, and they were damaged when they came into contact with the formic acid, and fell off the wall. I kind of want the formic acid to fly for a while longer. What's going on? Some of these outsiders didn't have time to run away, and they were knocked down by the formic acid. Later, many small ants invaded their bodies. Most people who enter the community will not look for the front gate to escape, but just want to hide in the building and hide if they can. Jiang can frown more and more as he looked from the sky, and said, I can't connect to the outside world at all. But I think this blood-red ant colony is not only in our district. If it comes out, it must be the whole S-city. We can't wait for rescue, and can only save ourselves. I think so too, Li Fei said. I brought some flammable and explosive materials, as well as pesticides. I don't know if they are effective. The main thing is the queen ant. If we kill it, we can try to kill other ants, and it should be solved. Jiang glanced at her and teased. You are so capable now. You could even scare a flying insect to tears back then. Ahem. Li Fei rolled her eyes and interrupted. You have experienced a lot after all. How can it be the same as before? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Okay. Then you can command Qing. Jiang handed over the command power directly, and the parrot under them rolled its eyes unconsciously. No. You drive, Li Fei suggested. It would be better if we worked together separately. Otherwise, if he sees the items in his hand, it would be difficult to explain. The chaos in the community gradually began, and Li Su, Li Xian, and Wu Sini, who were indoors, also gradually felt it. He was not in the mood to eat, but was also worried about Li Fei, which led to the silence in the room. Unexpectedly, even this silence was soon broken. Li Su paused, frowned and asked, Did you hear anything? He was not talking about the insects, but there seemed to be some extra sounds in the corridor outside the door, and they were human voices. Although Wu Sini ate with them, he had not drunk the space well water for longer than them, and his 5 senses had not been improved synchronously. So he was the only one who did not notice what happened outside the door. With this mention, Li Xian seemed to have felt it, but before he could say anything, there was a sudden sound of footsteps and shouting outside the door, which sounded completely in the corridor and at the door. Li Fei! Li Fei! Come out! The 3 of them all frowned at the same time, and this voice actually sounded familiar. No matter what, it must be one of their good neighbors. The ant colony entering the community was a big noise in the silent night. Now most of the survivors dared not go out, so they could see it from the window. But what are they doing here? They even named the ants, as if Li Fei had invited them. In the end, Li Su and Wu Sini went to the entrance together. When they opened the window on the door, They were still shouting outside the door. Li Su said dissatisfiedly, "What are you shouting?" "Humph. You finally opened the door. I thought you were guilty of your crime." The voice outside the door was that of a relatively young woman. Just a little hoarse and familiar. But Li Su didn't think too much, and heard the voice ask again, "Did you attract those monsters outside? Did you deliberately mess up the community? In any case, put the blame on them first, so that the few remaining survivors can find a breakthrough to vent, and then attack their family. Besides, there are so many strange things at the door of their house, so it is not unfair to take the blame. Although this attack is nothing to the Li family." Li Su laughed angrily. "Are you mentally deficient or blind? Can't you see that those monsters followed a group of outsiders into the community? With your IQ, you want to attack us in a rage? Dream on. If you have this time, you might as well go back and reinforce your own house. Aren't you afraid that those ants will crawl into your house? Who knows if those outsiders are in the same group with you? Now your family is well fed and well dressed. Who knows? Maybe they sold us out because of the benefits of having connections with outsiders. Anyway, those monsters have come in now, and we have to die together." After the young woman finished speaking, there were a few more words of agreement behind her. It was not known whether the only survivors in the building had come, but at least they all wanted to watch the fun and see that they were already unhappy with their family. Li Su was about to answer, but Wusini beside him pulled him. The former turned around and saw the latter making a grim execution gesture, probably thinking that just talking was not enough. Yes, facing this group of unreasonable guys, wouldn't it be a waste of time to talk nonsense one after another? Besides, they have already made the beginning, and it will not happen once in the future. Thinking of this, Li Su stopped talking and took out a weapon from the storage box. I really don't know what they are thinking. They were obviously taught a lesson last time, but they still dared to come to the door. Do they think that it is better to be executed by them than to be killed by the monsters outside? That's right. After all, they are now capable of killing them with one strike. Wusini untied the anti-theft chain and opened the door again. There were only 5 or 6 people standing at the door and in the corridor, and the leader was the young woman. The young woman was surprised to see Wusini, but she probably thought that the entire 19th floor and even the upstairs and downstairs were full of snakes and rats. So she immediately turned into a resentful face and said in a weird tone, "Dr. Wu, it turns out that you are with them, and many people in the building trusted you before. Grouping is the general trend. Aren't you also gathering people to come?" Wusini said calmly, and then asked, "I always see you. Please leave your name. At least let us know who you are." She said this as if she would disappear after leaving her name. But the young woman didn't seem to think about it, and she didn't know what touched her, and she became angry. Li Su and Wusini realized that the woman in front of them was the daughter of Ding Jie from 902 downstairs. It seemed that she completely blamed Li Fei for the destruction of her family. At this point, Li Su even felt that this was completely a rumor made up by someone, and one dared to say it, and the other dared to believe it. So the person in front of him hated the Li family so much. But today, this hatred should be over. The bloody smell came from the quiet corridor again, and soon someone came up secretly. She tiptoed to the place still stained with blood, turned around and saw the window in the corridor. Her face flickered. What a bunch of idiots, Luo Yuqian thought. It has been said that there is no chance of winning by head-on confrontation. But she actually brought people up, and those people she brought were naturally those she depended on. It must be said that young women are still very popular now. The result is this end. In vain she has been brainwashing, but it is of no use at all. And the Luo family is not a broken family. Her father and brother are dead. Even Jiangli in the family can only vent her anger, and only she herself is still struggling to survive. But she still wanted to survive. At least not so fast. To make Li Fei laugh. Li Fei. Sorry. I almost forgot about you. But there were not many survivors in this building, so she had to find a place that was beneficial to her. After all, she had no strength now, so she could only rely on this. Thinking of this, Luo Yuqian left the 19th floor, leaving behind only a few shallow bloody footprints. As long as Jiang Qian made a gesture, Ah Qin would fly in that direction. And the giant ant finally stopped beside a building. But other ants of different sizes were still crawling around it, as if they were familiar with this new place. This attracted Li Fei's attention and curiosity. Could it be that in the eyes of the giant ant, there was actually an enemy here? Or was it just busy wanting to eat the one that had chased it all the way? But she was just curious. It would be better to destroy the ant colony first. When Li Fei came out, she was carrying a bag on her back, which was used as a cover. She fumbled inside and took out a dozen insecticides, and threw them directly on the head of the giant ant, as if it was an air raid. The insecticides soon fell on the ant colony with a crackling sound. The products of the space must be of high quality. After a wave of them were thrown, the ant colony was indeed in a panic. Just like before the end of the world, a two-legged beast could easily cause considerable damage to the ant team. But at the same time, the giant ant also discovered the big bird in the sky. Although it couldn't fly, it sprayed formic acid from its mouth and shot at them like a water gun. Jiang hurriedly asked Ah Qing to avoid it. Fortunately, the formic acid was dead and would not turn. Li Fei raised his eyebrows. This time, it was not only insecticide, but also poison potions, anesthetic potions, charm potions, and frost potions. Finally, he took out 2 crossbows, handed one to Jiang Kan, and arrows, and said, "Let's try to attack. This thing is good. Did you prepare it too?" Jiang Kan had also touched the crossbow and arrows before, so he directly put the arrow on and aimed at the giant ant. "If you have money, you can prepare anything?" Li Fei asked back. Anyway, even he didn't know what Li Fei's family was like before. The civilians in the base were all the same. She also put an arrow on it, but she secretly changed it to a sawtooth leaf arrow. Fortunately, it was not easy to see the difference in the dark. The ant colony was poisoned by many potions. The smaller ones were poisoned and slowly fell down. Although the larger ones were also poisoned, they could still hold on for a while. The anesthetic frost of the rest slowed them down and made them easy to aim. However, Li Fei and Jiang Kan didn't plan to aim at them. They still aimed at the giant ant leader. The giant ant happened to be hit by the charm debuff. At this time, it was still spraying formic acid from its mouth, but it was spraying it to other parts of the ant colony, killing many ants instead. The parrot flew down, and at this moment, the two shot an arrow together. Chapter 296. Li Fei had practiced with the spider bow, and now his crossbow was quite accurate. Jiang Kan had also used it before, and the 2 arrows hit the giant ant's head. Although it was called a giant ant, fortunately it was only as big as a car. If it grew as tall as a building, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Li Fei quickly shot a few more arrows with the sawtooth leaf arrow, making sure to stop after being hit by the bleeding debuff, and then continue to throw potions, not only to kill the giant ant, but also to eliminate the surrounding ant colonies. Jiang Kan used ordinary arrows. After shooting a few arrows, he put them down and frowned. It doesn't seem to be able to deal a fatal blow. "Have you killed one before? How did you kill it?" Li Fei asked. "I have encountered one before, but it was smaller than this one, so I didn't use precious long-range weapons, but used close combat," Jiang Kan answered truthfully. Li Fei thought for a while and said, "I see they are also slowing down. The insecticides I just put should be effective. Why don't we try close combat? You are responsible for controlling Ah Qing, and I am responsible for chopping it." After Li Fei was reborn, she had time to prepare a lot of supplies. So if she had stockpiled a lot of insecticides, or even had a lot of surplus after the insect plague, Jiang Kan would not be surprised. In addition, she just took out 2 crossbows and some other weapons. Jiang Kan was even less surprised, and instead thought that she should prepare more. He began to concentrate on controlling Ah Qing, flying down, and soon arrived next to the giant ant. Li Fei took out his bone blade. Although the bone blade did not add any debuff, it was long and not as dangerous as pure melee. The giant ant, which was poisoned by various potions, seemed very confused. Sometimes it sprayed formic acid at the ant colony, and sometimes it staggered as if it was drunk. It moved very slowly. In addition, it was also poisoned by poison and insecticide, and it looked exhausted. Li Fei stood up slightly, and when the parrot approached, he inserted the bone blade into the protruding part of its body without hesitation. Flying forward again, the blade inserted in the body moved along the direction until it cut a long gash. A large amount of liquid immediately flowed out of the hole, which looked like formic acid. The antennae of the giant ant kept shaking, as if screaming, and even the formic acid in its mouth began to spray or flow irregularly. Seeing that it was effective, Li Fei continued to chop, and occasionally threw a few different potions. and finally grinded the giant ant down. Li Fei asked Jiang Qian to fly up again and check the current situation in the community. It was probably like spraying insecticide at home. The next day, you can see a lot of insect corpses. The community today is not much different from that scene. The ground is densely packed with ant corpses. Although the giant ant fell, its antennae and restraints were still shaking slightly. Jiang Qian controlled Ah Qing to fly down again. Li Fei was not in a hurry to go down, but waited until the giant ant was completely silent before preparing to go up to the body. Jiang Qian understood what Li Fei was going to do. He had obtained a relatively complete crystal core from the leader of the strange bird before. Although this was an ant, it was a little bigger than the strange bird. Maybe he could find a thing called crystal core. Unfortunately, although he could get it, he couldn't study it properly without relevant equipment. Finally, Li Fei came to the body of the giant ant lightly. Its body was relatively smooth, but some places were wet. It might be the corrosive formic acid, so he had to be careful. Li Fei went straight to the head. It must be said that this ant head, which was magnified many times, looked quite sanity depleting. Perhaps because it had also mutated. Just as she was about to carefully split the ant head, a question suddenly came from another direction. "Miss Li, is that you?" Li Fei paused and looked around. It turned out that some people were coming from certain directions. They should not be people from the community. They were hiding too late. They should be outsiders, who were forced to break into the community. They were chased by the ant colony. Now that they saw that the ant colony was destroyed, they would naturally follow out to take a look. Li Fei saw that the man in front of her looked a little familiar. But he was not an acquaintance. She usually would not take the initiative to speak, but just looked him up and down. Seeing this, the man hurriedly explained, "It's me, Miss Li, Pang Juanda, from the Qiang gang. You've done business with us." Now Li Fei remembered that her memory wasn't that bad. It was that gang with a very childish name. She used the wild vegetables that could be found everywhere in the space to make a lot of money from them. "What's the matter?" Li Fei asked calmly. Pang Juanda was choked. Why did he feel that they were the first to approach her? Well, actually, they were. And because they saw with their own eyes that Li Fei had the ability to kill monsters, they wanted to get to know her better. Isn't that what they wanted? Li Fei was like this. Obviously, she didn't want to pay attention to them. But Pang Juanda didn't want to lose this opportunity to curry favor with them. So he took the initiative to say, "Ms. Li, we have known each other for a while, and I haven't seen you come to trade resources again. Do you still have resources?" Li Fei interrupted and asked, "If you still have resources, how could the ants chase you all the way here? I guess they couldn't even defend their home, let alone the gas station. In such a short period of time, it might have been occupied by others, and it would be even more difficult to exchange resources." Pang Juanda looked helpless, a little scared, and a little embarrassed, so he had to smile bitterly and said honestly, "It seems that I can't hide anything from you, Miss Li. In fact, during the big dust storm, our Qiang gang lost most of its members, and there were many internal conflicts. In the end, we disbanded and each of us went our separate ways. I was one of them, and I led my brothers to defend the gas station. But then we didn't expect to encounter this group of ant monsters, which could even corrode the building, and many people died. We had no choice but to escape. We passed by many old-style communities, which were basically empty and not conducive to escape. So you found this relatively large new community, and then you saw that there might be survivors inside. So you rushed in regardless of everything, trying to get the survivors to help solve everything, or die together." Li Fei exposed Pang Juanda's thoughts without hiding it, tilted her head and looked at him, smiling, "But fortunately you met me, and then solved the ant colony. Right?" Pang Juanda felt a cold sweat. Li Fei was right. But who wouldn't think of this idea now? It was just that he met an acquaintance, so it was a bit embarrassing. If you want to survive in the end of the world, you have to be thick-skinned. Pang Juanda said hurriedly, "Miss Li, it was you who solved the ant colony and saved us. It seems that you should be the top person in this community. I will never forget your kindness. If you don't mind, we are willing to stay and follow you. After all, it's better to form a group in this end of the world." Jiang Qian frowned as he listened. But he had heard Li Fei's answer before, and they sounded like acquaintances, so he didn't interrupt. Pang Juanda almost knelt down after saying this. But the people around him did it for him, and they kept saying thank you and the same words. Li Fei shook his head and said, If you want to enter the community, go to the property management. They recruit outsiders. I don't have any ideas for the organization. You go find them. Even if Li Fei really had an idea, how could he dare to recruit Pang Juanda and his group based on their actions? Forget it. Besides, Li Fei didn't have such an idea at all. Pang Juanda was not surprised to be rejected. When she was able to exchange those wild vegetables for fuel, he felt that this little girl was not simple and must have the support of a big boss. Unfortunately, he never saw her again. However, during this period of time, their Qiong gang had undergone earth-shaking changes and even had to survive alone. But he didn't expect that he would meet Li Fei again today. Not only that, he found that Li Fei didn't have the support of a big boss at all. She was a big boss herself. Shouldn't she socialize with him? Even if there are no supplies, there must be weapons to kill the monsters that appear in the polar night. It will always be safe to follow. So there is a reason for entanglement. Just when he was about to say a few more words, he heard a few throat-clearing sounds in the air. He turned his head and saw that there was a big bird flying in the air, and a stranger was sitting on the big bird. Yes, without this mount, how could he kill the giant ant so smoothly? Pang Juanda, who was also well informed, also understood that it was a mutant animal. Now, those who have mutant animals usually have 2 brushes on their bodies, or they are really the top figures. It seems that Li Fei and this person are in a team. How many survivors are there in your group? Jiankan asked. Pang Juanda didn't dare to say anything more, so he had to answer. There are still 20 or 30 people scattered around. In order to escape, many supplies were left behind, and only some weapons were still on them. You can go find the property management and stay in this community first. City S is now building an official shelter. The shelter in District R is not far away. When it is built, you can try to enter it. Jiankan said this, but reminded, we have no intention of recruiting troops. Give up. At least we can meet again in the future. But if you continue to pester us, you also saw how we killed this ant. Right? Naked threat. Pang Juanda thought with cold sweat. But what can they do? They really can't beat the 2 people in front of them. In addition, Li Fei doesn't want to, and they don't have the ability to threaten others. While they were talking, Li Fei didn't waste any time. He had already cut open the head with a bone blade and found a fist-sized crystal core in a pool of transparent sticky liquid. It seems that it is an insect after all, and the crystal core inside is still not too big. But such a crystal core, placed on the currency column, should be worth 2. Li Fei blocked it with his body, quietly put the crystal core and the things in his hand into the system backpack, and then waved to Jiang Can let Ah Qing fly over, and after Li Fei went up, he kindly pointed in the direction of the property management and went straight to the direction of home. Anyway, with such a big noise, I'm afraid that the property management will also be alarmed and will not fall asleep. As for them, they finished their work and went back to eat. Chapter 297. Ah Qing flew to the rooftop of Building 20, and Li Fei and Jiang Can became smaller after they came down. The former then took out the crystal core and handed it to the latter, asking, do you have any way to hand it over and find someone to study it? This crystal core is larger than the one in the strange bird's head. Jiang Can was very happy for some reason, although he had no idea what this thing was used for. So he had to say, actually, I have this idea. But now the people above are probably busy dealing with the polar night, and there are few scientific researchers. If they want to study, they should study other things first. For this stone, I'm afraid it will be later. Li Fei shrugged and said, anyway, there will be so many mutant species in the future, and there will still be many sources of research. If we can really research something, it won't be difficult to collect it. You still have the time to joke. That's good. Jiang Can also said half-jokingly. Anyway, just take it back. Maybe Teacher Ming will be interested. He likes to do research. Li Fei ignored the joke and said, let's go back. Jiang Can thought that Xiao Luo and Ming Yisong must have known Li Fei before he came. Judging from their frequent mentions, they may have received a lot of help. Thinking of this, his heart softened and said, are you hungry? Do you have any supplies? If not, I have. There are still some left. But I am indeed hungry. Li Fei also interrupted. It is better to say less about this topic, in case you really say something wrong. You know, they were about to eat before killing the blood-red ants, so she can't wait to go back now. After saying goodbye to Jiang Can, Li Su, Li Xian and Wu Sini were relieved until they got home. They were all waiting for Li Fei to come back to eat together. So the food in the pot was kept warm, and still gave off steam when it was served. So Li Fei told them about the giant ant while eating. The space potion attacks indiscriminately. In addition to the giant ant, the ant colony next to it may have been killed. As long as there are no more extra ants to continue attacking, this place will be safe. Each area has a monster leader. At least the ones here can be dealt with. The ones in other areas are busy attacking the humans in that area. Even if they want to come, it will take some time. In short, with Li Fei's intervention, the community is safe again. Of course, she also briefly talked about Pangju in this matter. Li Su and Li Xian have met each other. Li Su did not comment and asked, "Will these people rely on you in the future?" It is obvious that Pangju is not that stupid. He will not be like others who only care about hatred. Even if he hates, he will keep it in his heart. Seeing such a powerful person like Li Fei, the only thing they think about is how to hold this thigh. Even if they can't hug, they will probably stay in this place where they think they feel at ease. Who lets Li Fei be here? Then the person in the center of the conversation was eating at this time. When he heard the question, he answered vaguely. Then they have to be able to rely on it. Anyway, I don't have any other ideas. Seeing that Li Fei didn't like this topic, Li Xian said, "When you didn't come back, we also specially observed the moon. It suddenly became very red. At least 2 or 3 times redder than at the beginning. It was scary to look at. Sister, I don't know if there will be other difficult creatures next. There will definitely be. But I don't know what it is. I can only deal with it as it comes," Li Fei answered, and thought of the plants in the community. Don't let the zombie plants steal the house and capture the monsters after waves are successfully dealt with. But there are still survivors in the community anyway. Otherwise it would be solved by raising the place to the ground with an explosion? Li Fei even thought that for some dead places where there are no living people, the authorities would deal with the mutant creatures growing there in this way. But the population of S City is too dense. And some buildings on the land are also dense. So she may have to wait a little longer to notice this movement. Although she has killed people, she will not harvest all the people in the entire area. But in this case, I guess I can't release the flames either. Li Fei didn't expect that after retreating one wave, a new wave of new problems would immediately await him. Who made me decide to stay here and not change places? I can only continue to think of ways. The giant blood-red ant was killed. But it was a pity that the rising dawn could not represent the meaning of everything going well like in the movie. Instead, the bright moon became more and more bright. If it was still pink some time ago, it is now a darker bright red. According to Li Fei, this blood moon will soon reach its peak moment. But as long as you safely pass this peak moment, the red light of the blood moon will begin to fade. When it all fades away, this polar night will almost be over. The moon was still hanging in the sky, and it looked more and more terrifying, as if it would eventually become a huge cave that would swallow up the entire earth. Although Li Fei and his team looked uneasy, they still had to pay attention to their space. Fortunately, they now had a lot of processing equipment, and even a whole room of brewing equipment. The gold coins they spent on the first day of winter were gradually earning back. In addition to the 2 ponds of perch and mullet, Li Fei raised squid and halibut, 2 other marine fish. In the other 2 ponds, squid had a good price, and halibut could be raised to a very large size, which was also good for selling. Moreover, Li Fei felt that it was time to upgrade. So she jumped to the fish pond where the black mullet was raised, and asked Li Su to upgrade it with the craftsman's table, which did not conflict with fish farming. In the farmland, some crops that could be harvested in a short time had matured. After that, those that were stored in the warehouse were stored, and those that were processed. Li Fei also bought a new batch of seeds and planted them in the original place. Even the rice fields matured once. Li Fei went directly to the fields to harvest with a sickle, and took out several hundred kilograms of unmilled rice. The next step was to send all of them to the mill for processing and storage. Even the salt fields, Li Fei found time to make a few more. But the area was large, and more seawater had to be put into it. Fortunately, there were 4 people taking care of the space now, so it was not tiring. Besides, they are definitely salt-free now. And the second poultry house has also been built. Li Fei bought 3 chickens and a duck in it as usual, and put feed in the feed trough in advance. The cubs immediately lowered their heads to eat in the trough. Very happy. But Li Fei really wanted them to grow up quickly, so that they can not only eat eggs, but also meat. And since there are already 2 poultry houses, it's time to upgrade 1 and C. It's not because Li Fei wants to increase the number, but after the poultry house is upgraded, the species that can be raised in it will be different. She is curious and greedy. It costs a lot to upgrade the poultry house. So it seems that I need to save up for a while. Just as the little ones were eating, the system suddenly made a sound. Ding. Your animal husbandry skill has been upgraded to level 3. Reward: 1 blueprint of a braised egg machine. Li Fei was stunned for a moment. Then she was pleasantly surprised. It was good for her to upgrade as a host, and she could get rewards. She quickly took out the blueprint from her backpack and saw that the braised egg was also a processed egg product. Li Fei must have eaten it many times. In fact, she had already bought the blueprint. In addition to the salted duck eggs, she planned to make the extra eggs into preserved eggs. She had stockpiled all the material she needed from various places. But eggs were something that they could consume in one meal, and they were a versatile ingredient that could be put anywhere, so they hadn't yet gathered enough to fill a jar. Unexpectedly, after upgrading her skills, she was rewarded with a processing device. Li Fei took a closer look and found that the materials needed for the marinated egg machine were not difficult to obtain. So she left the poultry house and came to the work area. Wu Sini saw Li Fei rushing to the storage box with excitement, and saw that Li Su, who was not far away, had no surprise on his face. So he was relieved. He was making alchemical potions next to the alchemy table. He had to use alchemical potions to kill monsters these few times. So he had been making them continuously, as long as there was no shortage of materials in the space these days. In addition, they even learned a few new potion blueprints and prepared to try to make them. For example, there is a deceleration potion. Although the frost potion seems to be able to slow down the monster, the materials are easier to get than the frost potion, and the effect is definitely not low-end. For example, there is also an explosion potion, although the core material is the explosion walnut. Apart from this, there are many remaining materials required, including coal, sugar, and gold ingots. These materials give me the illusion of making a big Ivan. The explosion effect is estimated to be greater than expected. At the same time, Wu Sini is also making a diving potion, using corals, fish and pearls, but 2 of the materials are more difficult to obtain, and they are both items that may be obtained by chance. The last potion was not learned by purchasing the blueprint from the mall, but the corrosive potion obtained from the elite zombies in the previous season. Li Fei thought that since it could not be burned or exploded, then make some of this corrosive potion and pour it on the willow trees, which should be able to destroy all of them. If you just want to make a corrosive potion, the poison sacks on the poisonous fog zombies are not enough, and the remaining materials will probably have to be found in the mine. Besides, they don't have many poison sacks in stock, and this corrosive potion may only make a few bottles in the end, so they have to use it sparingly. Wu Sini felt like he had changed his position, like a pharmacist. But unfortunately, the medicines in the pharmacy of the 8th hospital were probably taken almost all, and the latecomers might only be able to stare at each other. Li Fei found all the materials from the storage box one by one, and then directly assembled a braised egg machine on the spot. This braised egg machine actually looks like a pot. Quiet, and must be put into the corresponding materials before it can start working. And to make this braised egg, almost all the seasonings produced in Li Fei's space must be put in. Fortunately, she didn't lack it, and she just took a lot of eggs from the equipment. So she put them all in, and added a piece of coal like the fish frying machine, and the braised egg machine started to work. As long as the braised eggs are done this time, she will find a place to make a row of braised egg machines for use. While imagining the future, Li Fei suddenly heard the system ask, "Host, have you forgotten something?" Chapter 298. Li Fei thought for a while and asked, "No. Every time I go to the space, I walk around in order. I didn't miss anything?" The system seemed speechless, so it had to explain. "Host, you just unlocked the mountain not long ago. Aren't you going to take a look?" Li Fei then remembered that they unlocked the mountain after entering the space on the first day of winter, but they never went to see what it looked like because of some things. Seeing that everything around was almost done, Li Fei thought about it and decided to go to the so-called mountain. However, Li Xian wanted to go fishing, and Li Su also stayed to collect something. Li Fei thought about it and went to Wu Sini to ask, "Dr. Wu, do you want to go to the mountain with me?" Wu Sini was looking at the drug blueprints. After hearing this, He also became interested and nodded. Okay. Is it the newly unlocked mountain? It seems that everyone else remembered to unlock this place. But seeing that Li Fei didn't mention it, they didn't mention it, and only the latter forgot it. Li Fei looked at the mountain top in the distance at a 45-degree angle and was melancholy for a while. Although their members have increased, the unlocked functions have also increased. It's still so big, and it's not much easier in terms of conversion. But to go to this mountain, the things to bring should still be the same as before. Weapons, tools and food. Li Fei saw that there were more and more things to carry in the backpack. But in the end, he still had to leave some space for things. Suddenly, he felt that it was time to upgrade the backpack. Looking at the height of the mountain, Li Fei suddenly had an idea and took out a tool that he had kept in his box and brought it with him. That was the hang glider they made with bat wings. Aren't hang gliders used from high places? Maybe they will come in handy at that time. After getting ready and talking to Li Su, Li Fei and Wu Sini took the map and walked in the direction marked on it. But before finding the way up the mountain, they first went to the pet house and let Zanzan out. After feeding Zanzan some dried meat, he would pet, kiss and hug it casually. After all, when they went up the mountain, they were like half hunters. So how could they not have a hunting dog? Although Zanzan can still stroke the dog's head, he is getting more and more tired to hold it. Since he is always keeping it, it is time to see if he can be put to good use. Leading Zanzan on the road. As they walked, they not only felt that the space had become larger, but also saw a road up the mountain. Putting away the map, the two began to climb the mountain. Usually they walked on the flat ground, but they had to climb the mountain out of the blue. Fortunately, Li Fei had worked out before, so it was not difficult. Climbing the mountain in winter can be considered as exercise. Not long after, his body gradually became warm. Not to mention Zanzan. He was obviously the most energetic, running to the front, wagging his tail from time to time and turning around to wait for them, as if he was extremely anxious. However, Wu Sini was not used to this. Although doctors need to have enough physical strength to treat patients, they are actually quite lacking in exercise, and they may just be supporting themselves mentally. Li Fei saw him panting and following behind, so she had to slow down. But they also went up a mountain road and began to find some collections in the mountains. This mountain was covered with a layer of white snow, like the ground in the previous space, and it looked bright. Li Fei ordered Zazan to go, and Zazan would start its search gene in a certain place, and stop and call a few times there, and Li Fei would follow and push away the snow there, and find the treasure hidden inside. The first of these is all kinds of wild mushrooms. In fact, she had collected a lot of them on the flat ground in autumn, but she certainly didn't mind having too little of this kind of edible food. And mushrooms were really delicious. Matsutake and black fungus can be used to stew chicken. Porcini can be used to stew beef. Morels can be used to stir-fry shrimps. And there is also fragrant truffle fried rice. Li Fei was having a great time picking, leaving many footprints on the snow. Some of her own, and some of the dog's plum blossom footprints. Wu Sini finally caught her breath behind her, and seeing the happy back of the former, she couldn't help but smile. When she set out again, Li Fei looked at the ground specifically, trying to find something new to collect. Wu Sini was used to this sport, and finally helped to find it. In the end, the two of them and the dog really found it. Of course, in this case, most of the time, it was Zazan who found it first. Li Fei probed with her feet, and happily took out a hoe to dig. After a while, she dug out a few winter bamboo shoots. Now all the bamboo shoots for the 4 seasons are available, which means that they will not lack bamboo shoots to eat all year round. Besides, this is still in the mountains, so the amount that can be found should be more than on the flat ground. Right? The more Li Fei dug, the more eager she felt. But when she turned around, she found that Wu Sini was squatting in another place for some reason, and she didn't know what he was looking at. She walked forward in confusion and found that Wu Sini was holding a few round, nut-like things in his hand, and he put them to the tip of his nose and sniffed them. What is this? Is it really a nut? After all, it's not strange to have this on the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Castanopsis bitorus, which has the effect of ventilating and relieving heat, and can also treat dysentery and diarrhea. Speaking of this, Wu Sini paused, as if he understood what Li Fei was really concerned about, and added, but its fruit also contains starch, which can be processed to make tofu, vermicelli, rice noodles, cakes and so on. Really? When it comes to food, Li Fei's eyes light up. Then collect them quickly. After collecting winter bamboo shoots and Castanopsis bitters, Li Fei and Wucini continue to go deeper. On this mountain, time seems to pass very quickly. Li Fei reacted and checked the time. And it turned out that so much time had passed. At this moment, Wucini suddenly whispered, Li Fei, look! Li Fei looked in the direction of the voice. And then he understood why Wucini suddenly whispered so quietly. It turned out that in the dense jungle and snow, there was actually a chicken? No. In this place, it should be called a pheasant. It seems that there are not only collectibles on the mountain, but also wild animals. So going up the mountain, they are like half hunters. Zanzan tensed his limbs and stared at the pheasant without blinking. He only needed Li Fei to give an order, and he could rush out directly. Cuckoo! The chicken walked bit by bit, occasionally lowering its head to peck at the ground. It was not known whether it was looking for food or something. But Li Fei had quietly taken out the spider bow. There was no need to strengthen the arrows to shoot a pheasant. She was not rich enough to do so. She put a sawtooth leaf arrow and winked at Zanzan. Unexpectedly, Zanzan really accepted the wink and did not even shout in response. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and shook his head, and then stared at the pheasant again. So Li Fei squatted down, put the arrow on the bow, and finally shot it out with a whoosh. Zanzan's figure also rushed out like this arrow. Li Fei's accuracy is getting better now. And there are obstacles, so they are not far away from the pheasant. And this arrow just hits the pheasant. The pheasant screamed a few times and wanted to run away, but the sawtooth leaf arrow has a bleeding debuff. The pheasant did not run a few steps, leaving a trail of blood, and was immediately caught by Zanzan. Zanzan pressed the pheasant down with his two claws. No matter how the pheasant struggled, it could not escape from its palm. After a while, it became silent. Li Fei and Wucini then stepped forward and put the chicken carcass into their pockets. They also took out a few pieces of animal meat to reward Zanzan. Zanzan now felt that the food given by the master was better than pet food. Zanzan jumped up and bit the pieces of animal meat, swallowing them whole, as if he knew that there must be rewards waiting for him next. After walking around the designated mountain range, it seemed that there was an air wall beyond it. Li Fei's backpack had already harvested a lot. In addition to those mountain delicacies, he also shot 2 pheasants. If these 2 pheasants are cooked, it will not be a problem to fill the stomachs of the 4 people and the dog. However, Li Fei thought that this mountain should be the same as the welfare cave in the mine. It will be refreshed every once in a while after the collection. Today, they probably collected the entire mountain, and will have to wait until the next time to come back. When approaching the peak, Li Fei looked down and really saw his work area vaguely from a certain direction. Even looking down from a high place, it is really a bit messy there. It seems that after the space is temporarily stable, it is time to do some decoration. Li Fei thought of the things he brought before coming here, and couldn't help but feel a little eager to try. So he asked beside him, Dr. Wu, have you ever played extreme sports? I really haven't. Li Fei smiled slyly and took out the bat hang glider from his backpack. A drop of cold sweat fell on Wucini's forehead, but thinking that this was in space, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Compared to him, Zanzan was obviously more excited and circled around the hang glider several times. Dr. Wu, let's try this to go down the mountain, so we don't have to keep walking. Time seems to flow faster in the mountains than in other places. In fact, walking and running in space does not consume the physical strength in the box, but it is felt on the body. It took a lot of effort to go up the mountain. If I go down the mountain again, it will be pure pressure on my knees. Moreover, with this hang glider, you can fly directly to the work area, just like the rickshaw in the mine, to reach the destination directly. Okay. Wucini finally agreed reluctantly, because she didn't want to refuse. The tripod of this hang glider can accommodate 2 people. But Zanzan is a dog after all, and no matter how smart he is, he won't hold on to the tripod and wait to fly. But this didn't bother Li Fei. She opened the portable interface, took out a large physical backpack from the storage box and put it on her back, then put Zanzan in it and fixed it, and reminded him, Zanzan, I'm giving you a deep memory of your first birth. You must grasp it. Woof! Zanzan yelled, sticking out his tongue in response. Then Li Fei and Wucini came to the middle of the hang glider. The hang glider looked big, but it was easy to push. They retreated a distance to run up. The two of them grabbed the frame and ran forward from slow to fast after counting down. At the last moment, they kicked their feet, and the hang glider slowly came to the air. Wusini closed his eyes at first, and felt that his whole body was rising, light and floating. He could feel the cold wind in winter on his cheeks and ears. But every time they entered the space, they would use cold-repelling food, so the wind blowing on their faces did not feel too cold. And in the wind came Li Fei's excited voice. "Dr. Wu. Look!" Wusini had to slowly open his eyes, and the scenery in the space suddenly came into his sight. It was just like a sandbox. Soon, he would even be able to see their large farmland, flower fields and work area. He couldn't help but glance at it. Li Fei seemed to be appreciating the beautiful scenery. And it was a beautiful scenery that could fill her stomach. How could she not be pleased? And Zazan, who was fixed behind him, was also very quiet, shaking his head, as if he could really understand. The speed of the hang glider gradually slowed down, and after arriving at the work area, it gradually fell down again. The two finally landed safely. Li Fei retracted the hang glider with satisfaction. You know, in reality, you have to pay for playing once, and then she can use it unlimited times. After releasing Zanzan, this trip to the mountains came to an end. Li Fei and Wusini sorted out the storage boxes again, put away the extra mushrooms and bitter oaks, and kept some to take back to eat. There were also winter bamboo shoots and pheasants, so today's food was settled. Just then, Li Su and Li Xian also came back. When they saw the two huge pheasants, they smiled and said, "It seems that you have a good harvest when you go back to the mountains. This is also the credit of Zanzan," Li Fei praised while stroking the dog's head. "Woof!" Zanzan wagged his tail proudly. "Brother, I dug winter bamboo shoots and a lot of mushrooms. Take them back and cook them. Both of these are extremely delicious. Just stir-frying them will make a fragrant smell, which may be better than meat." However, what Li Fei valued most was indeed the two pheasants. She planned to use local ingredients. No, to adapt to local customs, and make a special delicacy. Chapter 299. Li Su and Li Xian returned to reality first, but Li Fei hadn't returned yet. So Wusini naturally didn't return either, but asked, "How are you going to cook this pheasant?" He had discovered that Li Fei had some tricks up her sleeve when it came to eating. "Go pick up some more firewood first, and you'll know," Li Fei instructed, and turned to the granary, not knowing what to take. This posture. Wouldn't it be roasted? Wusini guessed. But he also wanted to eat this pheasant after it was cooked. So he went to find it obediently. And Li Fei finally took out a few lotus leaves from the inventory. These lotus leaves were the last harvest of lotus flowers she planted in fresh water. After harvesting, they had been kept in the inventory and had no use. This time, they could finally be put to use. After finding the necessary items, Li Fei began to process the two pheasants. In the space, only the dishes made by the recipes will disappear after a few bites like in the game, and then increase the corresponding attributes and buffs. But if you only use the materials here to make other things, it will be the same as making them in reality. As for these two pheasants, Li Fei plans to make beggar chickens. After processing, she went to find some soil, and Wusini came late, but he did find a lot of firewood. As soon as he saw the materials on the ground, Wusini understood what Li Fei was going to do, and had to admire her wonderful ideas. But in fact, only those who have never lacked supplies can have such leisure. After admiration, there is anticipation. In the past, such food would only appear in scenic spots. Now it is simply a delicacy. The pheasant was processed. This pheasant is larger than a domestic chicken. Li Fei smeared a layer of seasoning on it, and then wrapped it with lotus leaves. And a layer of mud was wrapped outside the lotus leaves. Next, it was time to simmer and roast. The firewood was piled up. Li Fei took out 2 torches and lit them as a fire source. Then he placed the mud ball in the fire and waited. I don't know if it was because the speed in the space was fast or the fire in the space was fierce. It seemed that after waiting for only a moment, the two of them vaguely smelled the fragrance. But Zanzan, who had a more sensitive sense of smell than them, seemed to smell it earlier than them. Although he didn't make a noise, his mouth was already drooling. Finally, Li Fei found a way to take out the 2 mud balls from the burned firewood. The blocked aroma still existed, as if waiting to break the mud outside. After cooling it down, Li Fei put it directly into his backpack. All in one go. after making the beggar's chicken. It was time to go back. Unexpectedly, when he returned home, the aroma at home was no less shallow than that of the beggar's chicken. Li Fei smelled the familiar smell of mushrooms. Li Su fried the mushrooms, and winter bamboo shoots he brought back. Mushrooms only need to be fried simply. Adding more ingredients will lose the pure taste. As for the winter bamboo shoots, he sliced them and fried them with bacon and snow vegetables. The bacon was bought when they first stocked up, but because it had been kept in the space, it would not rot. As for the snow vegetable, it was produced in the space. They planted the snow mustard on the first day of winter, and a batch of them had matured so far. Some of that batch was put into a clay pot for pickling, and the finished product was the pickled snow vegetable. So it can be said that the room is full of different aromas, but they are not too strong when mixed together. Li Fei then put one of the mud balls on the ground, took out a stone hammer, and pretended to knock it open. Li Xian, who was next to him, had already understood what it was, and hurriedly joined in the fun and shouted, "Let me try." Seeing that he wanted to play, Li Fei handed him the stone hammer. Li Xian swung the stone hammer and smashed the mud ball. With a snap, several cracks appeared in the hard mud ball. He stretched out his hand to break it apart, and then tore open the lotus leaf. The strong fragrance immediately rushed to the tip of his nose. Li Xian showed a look of infatuation on her face, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, the taste of this pheasant is probably even more delicious." Li Fei took out the knife again and divided the whole chicken casually. The four of them and the dog were enough to eat. There was one left. She thought about it, smashed the mud and tore open the lotus leaf, raised the knife and cut it in half in the heat, and said to Li Xian, "This, you can send half to Ning Shuan, and the other half to Aunt Xia downstairs. If they ask, you can tell them that we found some mutant chickens when we went out, and they should be edible. If they are not afraid, give them some." Okay. Li Xian did not ask any more questions, and went out with the beggar chicken. Anyway, they have food to eat, so they are not envious. Besides, those who can survive until now must have supplies around them, and Li Fei has found an excuse to explain in advance. After that, the four people and the dog slowly enjoyed this delicious meal. After a few days, the red light on the moon became stronger, and the dark polar night became even darker because of the stronger red light. Without lighting tools, you can't see your hand in front of you. But the sunflowers in Li Fei's house were still blooming. For them, the most important thing was to resist the monsters, and they were not worried about the lighting. Li Fei didn't know how many families in the community could still keep lighting, but it shouldn't be many. So someone came to find them soon. But they all knew that person. It was the property manager Li Rui. Li Rui's appearance was obviously not as good as the previous times he came to the door, giving Li Fei a feeling that he was not going to be able to hold on. The most important thing was that he came alone this time, not with Li Peng. Li Fei had heard some gossip about what happened to Li Peng. It seemed that Li Peng also ate the meat of the strange bird. Judging from the size of the leader bird and the style of the property, he probably ate a lot. But eating too much of the strange bird meat will cause corpse poison, and there is no antidote for this poison, so people will slowly turn into zombie-like creatures. The worst case scenario is that they may become half zombie and half human, and die in pain. Now Li Rui has no family members around him, but Li Fei will not say it directly. There is no big grudge between them, and there is no hatred that must be avenged. Even so, Li Rui still has a fixed smile on his face, and even his attitude towards Li Fei seems to be more respectful. "Long time no see, Miss Li," Li Rui greeted first. "I heard that Miss Li dealt with those monsters. I wonder how she is doing." "Thanks to you, it's okay," Li Fei replied calmly. "What can I do for you, Manager Li?" Seeing Li Fei's straightforward question, Li Rui had to say, "It's like this, Miss Li. There are fewer and fewer people in the community now. Although I have tried to recruit outsiders to enter the community, many people still died after the destruction of those monsters." "So you still want to recruit?" Li Fei asked. However, Li Rui shook his head and asked, "I did meet a group of people after the ant colony attacked. They said they knew you, Miss Li, so they stayed here. I wonder if you have any impression of them." "Miss Li? How could I not have an impression? Obviously, they were Pang Juanda's group." Li Fei could also imagine that although she rejected them, her actions would eventually be heard throughout the community, And this group of people would definitely use her reputation to stay in the community. The worst thing would be that they would bully others in the community under her name. Although Li Fei didn't want to pay attention to them, she couldn't let her reputation become bad for nothing. Right? Well, it's not that good. Li Fei pouted and said, I met them by chance. And it doesn't matter. Manager Li, you can treat them casually. Okay. Miss Li. Li Rui's expression was relaxed for a moment. And he said, it's like this. Since there are fewer people in the community, and they are distributed in different buildings, I thought about taking out some buildings and letting people from other buildings live in them. In this way, can't we gather together? We can fight together when we encounter monsters later. Miss Li, you didn't see how scary the moon has become now. After listening to this, Li Fei did not answer, but asked gloomily, aren't you afraid that gathering together will cause unrest? She snorted again and said, fight together? Are you sure they will fight? Now it is different from the polar day. Even the people in your team and the building leaders are almost dead. Right? You don't even have supplies. Who can listen to you? Li Rui paused. Maybe he, the property manager who was eloquent before the end of the world, was refuted. Maybe Li Fei really hit the pain point. But after all, he has managed the community for so long, and he may not want to take off the hat of the manager. So he said, anyway, it's better than having people scattered and not knowing what's going on. But I'm here this time only because after the news spread, many people want to live in Building 20, which means the last few rows of buildings are used to gather residents. So I'm here to let you know. Li Fei sneered, it doesn't matter. Maybe you got some benefits from it? Just don't let them harass me. Li Fei dealt with the strange birds and ant colonies the first 2 times. Now there are few people in the community, and the news spread everywhere. What would those people think? They must think that Building 20 where Li Fei is the safest. After the order was issued, they naturally scrambled to live in Building 20. Now the houses without survivors in the building don't even have their doors locked. So you can move in directly. But Li Rui might try his best to squeeze out some supplies from them. Li Rui smiled subtly. Miss Li, there is no building manager now. I can't control what this person wants to do. Li Fei didn't see this as a threat at all, and continued to sneer. It's up to you. But when you came, did you see our corridor? You'd better remind them again. If they dare to have any extra ideas, I will kill them if they come in pairs. And I will kill them if they come in groups. After that, she closed the window on the door. Later, Li Fei and the others did vaguely hear the movement of moving. But at this time, there was nothing to move. And some people just came in and finished. The desire for strength still exists in human beings. As the red light fills the moon, they are afraid of encountering some strange monsters again. So they want to live near Li Fei, who has solved 2 crises. Now the occupancy rate of Building 20 has reached 100% in a strange way. As for those who can't come to Building 20, they have to swallow their anger and live in the buildings next to them, trembling all day long. And their worries are normal, because not long after, another round of monsters attacked. Chapter 300. But before that, Li Fei planned to eliminate some zombie plants in the community. For example, the willow trees have recently begun to emit a large amount of catkins. It seems that the willow branches cannot catch people, so they began to try to leave seeds and let their descendants continue to catch humans. Humans can only be thankful that the zombie willows cannot pull out their roots and walk on the ground. Otherwise the danger would simply rise to the maximum. And if the catkins stop and take root and grow somewhere, the growth rate will definitely be faster than the willow trees before the end of the world. Not to mention the zombie plants that have already climbed on the walls of the buildings. That is, they have not entered the house yet, and it is not known what dangers they will cause. But poisoning people is a basic operation. However, even if Li Fei wanted to eliminate these zombie plants, he only wanted to eliminate those on the 20th floor where he lived. So it can be said that the residents who lived there were blessed. But to do this, Li Fei had to make a corrosive agent, in addition to the poison sac of the poisonous fog zombie as the core material. The corrosive agent also had another core material in the mine. It just so happened that Li Fei and his team found a time to solve the elite monsters on the first floor, so they could continue to explore the next floor. If Li Fei was right, the materials they were looking for were on the next floor, and the monsters that appeared on the next floor were already very familiar to them, and they were densely packed ants. But this ant colony is different from the blood-red ants in reality. They are silver all over, and seem to be very strong. When Li Fei uses his weapon, it seems to really jingle when it touches the skin. But on these silver ants, they can find another material they need. Formic acid, the poison sac of the poisonous fog zombie plus the silver ant formic acid, plus some ordinary materials. The corrosive agent is ready. At the same time, they also met the first lava zombie. This lava zombie is much more dangerous than the fire zombie. Not only is the whole body of the zombie rock, but the lava spewed out of the mouth is also magma. It is afraid that using the ice crystal dagger to attack is no longer effective. However, with the efforts of several people, the first lava zombie still fell down. After all, their current attack methods are also diverse. Originally, Li Fei just wanted to kill the lava zombies to complete the order, but she didn't expect that she got a drop this time. It turned out to be the same flame essence as the flame zombies. At this moment, Li Fei set all the lava zombies as targets. Now their flame potions can be developed immediately. Flame is very useful in the polar night. Although Li Fei already has a lot of igniters, she still wants to unlock them. So these days, Li Fei and her friends often go to the mines. And finally she finds Jiang Qian with those corrosive potions. She wants to pour all the potions from top to bottom, so she must be in midair. But unfortunately the conditions around her do not allow it. Only Qing can. It seems that she will have to organize the sea, land and air to raise pets in the future. Jiang Qian heard that Li Fei found an acidic substance that could destroy the zombie willows. So he readily agreed and made an appointment to take off from the rooftop. Because the moon was full of red light and the vision became dark, Li Fei had to wear a headlamp, and Jiang Qian brought a powerful flashlight. This kind of acidic material has always been stored in glass bottles. Li Fei also specially made a larger glass bottle with glass in the space, so it would not look strange. Riding on Qing, the two quickly came to the sky above the zombie willows. And the zombie willows seemed to be extremely hungry. It actually noticed that there was prey in the air, and suddenly stretched out a long willow branch, as if to roll them down. If they really caught him, there might not be even a bone left in the end. Jiang can chop the willow branches with a sharp blade. Seeing the urgent situation, he did not want to fight and controlled Qing to fly around in the sky. Seeing this, Li Fei threw the glass bottle down. This throw happened to hit the top of a willow tree. The glass bottle exploded and the liquid splashed. After receiving half a bottle of liquid, the willow branches suddenly began to hiss, and a cloud of smoke rose. More importantly, the liquid was not absorbed by the willow branches, but dripped onto the ground and seeped into the soil, or polluted the soil where the roots of the entire willow tree were. Seeing that the effect had not yet been achieved, Li Fei found a place to throw down 2 more bottles of potion. The sound was like making a teppanyaki, and the air gradually filled with a strange smell of burning wood. Chemistry was not Jiang Qian's strong point, but he did not doubt where Li Fei got the acid from. And after seeing that it was effective, he started to attack the willow trees with more enthusiasm. The willow trees in half of the area began to tremble, and Li Fei went to the other half and threw the same number of potions. After watching the changes, it was time to finish off the enemy. The zombie willows had already mutated into a dark color, and after being poured with a corrosive potion, they became even more charred, and even the trunks were about to turn into charcoal. Until the end, both of them wiped their sweat in the cold night. But they solved all the willow trees beside the artificial lake. But this still couldn't let them go home. They took Qing to the side of building 20, because the occupancy rate magically returned to 100%. There were a few households with faint lights on. Li Fei could even vaguely feel from them that there were a few pairs of eyes looking over here in the dim environment. And the emotions in them were very complicated. But Li Fei and Jiang Qian had no time to care about these. They were observing the zombie plants that looked like vines on the wall. Li Fei, are you going to use acid for these too? Jiang Qian asked. Will it corrode other parts as well? It's better to use the acid sparingly. Li Fei took out a demolition axe from the physical backpack behind her. These are not like those zombie willows that will automatically stretch out willow branches to whip. Just use physical attacks. She didn't give many poison sacs in total, and all of them were made into corrosive potions. Li Fei really wanted to save them. Besides, she still maintained her original idea, just focusing on the 20th floor of her building and ignoring other things. Jiang Qian seemed to understand something, and was about to let Qing fly closer. But Li Fei stopped him and said, Wait a minute. She paused, took out a mask and goggles from her backpack, covered her face completely, and nodded. Jiang also had these equipments. So he took out a pair and put them on. And then asked Ah Qing to approach the floor. Then it was time for the two of them to clean up the zombie plants together. After playing with weapons for a long time, this demolition axe was not so heavy for her. And she used it with great force. And cut the rhizomes in half with a few strokes. In fact, there were still thorny flowers scattered on these plants. And a lot of pollen was emitted with the movement. Fortunately, the two of them had equipped themselves in advance. So they just focused on cleaning. But some pollen actually floated into the house without windows. Not long after, a fierce scream suddenly came from the silent surroundings, as if it was contagious. And different screams began to gradually spread throughout the building. Li Fei didn't cover her ears. She listened carefully. It was probably because the pollen drifted into the house, and the people who had just moved in had no defense and covered themselves with it. It seemed that the pollen was also poisonous. So there was no need to look for symptoms. Li Fei paused, then immediately found another pair of gloves in her backpack and reminded Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian raised his eyebrows and asked, "You don't care about the people inside?" Li Fei shrugged and said, "They voluntarily wanted to move into this building. I didn't ask them to move in. It has nothing to do with me." "Right?" Jiang Qian curled his lips, put on gloves, and hurried to clean up the plants. As for how the group of neighbors found them later, that was another story. Besides, they had to be alive to find them. Finally, the zombie plants outside the entire building 20 were cleaned up. Li Fei also took out a bottle of corrosive agent and sprinkled the surrounding ground, especially the soil, so that the zombie plants would not grow here. After finishing the work, Ah Qing drove the two to the rooftop again. At this time, Jiang Qian asked, "Where did you find the mutant chicken?" God knows when Li Xian brought the half-chicken over. Even Jiang Qian couldn't help but be shocked. After all, it really looked like a chicken before the end of the world. Jiang Qian had never seen Li Fei's two brothers in his previous life, and he was not very familiar with them in this life. But when he met Li Xian, he felt that this young man was quite smart, and finally accepted the chicken. But after a closer look, the chicken seemed to be a little different from the ordinary chickens before the end of the world. So it was assumed that it was really a mutant chicken. But even so, mutant chickens are hard to find now. It's impossible that they escape by themselves. Right? Jiang Qian knew how precious it was to encounter completely edible mutant creatures. In the past life, some people were even willing to take the risk to eat zombie creatures. We were lucky to accidentally find a few half-dead ones. Li Fei was talking nonsense calmly. Seeing that there was no one around, we quickly caught them. Sometimes luck is also a passive skill of the strong. Jiang Qian was speechless, and he trusted Li Fei, so he could only give her a thumbs up. Otherwise, why couldn't they catch it? You know, until now, he can still dream about the taste of chicken. Jiang Qian didn't doubt that Li Fei had a fire source. At most, he could make a fire by friction. This is a skill that must be learned in the future. But this way of making beggar chicken is really good. After solving the zombie willow and the zombie plants outside the building, Li Fei had one less knot in his heart. He just had to wait for the next round of Beast Tide. At the same time, the weather was getting colder and colder. The thermometer on the wall only showed about 5 or 6 degrees at this time. But there was still no wind. There was only an endless coldness that filled the entire polar night, which was deep and piercing. The Li family also took more quilts. There was no heating in the south, and they were used to using their righteousness to resist the winter. Moreover, compared with the severe cold later, Li Fei felt that it was still bearable at this time. So he added clothes and quilts, and had enough hot food to eat to fill his stomach and warm his body, which was acceptable. But because there are many people living in Building 20 now, and it is polar night without daylight, every once in a while, you can hear clanging and banging sounds coming from downstairs, as well as noise, screaming and cursing. There are even people who don't know the power of 1902 and try to break into the house. Li Fei didn't want to endure the noise for a moment, so he immediately asked Li Su and Li Xian to go downstairs with weapons to warn them, and to open fire directly if they encountered disobedient people. Li Su and Li Xian also felt that if there were too many people, they would threaten themselves, so they were determined to open fire. And they really opened fire without giving any face. They were strangers to each other. The quarrels stopped now. But some jealous people started another way of attacking, spreading rumors, and directly said that Li Fei was a woman who would definitely be hated by everyone before the end of the world. But Li Fei didn't know it at first. She was busy taking care of the space and eating and drinking every day. How could she have time to listen to these things? Besides, isn't it just a rumor? Didn't she hear less in the early stage of the end of the world? Until the end, it was unexpected that it was not Li Su, Li Xian, or Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan who solved it, but Jiang Can. Jiang Can felt unhappy with these people for a long time, but he still gave them some face out of habit. But later even Xiao Luo's migraine was disturbed. He and Meng Yisong couldn't stand it, and they also took weapons to make warnings. In the end, it is most important to have lethal weapons on hand. Building 20 has finally restored some of its former tranquility, which is gratifying. Chapter 301. Li Fei also focused on the mines in this space, and focused on the lava layer. The silver ant elite monster was similar to the giant blood red ant that time, and Li Fei and others successfully killed it. She felt that after coming to the middle layer, all the minerals that could be found in the lava layer should have been found by them. If the desert mine was a hodgepodge, then the lava layer had its own unique vein gold mine. In addition, there were gems such as topaz and peridot, as well as the fire crystal that Li Fei was looking for. It was just that there was a certain probability for the fire crystal to appear, so Li Fei had to use the transporter to brush back and forth before finally accumulating enough. So she first used fire crystals and flame essence to make 2 heaters, and quickly put them in the 2 poultry houses. The poultry houses were immediately filled with comfortable warmth, and even Li Fei didn't want to leave. The chickens and ducks that had been huddled in the corners seemed to come alive at this moment, and even the mood value above their heads changed. Fortunately, they had not been sick in the past few days. It seemed that Li Fei finally caught up. Chickens and ducks only need a few days to mature, and they can lay eggs when they grow up. So the chickens and ducks in Li Fei's 2 poultry houses have all begun to produce byproducts, which made Li Fei want to choose one to upgrade. After collecting a wave of chicken eggs and duck eggs and a few duck feathers, Li Fei asked Li Xian to go to the craftsman's table to upgrade a poultry house to an intermediate poultry house. The fish pond they upgraded before has also been upgraded. Although the size is still the same, the capacity has been increased by more than double, more than the previous 2 ponds combined. Li Fei believes that there must be more space for planting aquatic plants on it than before. She will just wait for the next time to buy more fish fry for a new round of breeding. Perhaps it is chilly outside the mine, and Li Fei wants to explore the entire mine as soon as possible, so she goes down to the mine more often. The monsters that appeared on the next big floor were beasts similar to volcano rabbits, with hair standing up all over their bodies, and flames flickering on the top like small matches. They came out in groups, which successfully blocked the steps of Li Fei and others. At this time, a new wave of beasts suddenly appeared in reality, but it is not quite accurate to call it a beast tide. This was discovered by Li Xian, who likes to observe outside, especially the blood moon. Observing the red light over there every day can kill time. Unexpectedly, when he was setting up a telescope on the windowsill today, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the surroundings, which sounded like a hissing sound. In fact, Li Xian has also heard this kind of sound. It is mainly because Wu Sini has been staying at home for a long time recently, and Su Su will occasionally come out. It is well behaved and beautiful, and everyone likes it. When snakes want to sense the situation nearby, they will spit out their tongues. This is also Su Su's habitual answer, so they were familiar with the sound of snakes spitting out their tongues. Li Xian frowned, and when he looked down, he found that the outer wall of the entire building was covered with a layer of snakes. The snakes were also blood red, and they climbed very steadily, and it seemed that they would not fall down on the high building. Seeing that Li Xian seemed to have discovered them, the blood snakes immediately opened their bloody mouths, and the 2 sharp fangs in their mouths looked white, as if they could bite him at the next moment. Li Xian threw the telescope in his hand, opened the door, and ran into the room, and did not forget to close the door tightly again. With a few bangs, several snakes had already crawled into the balcony, one mouth biting everywhere. Even the telescope on the ground was not spared, and the other snakes were attacking the strange plants that Li Fei did not collect. Even though Li Xian didn't call for help, Li Fei, Li Su, and Wu Sini had already noticed the noise. They all frowned at the scene in front of them. It seemed like a snake tide this time, and Su Su had already grown bigger, becoming a python that protected Wu Sini, with a fierce look on her head, almost ready to attack. The plants on the balcony were still those insectivorous plants, although their main business was to eat insects. They had grown a lot after killing insects. If they encountered some snakes that were not so big, they could actually swallow them whole. It was unclear whether the zombie snakes that had not been digested in their stomachs would continue to attack. But even so, the reason why the snake tide is called a snake tide is that the number will eventually be like a tide, and the carnivorous plants may not have time to eat them all, and will be attacked. The same reason so many snakes cannot be killed. Don't wait until the snakes are not cleaned up, and you are surrounded by poisonous snakes. So they can only find a way to disperse these snakes. Wusani thought about it and said, there are several ways to disperse snakes, such as lime powder, vinegar, fumigation of wormwood, Atractalodes wine, and sulfur. Should we try it? Li Fei did not ask which method was the best. And Wusani mentioned these methods because he thought about what was in the space storage box. Then do all of them. Stick to your own home. And be strict. The four of them acted separately. They had already planted a large amount of mugwort and were worried about where to use it. Originally, they planted it to repel insects. Later, they had carnivorous plants and IV purifiers. They occasionally smoked it because mugwort was good for the body. There was also a lot of lime powder and vinegar in the space. And the power of the products in the space might be greater than that in reality. As for the Atractalodes wine, Li Fei had also planted Atractalodes, and she had mastered the technique of brewing medicinal wine. She just needed to brew a few more bottles. As for sulfur, there were sulfur mines hidden in the desert, or they often went to the mines, so they could go to the desert layer a few more times to collect it. The snakes were still climbing around, as if trying to find an entrance to attack the humans inside. But some of them were struggling with the carnivorous plants, while others were just looking for an entrance. Unexpectedly, not only was the glass blocking it very strong, but the atmosphere in the building suddenly disappeared. The zombie snakes stopped making a commotion as soon as they lost their target and retreated to find new prey. Several people took out a large amount of wormwood, lime powder, vinegar, and processed a batch of sulfur from the space. But it takes time to make Atractalodes wine, and it is a special need. So Li Fei made a few new glass jars for making medicinal wine. When they returned to reality, they found that there were fewer snakes on the balcony. It seems that these snakes are quite good at taking advantage of the situation, Li Xian said on the side. They probably turned around to look for other people when they saw that we were not there. Li Su also said, especially those rooms without any obstacles were in trouble. Wouldn't it be that the snakes would crawl in and be captured? So not long after, the three members of the Li family faintly heard a lot of screams coming from downstairs. Li Fei thought about it, took out a few bunches of mugwort, and handed them to Li Xian, and told him, go and send some to the upstairs and downstairs. The windows on the corridors of the 18th, 19th, and 20th floors were blocked, and the snakes should not be able to come in so early. Besides, even if they had weapons, they would still be stretched to the limit when facing the snakes. She herself had so much mugwort, so it was not a big deal to share some. Besides, mugwort grows in large patches in the wild, and Li Fei specially processed it. In people's eyes now, many things have mutated, and after she processed it, you can't see the original appearance. You might think it is also mutated. However, Ming Yisong would probably recognize it, but he should be grateful and not too suspicious. Li Xian agreed and left in a flash. The rest of the people stayed, taking advantage of the fact that there were not many snakes on the balcony. They tied the mugwort into bundles and found a container to store it. The remaining materials had to be sprinkled on the balcony to be effective. The mugwort bundle in the container was lit, and soon a puff of green smoke came out. Li Fei opened the door, but she did not forget to hold a bone blade in her hand, for fear that a snake would suddenly rise during the period, and she could not resist it with her hands. There seemed to be several teeth marks on the pitcher plants and the bottle plants, some of which were even bitten through, which made Li Fei feel distressed. But these two were not easily bullied. Even in the pig cage and bottle, there was still a small piece of motionless snake tail, as if it was slowly digesting. But in the end, Li Fei decided to collect these plants first and go back to recuperate. But just as Li Fei was cleaning up, the snake seemed to sense the presence of people and returned again. But this time Li Fei was faster than them. He found the weak spot and chopped it on the body. The sharp bone blade directly cut the snake body into two pieces. At this time, Li Su and Wusani also sprinkled a lot of materials, especially sulfur. Although there was a strange smell of all the materials mixed in the air, the most important thing at the moment was to drive away the snakes. So they didn't care. Li Fei chopped off the snakes one after another with her knife and hand even faster. She thought the speed was not fast enough. So she used 2 knives. Some of the remaining snakes fell on the balcony, and some fell down the building. The balcony was full of things to drive away snakes. Those red snakes were snakes after all, so their speed really slowed down. Some of them spit out their tongues and did not come forward. Since they did not come forward, it was Li Fei's home court. She chopped the snakes like cutting grass, picked a gap, and poured out all the last materials, and then returned to the room with success. Now there are plates of fumigated wormwood and sulfur on the balcony, and a thick layer of lime powder on the ground. In the short term, there will probably be no snakes on the balcony. However, the place to be defended now is not only this balcony, but also Wusani's home, and even the corridor. Li Fei also wants to set up. So Wusani brought the materials. Li Fei also brought some, and asked Li Su to stay at home. And she went to the corridor. Originally, I wanted to fumigate the wormwood and sulfur first, leaving a smell in the corridor. And the window at the end seemed to be blocked quite tightly. Although I could hear the bang bang sound, I shouldn't be able to break in for the time being. Even if they break in, the lime powder on the ground will burn them off first. However, just as Li Fei lit the materials in the pot, she suddenly heard a commotion upstairs. She immediately felt something was wrong and climbed upstairs with a frown. You know Li Xian will go upstairs. She walked up to the 20th floor in 2 steps. As Li Fei expected, she saw the following scene in an instant. There were scattered bloodstains on the ground. Ning Shuwan and Li Xian were resisting the violent actions of a person together. Li Fei looked closely and found that it was Song Lu who lived in 2002. She was slashing with a kitchen knife like crazy. She almost hurt the first 2 people several times. Li Fei's eyes were stern. She immediately took out a pea pistol from her backpack and fired directly. The pea bullet hit Song Lu's shoulder at a high speed. The latter felt pain and immediately let go of her hand. The kitchen knife fell to the ground with a bang. Li Fei took back the kitchen knife and threw it into the safe corridor. And Song Lu not only let go of her hand, but also fell to the ground. And gradually a trail of blood appeared. Li Xian and Ning Shuwan had a chance to breathe, and they really took a few breaths. Ning Shuwan was hungry, and it was normal that she had no strength even though she had a lot of kung fu. But Li Xian, a big guy, usually ate, drank, and had fun. Even fighting was taught by the former. But he couldn't suppress it for a while, and even forgot to hold a weapon. You can imagine how thrilling the scene was at that time. Li Fei frowned and asked, "Are you injured?" "It's okay. Just some superficial injuries." Li Xian shook his head, staring at Song Lu on the ground with dissatisfaction. "She must be crazy. She's almost like a zombie." Ning Shuwan held her wrist with a gloomy face, and her eyes were slightly red. There are so many crazy people in this situation now. Li Fei also shook her head. What happened? So Li Xian and Ning Shuwan told the whole story together. It turned out that this time Li Xian thought there were many people downstairs, so he sent them downstairs first, and then came upstairs. Ning Shuwan naturally also found that there were suddenly more snakes, and was anxiously thinking of a solution. When Li Xian came, it was really a timely help. So they couldn't help but talk for a while at the door. Unexpectedly, Song Lu from the next door suddenly rushed out at this time, still well prepared, holding a kitchen knife and slashing, as if they were her mortal enemies. Ning Shuwan was recently rescued by the half-beggar chicken sent by Li Fei, but her body was always weak, and the important weapon was at home, so she could only face it with bare fists, and was knocked down. Li Xian hurried to help, but he didn't expect that Song Lu had so much strength that she even beat him. Fortunately, Li Fei happened to be out at this time, and came to the door immediately. Otherwise the situation would definitely be anxious and unsolvable. The more they talked, the deeper Li Fei's brows frowned. She stepped on Song Lu's wrist holding the kitchen knife, and asked sternly, "What are you doing here? Speak." "Ah, it hurts." You, Li Fei." Song Lu covered the wound with her hand, and the palm of her hand was blood red at this moment. She was still shaking slightly, as if she was very unwilling. Her eyes were also red, and she didn't know whether she was staring or crying because of pain. She stared at her hatefully, and finally shouted hoarsely, as if she had used up all her strength. "What can I say? It's all because of you. I'm not unwilling to go out. Why don't you want to take me with you? With just a little help, my mother and I can continue to live. It's all your fault." After she shouted at Ning Shuwan, "You saved me and helped me at the beginning. Can't you help me again? It's not like I won't remember your kindness. You are a fake good person. With bad intentions. Ning Xuan turned her head away and said nothing. But Li Xian put his hands on her hips and said unhappily, "It's the end of the world now. In the end of the world, everyone is in danger. What if I don't help you? You are like this now. I suspect you will repay kindness with hatred in the end." Song Lu looked like she was really going crazy. After saying a few words, she started to roar. Li Fei winked at Li Xian, who shut up, nodded and walked into room 2002. Li Fei looked at Ning Xuan, who didn't say a word again, and comforted her. Some people are like this. If you treat him well, he will ask for more. Although Li Fei didn't know what happened before. From what Song Lu said, it was obvious that Ning Xuan had helped the neighbor Song family several times, which led to the current incident. But she paused, feeling that this was not a comfort, and added, "But not everyone is like this. You are not. But I came to this conclusion after observing for a while." Ning Xuan then slightly curved her lips. At this moment, Li Xian came back and shook his head at Li Fei. It seems that Song Chunxiang is dead. And seeing Song Lu's state, it may have just died, which became the last straw that broke her back and made the attack. So she loosened her feet and told Ning Xuan, "Anyway, let's talk about this. You should consider it yourself and protect yourself. There may be an official shelter in the future, and it should be easier by then." But Li Fei was also speaking on the bright side. The shelter built at the beginning was not as good as imagined. But Song Lu seemed to have heard this vaguely, and her eyes suddenly became clear. She coughed a few times and asked, "Shelter? What shelter?" It is very likely that she is in a state of last breath. After all, Li Fei shot her. Even if it was not a fatal injury, without treatment, she would slowly wait for death. So Li Fei did not hesitate to answer, saying, "It is the end of the world now. How could the official not take any action? It's just that our area will be a little later. But I think it should be about to start." Song Lu was silent for a while, as if she didn't feel any pain, but a tear squeezed out of her eyes. Li Fei no longer cared about it. After leaving the outcome of this matter to Ning Xuan, she went home with Li Xian. Chapter 302. After arranging everything inside and outside the house, the snake disaster had reached the point where it was densely packed everywhere, and even the moon seemed to have turned into a ruby. During this period, many people in the building who had killed snakes, or who had been bitten but endured the pain, all ran up together, especially to the outside of the 19th floor, as if there would be a pure land where they could survive. However, strange plants appeared on the door of the safe corridor, and some people recognized that it was exactly the same plant as the one on the door of room 1902. Everyone was dumbfounded. This woman in room 1902 really wanted to watch someone die without saving him. Some people were unwilling to give up and went forward to open the door, but were stabbed by the thorns of the thorny rose and rolled down the stairs directly, causing the people behind them to not dare to go forward. Some people were bitten by snakes, and the wound began to gradually turn blue and black, and the poison began to spread from the wound. When the poison took effect, the whole body had become like a zombie, which looked extremely terrifying. Others who were not poisoned were afraid that they would mutate and be attacked, so they hurriedly left the narrow safety corridor. In short, the 20 buildings that were once again full of people were very lively. As for Li Fei, she did close the door of the safety corridor and place the thorny rose. But since the people she knew would not go out or come up at will, she only needed to use the communication equipment if she wanted to contact them, and she could put it away at worst. Li Fei listened to the constant noise coming from downstairs, shook his head, and talked a few more words with Ning Xuan and Jiang Qian on the intercom, and went back to the space. At present, they have obtained a lot of gold ore, and the highest level sprinkler seems to be waving at them. But if they really want to make it, they have to go to the last large layer of the mine, and the mine gold ore was naturally sent to the furnace, and even the firing time was much longer than that of copper ingots and iron ingots. But it is gold, so Li Fei forgave it, and when the gold ingot is fired, it is simply shining with golden light, and it is very pleasing to the eye just to look at it alone. But Li Fei didn't want to just look at it. Since it exists, there must be a reason for its existence. It can't be used only to make high-level sprinklers. So she looked for blueprints in the mall, especially those made with gold ingots, and immediately found a good equipment blueprint. The bait box. As the name suggests, this bait box is used to produce bait for fishing. As long as you add a material to it, it can be automatically produced and shipped continuously. It is more convenient than making it on a workbench. Li Fei plans to build one in all the waters in this space, so that Li Xian can fish more at ease. In addition, there is another device that Li Fei also thinks is good. That is, the replicator. The name alone is difficult to understand. But after previewing the blueprint, you will understand that this is a device that can replicate items excavated from other mines except for copper, iron, gold and other minerals. Just like fire crystals. As long as you put a piece in, it can be replicated, so you don't have to go to the mine to swipe goods. Unfortunately, the materials used in this replicator are similar to those used in high-end sprinklers. If they had those, Li Fei would definitely make sprinklers first. Let's improve the technology first, and then consider those things. It snows occasionally in the space, which makes people like Li Fei and Li Xian, who have rarely seen heavy snow, excited. They want to roll on it a few times before they stop. It was Li Su who stopped them. But in the same way, the polar night in reality is also cold. The moon is obviously red, but it looks cold, as if it is telling people that danger is coming again, because they continue to use snake-repellent materials to cover the interior and exterior every once in a while. And Li Fei also made a Tractalodes wine and sprinkled it outside. At least the snakes did not attack here again. As for what happened in the outside world, it was none of their business. But if a new round of monsters appeared, they couldn't just ignore it. On this day, because the weather was cold again, Li Su really made a mushroom and old duck soup. Drinking the soup can warm the body. Since the mountain was unlocked, the number of wild mushrooms in this space has increased. And the old ducks are of course from the ducks in their poultry house. Just buy another duckling to make up for it, and continue to raise it. After eating and drinking, the hands and feet are warm, which makes it easier to fall asleep. However, Li Fei had just fallen asleep for a while, when he heard the banging sound outside the window when the snakes first appeared. Could it be a comeback? Li Fei frowned before he opened his eyes. She got out of bed as soon as she lifted the quilt, and her home clothes had been changed into a complete set of pajamas. She quickly came to the living room, and before she reached the French window, she had already seen the scene outside, and she couldn't help but be stunned. In the dim color outside the window, it seemed that a group of creatures were constantly flying by, and Li Fei even heard the countless friction and flapping sounds between their wings. Even the bright moon that had risen had little light at this time, so Li Fei had to get closer to observe. At this moment, there was a bang, as if something hit the window. Li Fei was startled and found that it was a bat. And even if the bat that hit the window fell down later, there was another one, and the next one came forward one after another. This was obviously a new round of bats. Li Fei scratched his head in annoyance. What should I use to drive away the bats? Sister, Li Su and Li Xian also woke up. Now is an important moment. They have really learned to sleep lightly at night. Li Fei nodded, pointed out the window and said, "It seems that a new round of bat swarms has begun. But we have just added paint and arranged thorny roses and tiger thorns. As long as they are not destroyed immediately, it should be similar to the previous disaster." Li Xian squinted at the blood-red bats. I don't know if it was because of the cold, but I trembled and asked, "Sister, where do all these bats come from?" "You ask me. I don't know. How can there be any reason in the end of the world?" Li Fei shrugged. Their house still has solid defenses, but some people without defenses probably can't survive, or they have already lost the chance to survive in the previous beast tide. And Li Fei completely closed the door of the corridor. Even if someone wanted to force their way in, they would still be injured. At this time, being injured would not end well. Many people dared not take risks, and only dared to talk. Many people were bitten and poisoned by snakes before, and now it's bats. I'm afraid that in a short time, the survival rate of the 20 buildings that were originally charged will drop again. In fact, even Li Rui and Pang Juanda and others tried to find Li Fei again. But unfortunately the latter was not moved by soft or hard words, and even blocked the road. If they really made a fuss, they only used the official as an excuse, and finally returned empty-handed. In Li Fei's opinion, the snake group and the bat group are one, and even the blood moon in the sky is about to become the complete form in her impression. And the horror index is increasing exponentially. Good news, the polar night may be coming to an end soon. Bad news, it is still unknown how long it will last, and what monsters will appear. With the experience of killing strange birds and giant ants, Li Fei felt that there would definitely be giant snakes and bats. But this time, she didn't do it herself. Of course, the people in the community would not do it. But Li Fei suddenly heard a strange sound from the bat group in the distance. And in that strange sound, there was also gunfire. Li Fei's eyes lit up. After all, she rarely travels far now. So even if other people have private firearms, she doesn't know. But at least in this community, in the vicinity of the community, she is probably the only one who has firearms. But now there are gunfire and even gunfire sounds. And when the snakes and bats are attacking, could it be our district finally has reinforcements? I just don't know what that strange sound is, Li Fei thought, and went to the window to observe again, and took out a new telescope. She set it up to watch, and those fast-flying bats blocked her sight. She could only vaguely see a few light beams flashing in the night in the distance from her limited vision. Along with the sound of gunfire, she continued to listen, and found that it was a sharp sound like a horn whistle. But the sound of gunfire was more prominent. Li Fei suddenly realized that this should be to drive away bats. Right? Li Su also noticed it at this time, and thought about it and said, bats are sensitive to high-frequency sounds and are not used to strong light, which will cause blindness or loss of direction. But these are only effective for small groups. These bats. I don't know if it will work. Since the official has taken action, there must be a more suitable way to drive away bats, Li Fei said carefully. For example, chemical agents? Or directly protect them, and then drive them away physically. Last time there was an insect plague. They also said insecticides. But Officer Jiang said that there are not many rescue troops now. And we don't know how many will be left after the polar night, Li Su said with a little worry. Now we have to kill zombie creatures and build shelters, which puts a lot of pressure on the authorities. After thinking for a while, Li Fei suggested, brother, why don't we try some strong lights? At least our balcony is small. Right? It's not difficult to make strong lights. But if it's too strong, we will become the target of public criticism. Right? There are only weak lights in other places. And even the rich families with power generation equipment should have the same light as before the end of the world. Li Su had no doubt that Li Fei could create strong light. But if the light was too strong, their small balcony would be particularly eye-catching. They would also be very blinded if they stayed here. Li Fei sat on the sofa, supporting her chin with her palm, and sighed. But she turned her head casually, and saw Li Xian sitting beside her, holding something in his hand, looking like he was studying it. Li Fei saw that the thing looked familiar, and took a closer look. It turned out to be the hammer stick in their space. This hammer stick was made by them using bat pupils, and it had a blood-sucking buff. Because only 2 bat pupils were dropped, they only made 2. And because they didn't need it, they even gave 1 to Wu Sini. Li Fei asked, Xian, what are you doing with this? Li Xian laughed and said, the bats are coming. So I thought of the bat monster in the mine. We also used the parts of that elite monster to make items. I thought of it. So I took it out to have a look. After all, only this can be taken out normally. The frost bat dropped its wings, teeth and pupils. The wings were made into gliders, and the teeth were made into brass knuckles, and given to Ning Shuwan by Li Fei. It was indeed as Li Xian said. Only this hammer can be taken out and waved. However, when Li Fei took it, he suddenly found that the pupil embedded on it seemed to be emitting a slight light at this moment. Chapter 303. Li Fei remembered that the pupil of the frost bat was close to yellow. Now that it was taken down and made into a weapon, it was usually gray. Only when it killed the enemy would it show a different color, probably indicating that it had a blood-sucking effect. However, now that it was just held in his hand, the inlaid hammer staff actually emitted a faint glow. Could it be that the bat swarm in reality also had a connection with the bats in space? Moreover, the closer Li Fei held it in his hand to the window, the faster the frequency of the bat's pupil flickered. It seems necessary to experiment. But no one was driving away the bat swarm in the community. The lime powder, sulfur, and wormwood that were originally spread on the balcony seemed to be unable to disperse them. Not to mention the carnivorous plants. The bat swarm flew fast and densely, and it was estimated that they would be attacked before they could eat them. But Li Fei could still create strong light. At least, she could still drive away a wave of them on the balcony. Li Fei took out a brand new double-petal sunflower from the inventory, and took out a flower pot filled with moisturizing soil, planted the sunflower in it, and brought it back to reality. She put on a protective suit, covering herself from head to toe, and then held the sunflower pot with one hand open and the brightness adjusted to noon, and the bat hammer in the other hand, and asked Li Su and Li Xian to hold the door on both sides, ready to go out in an instant. When she finally arrived at the balcony, Li Fei collided head-on with the bat. Fortunately, the head of the protective suit was also hard, so she was fine. But the bat was knocked back. Li Fei immediately lifted the flower pot, and the sunflowers emitted the kind of dazzling light that was unique to noon. Some bats were indeed stimulated to tremble all over, and a large number of bats flew around this place to other places. Li Fei raised it for a while, and found that the balcony was safe, so he quickly raised the bat hammer again. The hammer was accidentally touched by many bats. After tumbling in the air for a few times, it suddenly fell down. Li Fei took a look and found that during this period of time, the bat pupil embedded on it was actually filled with a color like a blood moon. But it was not yet full. Could it be that it will have a miraculous effect when it is full? Li Fei thought about it, and deliberately adjusted the brightness of the sunflower to a slightly darker level. Then she raised her hammer and kept swinging it. With the density of the bats, a bat would fall down with every swing. The calls of bats are generally beyond the range of human hearing, but Li Fei could still hear some strange whistling sounds, or rapid and hoarse hissing sounds, and she didn't know if it was made by this group of bats. However, the charging of the bats' pupils was too slow. Li Fei's arms were sore from swinging them, and the color had not even been dyed halfway. But she, a human standing on the balcony, was simply a piece of fat meat. Slowly, some bats began to no longer fear the current light, and were bound to attack Li Fei. Li Fei had to use it alternately with the sunflower, adjusting the brightness for a while, and then continuing to swing it. She didn't believe that she couldn't charge up enough energy. If there were too many bats, Li Fei would occasionally take out the flamethrower to spray for a while. This flame could destroy everything, and the nearest bats were directly burned into charcoal. But I don't know if she often adjusts the brightness of the sunflower. In this dark place, it can be seen from a distance. Li Fei in the protective suit suddenly found that the distance in her field of vision also began to cut the brightness at different frequencies. As if it was a riddle. It's over. She has no idea at all, let alone reply. Li Fei frowned, but ignored it for now, and then swung at the bats. About an hour later, Li Fei saw that the color in the bat's pupil was finally full, and it looked like a fire crystal surging with energy. But it was full. How could she trigger it? Li Fei thought about it, and simply pointed the hammer directly at the entire night sky. I don't know if it was in line with what she thought in her heart. The hammer suddenly vibrated slightly, especially the bat pupil on it, which had turned deep red, and then trembled more and more. Even Li Fei's arms kept shaking, so she had to hold it with both hands again. Li Su and Li Xian had been guarding behind the window, so they also saw the amazing scene. After trembling for a while, the bat's pupil suddenly burst into a circular red light that continued to expand outward, and also emitted a sharp and thin sound that might not even be heard by ordinary people. In the area swept by this red light and sharp sound, the bats either fell down as a whole or fled frantically. It seems that this is an AoE skill. As soon as this skill was used, the pupil on the hammer turned gray again, but the area within a few meters was no longer covered by the bat group. Li Fei also waited for a while, and found that this bat hammer really had the effect of completely dispersing bats. Now Li Fei was relieved, and when he returned to the room, he first told the news to Wu Sini, who also had a bat hammer. As for the activation of this skill, it also affects the floors above and below, so there are fewer bats around the 20th and 18th floors. Next, it is to find time to continue to charge the hammer and release it. Do it a few more times, and the bats that are intimidated should be less likely to attack the Li family. But Li Fei is not the only one who does this. Li Su and Li Xian also join in. It can't be done by the former alone. So Li Su and Li Xian also took over to charge the hammer and release this skill. After the bats were dispersed to a certain extent, Li Fei felt a lot more relaxed. But it was almost time for them to get up. Li Fei simply didn't sleep, but cleaned up and prepared to make breakfast. But a few hours later, Li Fei heard a somewhat abrupt sound coming from outside again. Rumble, like the sound of a car? And those who can still drive a car now must be well off. But people with good conditions will not come here for no reason. Could it be that they want to do charity? But those who can still do charity now, I'm afraid. Li Fei was still thinking, and suddenly heard the sharp sound she just heard. When she looked up, She saw a lot of light emitting from the window, which was very similar to the light she saw from a distance before. Could it be that he came here? After all, they had a brief exchange afterwards, although it was an unintentional accident. But soon, Li Fei was relieved. If they were really the rescue army, then it was not a bad thing that they came quickly by accident, because Li Fei cast a spell to drive away the bats near the 20th floor, and other bats did not dare to come over. A gap surprisingly appeared outside the building. The rescue army was even more shocked. The number of bats was comparable to the pollen at that time. They were omnipresent and would attack humans when they met them. Why was there an empty space outside the building? It seemed that they were afraid of something. Li Fei felt the noise in the building again, but this noise was of a different kind. Obviously, the survivors in the building had discovered the existence of the rescue army, so they started to quarrel. I don't know how many words they wanted to say. At the same time, Li Fei even heard a few dog barks in the noise. This made her curious, and she remembered the military dogs with different personalities she met when she went to the hospital before. After thinking about it, she also let Zanzan out. It hadn't been in reality for a while, and it was wagging its tail and sniffing around the house. The whole dog has been raised to several dozen kilograms. Although it is not as majestic as the full body, it looks much more agile and strong. And Zanzan naturally heard a few dog barks coming from outside. He tilted his head as if thinking, and did not call back directly, as if judging whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. Zanzan, come here. Li Fei waved at it, and Zanzan went over obediently, letting Li Fei and Li Xian talk to each other. At this moment, Li Fei's walkie-talkie vibrated, and she picked it up, and Jiang Qian's voice came from it. Li Fei, the rescue army is here. Do you want to meet them? Not knowing whether it was an introduction or something else to say, Li Fei thought for a while, and decided to go out. After packing up, she said something to Li Su and Li Xian, and she took Zanzan out with her. When they came to the door of the safe corridor, they listened carefully, and found that there was probably no one outside the door. After all, everyone had gone to meet the rescue army, so how could they care about their family? Li Fei took back the thorny roses on the door first. Coincidentally, Wu Sini also opened the door and came out. It was impossible for him not to sense the movement in the building. He had been eating the products in the space and drinking the space well water for a while. Li Fei and the others also discovered their physical improvement at about this time. As a doctor, Wu Sini must have discovered more or less that it was not just because of eating and drinking normally to restore health. Wu Sini came forward and said, I have tried what you taught me, and it is indeed effective for those bats. Li Fei responded and said, the rescue army has arrived in the community. Let's go down and take a look. Okay. Originally, the arrival of the rescue army should be a very exciting thing for civilians like them. But for Li Fei and the others, getting their rescue at this time may not be as good as their own life. So it is a bit more dull. But the survivors in the building obviously didn't think so. Li Fei and Wu Sini could clearly hear the noise coming from downstairs after going down 2 or 3 floors. Although it was chaotic, the sound was not particularly loud. More like murmurs than shouting. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't save us? That's right. Didn't they say that S City has started building a shelter? Is it fake? Impossible. This news must not be fake. Do you need something to get in? You don't treat us ordinary people as human beings? Li Fei counted secretly in his heart, and sensed that they were all gathered on the 15th floor. He didn't know if the rescue army was there. If they were, it probably meant that the range of the bat hammer was from the 20th floor to the 15th floor, which was more than 10 meters. There was still a lot of chatter downstairs. Li Fei was still going downstairs when she suddenly heard a dog barking at her. Woof woof. Zan Zan beside her also barked back. Woof. But these two barks sounded like a duel between a middle-aged man and a young man. However, these two barks strangely made the survivors quiet down. It seems that the military dog had already tried to calm them down before they came down. Li Fei. Here. As soon as Jiang Qian heard it, he knew it was the dog next to Li Fei. How could there be someone else who kept a dog in this building besides her? He also knew that she was coming downstairs. Li Fei came to the 15th floor lightly. There was indeed a crowded scene on that floor. It was because Jiang Qian was tall and raised his hand that people could see him. The so-called survivors all had gloomy and angry expressions on their faces. After the weather turned cold, they wore thicker clothes. After all, food was in short supply. But every household had a few pieces of clothes. But because of being thin or malnourished, those large coats seemed a little empty when they were worn. Seeing Li Fei coming over, some people had a flash of panic and fear on their faces, while some people had more resentment on their faces. But they didn't dare to take action at this time. You know, the rescue army now is not so kind. And there are weapons with great lethality. Of course, some people know that this woman who looks beautiful and seems to be completely unaffected by the end of the world actually has the same weapons as the rescue army. I really don't know what the background is. How did such a big Buddha appear in these 20 buildings? However, at this time, there were a few more dog barks. But at this moment, they sounded a little softer, and even a little excited breath after not seeing for a long time. Chapter 304. Even though some of the people were dissatisfied, they all made way for Li Fei. So the latter looked carefully and saw that there was a Malinois and a beagle in front of him, looking at Li Fei with their eyes open. Li Fei hesitated and said, "Ham? Woof." Ham grinned and stuck out his tongue. But it was impossible for him to approach directly without orders. But it was obvious that he knew Li Fei. Zon Zon seemed a little unhappy and barked back without hesitation. But although Ham was not big, he was a senior who had fought for many years. He didn't take Zon Zon seriously at all, and even showed some contempt in his eyes. Jiang Ken was also a little surprised by this scene and asked, "You know each other?" After all, it is a military dog. Apart from its owner, it will not have any contact with other people, let alone a close relationship with other people. But Ham's behavior shows that Li Fei actually has connections with the rescue army. She has really changed a lot in this life. Li Fei cleared her throat and explained simply, "I just met him before, so I know him." But these words were regarded as self-deprecation in the eyes of other onlookers. And some people immediately became like deflated balloons and lost all their arrogance. It turns out that the resident of 1902 actually has a background in the rescue army. Why are they still provoking them? If they are irritated, they will suffer the consequences. However, when Li Fei and the rescue soldiers looked at each other, she felt something was wrong. She remembered that Tiehu was the dog of Vice Captain Gao Jioi, and Ham was the dog of Captain Qinshuo. Logically, the military dog she raised should have stayed with her if nothing unexpected happened. And mutant animals only recognized their owners. Besides, as military dogs of the rescue detachment, she also remembered that there should be a German Shepherd and a Labrador. It was just that it had not been long since she went to the hospital, and anything that happened during this period was normal. Li Fei did not think about it more deeply or worse, but just nodded lightly. The rescue army took a quick look and seemed to believe Li Fei. After all, military dogs would not be so relaxed towards strangers for no reason. Not to mention mutant dogs with improved IQ. So they said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I will report your problems to the higher authorities. Now please leave first and wait for rescue later." Who would have thought that this sentence would become the fuse of people? They immediately stopped paying attention to Li Fei and shouted at the rescue army, "Why is it over now? Still waiting? I don't want to stay in this damn place at all. Do you have any solution? Can you rescue us? Is the news from the official shelter true? Will the government take care of us? If we can't rescue them, at least give us some rescue food. Right? How long have we been out of food? Would you rather feed the dogs than save us?" The rescue army looked very tired and helpless, so they had to make a gesture. And Tiehu and Ham immediately showed a posture of attacking, and even their bodies began to grow gradually. I don't know if Li Fei's blood had already splattered on the 15th floor when he came down. Seeing the two dogs start to grow bigger, the people in front were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they had to leave in disappointment. These dogs are no longer simple dogs, but monsters. He doesn't want to be eaten by them and become their food. It's not worth it. And when Zanzan at Li Fei's feet saw the two enlarged military dogs, his dark pupils suddenly widened, and his expression of disbelief and surprise looked a little funny. But Li Fei thought that this was probably a good time for it to learn new skills. There were fewer and fewer people on the 15th floor. In the end, only the rescue army, Jiang Qian, Li Fei, and Wu Sini were left. Of course, there were 3 dogs, 2 adults and 1 child. The 3 dogs were all mutant dogs, so when they saw that their owners could talk normally, they knew that the other party was not an enemy, and they would not have the idea of attacking. Not only that, they also automatically started dog socialization and began to sniff here and there. But Tiehu and Ham did not return to their original size. They could almost knock Zanzan over with one claw. However, Zanzan started to play noisily after getting familiar with it. Compared with the first two military dogs, he was simply a naive person who had never been on the battlefield. Tiahu and Ham greeted it as if they were passing the ball, with an inexplicable helpless look on their faces. The rescuers saw that the area was cleared, looked around again, saluted to Li Fei, and said, "We found a light signal here in the distance. So we came all the way here. We didn't expect that there were still some survivors in this community. And they were even dispersing bats." Li Fei was speechless. "I didn't expect that. I really sent out a signal accidentally?" Jiang Kim responded a few words and asked Li Fei, "What signal did you send?" Facing the rescuers, Li Fei still told the truth. "At that time, I was trying to disperse the bats, and I didn't know that I was actually sending out a signal." The rescuer looked relatively young, but his face was dirty. However, he didn't care and just smiled. "It's no coincidence. And you actually have a way to drive away the bats. I wonder what method you use. We are also trying our best to drive away these bats, so that we can build a shelter in Area R as soon as possible and send the victims there." Jiang Qian's face also relaxed a little. "Great. Area R is finally going to build a shelter. Is it in the university town? This is not a secret. Those who are interested can always think of the most suitable place for construction." The rescuer nodded and said, "Yes. But there are too many bats and snakes outside now. We not only sent people to clear them out, but also used biological and chemical weapons. But it didn't see much effect. We can't keep carrying out construction work. Besides, we don't know if there will be anything else in the future. Several groups of mutant creatures had appeared before, and many people had died because of them, which made them alert. Besides, they were not stupid. The moon in the sky was also abnormal, which was visible to the naked eye. The appearance of this monster must be related to the moon." Li Fei paused and said, "I used the usual method to disperse bats and snakes. Maybe I was lucky, or the bats flew to other places for a while. It's impossible to say that she used magic attack. Now thinking back, the frost bats are also the leaders of the bats. The leaders of the bats were cut off by Li Fei and made into weapons. How could ordinary bats not flee?" The rescue soldiers were a little disappointed, but they recovered quickly and said seriously, "Okay, there are more disaster victims in your community. I hope you can continue to survive and wait for the shelter to be built. We will definitely take you away from here. The government has not given up on you." At this point, the rescue soldiers wanted to leave. They originally wanted to check when they saw the light signal. Now that they saw there were still survivors, they wanted to build the shelter as soon as possible. When they called the military dog and were about to leave, Jiang Can suddenly stopped the rescue soldiers. "Wait a minute." The rescue soldiers turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" At least the people in front of them were calmer than most disaster victims. And the rescue soldiers also had vision, so they felt that they would not do anything radical. Jiang Can took something out of his pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Can you take this back and report it to your superiors?" It was a bulging cloth bag. Jiang Can opened it again. The rescuers saw that it was filled with stones of different sizes and shapes. But in the dim corridor, it actually emitted a little fluorescence. They frowned and asked, "What is this?" The enlarged Tiahu and Ham no longer played with Zanzan, but could not help but stare at the bag of stones, wondering what was in their heads. Li Fei and Wu Sini on the side knew that it was the crystal core. In addition to the largest one taken from the head of the strange bird leader, there were also crystal cores in various organisms, and in the snake that Li Fei had recently cut. It's just that Li Fei and his team have a stable source of crystal cores, so most of them were handed over to Jiang Qian, waiting to be handed in one day. Maybe it can be useful. Isn't this just an opportunity? But if we just say it's a crystal core, it won't work. No one knows what it is except them. Jiang Qian explained. This is obtained from those mutant organisms, and almost every mutant organism has it. This is definitely not accidental. But we don't have the conditions to study it here. I wonder if you can replace it. If the crystal core hadn't emitted a faint light steadily, it would have been regarded as an ordinary stone. But now, one, it was taken out from the mutant organism, and the other was covered with this layer of mysterious luster, which is a bit eye-catching. The rescuer thought about it, and finally took it. After all, Li Fei and his group looked different from the disaster victims. They were in better condition, and might have made some extra discoveries. He couldn't just not do it, because he didn't know what it was. Okay. I understand. I'll help convey this. The rescuer paused, but then said, but now the most important thing for us is to defeat those mutant creatures and build shelters to save the disaster victims. Before this task is completed, everything else must be put aside. Jiang Kan also nodded, understandable. The rescuer saluted again, and then called Tiehu and Han to leave the building. Zanzan was already wagging his tail and barking twice as a farewell. Jiang Kan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, one thing has been completed. And the next thing is a matter of time. Yes. Li Fei also sighed. In the future, it depends on whether this crystal core can play other functions. And it would be best if it can be used for construction. Although she has a golden finger, she still hopes that the world will become better. At least she will have the opportunity to see the scene in this life. Let's take care of the present first. Jiang Kan said in a deep voice. Now the red light on the moon is getting deeper and deeper. And the blood moon is about to be formed. I don't know what new zombie creatures will appear by then. Li Fei clenched his fist and said, come first. We'll find a way to kill him later. However, while the three were chatting, a hoarse voice suddenly came out from somewhere, shouting, impossible. You can't resist it. Before the voice fell, Jiang Kan, Wu Sini and Zanzan all stood in front of Li Fei, and the latter even put away the innocent breath. Baring his teeth and barking, Jiang Kan and Wu Sini asked with a sullen face, who? Woof. The sound probably came from outside the door, and the door to the corridor on the 15th floor was also half open. Jiang Kan directly turned on the flashlight he carried with him, and a slightly hunched woman appeared in the light. The woman's messy hair was half black and half white, and then turned gray, looking very old. But her face did not look as old as imagined. Obviously forced to be white by this end of the world. The woman's eyes were red, but she was muttering mysteriously. This is God's punishment for us. No one can escape this disaster. You want to recover, which is a blasphemy against God. You will be the first to be punished by God. When Jiang Kan heard this, his tense body relaxed. He raised his eyebrows under the light and asked, what God? The woman stared at them and suddenly shouted, it's the moon god. All this is the instruction of the moon god. Because we humans have angered him, he has sent down these disasters to eliminate us. This cannot be changed or offset. Although a group of scientific researchers in the previous life did not find out the cause of the natural disaster before Li Fei died, it was definitely not the product of God, as the woman said. But some people just believe this. And no matter how they were persuaded, they believed it. In the previous life, there were people who defrauded ordinary people of their supplies because of this idea, and they were able to escape without being caught. Li Fei even received a flyer that someone secretly gave her. She didn't expect this incident to happen now, and Li Fei believed that the woman in front of her was probably 70% to 80% crazy, and she might even have hallucinations. This made her believe more in the existence of the so-called moon god, and they didn't need to be too vigilant about a crazy woman. Li Fei thought about it, and then said to Jiang Kan and Wu Sini, let's go back. She ignored the woman and went upstairs, with Zanzan following closely at her feet. Jiang Kan and Wu Sini also saw the development of the situation, but they frowned again. Although she was a crazy woman, only when a crazy person goes crazy is it the most dangerous. It seems that we need to find a time to solve it. Chapter 305. If the blood moon before was like a ruby, then the moon now has become red and black. Li Fei suddenly felt that this was a bit like a total lunar eclipse. Maybe when the blood moon comes, the world will become dark. Since the rescue army entered the community, they left quickly, and no news has been received since then, leaving people to survive on their own. During this period, Li Fei rearranged the thorny roses on the door of the corridor, which caused many people to be afraid to come, but they were eager to know about the rescue. In their eyes, Li Fei's family is now tied to the rescue army. If they couldn't harass them, they would harass Jiang Kan and his group, causing the latter to have to scare them every time before they could have some free time. Actually, Leroy also wanted to know, but he had more ways than those people, so he kept changing the channel with his intercom. Few people in the community had intercoms, and after changing the channels, he really contacted Li Fei. Of course, he was also asking about rescue. Now he was almost alone in the world, so the idea of survival became stronger. When rescue came, he had to be the first to be rescued. Li Fei heard the respectful voice coming from the intercom, but she really didn't know when the shelter in District R would be built. Even if it was built, The rescue army would have to rescue one by one. Who knows when it would be the turn of this community? So she could only speak vaguely. This was not her intention. But she did not mean it. But the other party did not think so. Only thought she was deliberately concealing it. And also thought she wanted to be rescued first. Please. She was eating and drinking well at home. How could she be so anxious to go to the newly built messy shelter? But Leroy did not believe it. And asked Li Fei several times to get tired of asking. So he simply told everyone he knew. And then turned off the intercom. And there was silence. In the silence, she did not forget to continue to take care of her own space. Several batches of crops in this space have been harvested. And during this period, they also ushered in the elite zombies in winter. However, the elite zombies in winter look similar to the ice zombies in the ice mine. But they are not made of ice blocks. They are much harder. Their health bars are much longer. And their attack method is to summon ice and snow. As for the drops, it is another new material, and a new alchemy formula. Li Fei saw that it looked like a high-end version of the frost potion. So he took it first. The two poultry houses began to deliver eggs continuously. The excess duck eggs were made into salted duck eggs by Li Fei as usual. If they couldn't eat them, they would sell them, which was also a small amount of money. At this time, they could get a lot of eggs. Li Fei ate some of them, and made some into braised eggs. At the same time, she also made preserved eggs. Who knows when they would want to eat them? Li Fei even made another egg product. Mayonnaise. However, mayonnaise requires a lot of materials. And Li Fei only made a few jars. He sold one jar to try. But the price was much higher than other eggs. I don't know if it's because the cost is high. When the resources are sufficient. It seems that selling mayonnaise to make money is not a bad idea. The two poultry houses are in order under the careful care of Li Fei and others. So Li Fei thought about building a barn. However, most of the poultry in the poultry house are still kept in captivity. But the animals in the barn can already form a tendency to graze. So Li Fei thought about finding a good place to build a barn again. Li Su opened a virtual building on the craftsman's table and followed Li Fei to find a place. Finally, they stopped at a piece of land near the foot of the mountain. The foundation was generated, and a countdown appeared on it. Li Fei was satisfied and went to do other things. The most important thing was to go down to the mine. Li Fei and others finally came to the last large layer of the lava layer. However, they were used to seeing monsters that were not particularly large in the first few layers. The appearance of the monsters on this layer surprised Li Fei and others. It was a big horse, and its whole body seemed to be made of lava. There was a horn-shaped flame on its head, and even its two eyes seemed to be two clusters of flames. Isn't this too cool? But after feeling cool, Li Fei got nervous. This big guy is probably not easy to deal with. But as long as they break through, they can go to the last big layer of the dark mine. At the same time, Li Fei also asked Li Su to start making gold tools. Now they can really use the gold hoe to farm. In fact, there should be a new ore in the dark mine, and they should be able to continue to upgrade the tools by then. But Li Fei always feels that the ore there will be a little harder to get. In addition, after upgrading the tools, it should be easier for them to dig in the dark mine, including doing other farm work. In reality, one day, the moon hanging in the sky suddenly had a hole, and the hole gradually began to expand. A circle here, a circle there, and slowly began to swallow the entire red moon. And even the last trace of red light that could be sprinkled on the ground was about to disappear. But it was also the Li family's sleeping time. The moon quietly turned dark. Even Li Fei woke up immediately after noticing the movement outside. When she woke up, it was pitch dark. Fortunately, Li Fei was very familiar with the layout of the house. She quickly went to the living room to find the sunflower and opened it. Unexpectedly, the room was indeed bright. But the outside was completely dark. Not even a star could be seen, as if covered by a thick black curtain. For a while, everything was silent. Li Fei could even hear her own heartbeat. She hurried to wake Li Su and Li Xian up. Her intuition told her that something big might happen. She also contacted Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan, asking them to get ready. Just when she was about to find someone else, they found her first. Is everything okay with you? Jiang Kan asked simply and clearly. It's okay. Let's wait and see what kind of monster it is. This should be the last round of Beast Tide of the Blood Moon, which must be more powerful than the previous ones. Okay. Protect yourself. I will protect Aunt Xia and Uncle Ming. Of course. See you then. Li Fei. Jiankan paused, but then said, forget it. The war is coming soon. Let's get through it first. Li Fei didn't think much and turned off the intercom. Jiankan had a lot of supplies and weapons. Ning Shuan had the brass knuckles that he gave her, and the long-range weapons that he prepared. As for Wu Sini, he had Su Su. And he also had a copy of the different types of exotic plant weapons in his inventory. It would take a long time to use them all up, which would be enough to make those monsters drink a pot. As for themselves, they had more weapons. And their French window was specially painted with golden lacquer tree paint again. So they had to break through the window first. Li Fei took out 1 or 2 weapons. If it was such a cramped environment indoors, close combat would be better. But in terms of power, firearms and explosive weapons would be better. So they had to be prepared so that they could switch at any time. She also took out the spider shield. Naturally, there must be defense when there is attack. In addition, there are Zanzan and Arachne. If the one coming is also an insect, the latter, which is getting bigger and bigger, can attack. As for Zanzan, since he reunited with the 2 military dogs, Li Fei also felt that it was time to let it fight and save more experience. While Li Fei was lighting up her own arsenal, a roar suddenly came from outside. Woo woo. Ah! Li Fei was startled and sat down on the sofa behind her. She had heard this voice before. Or rather, it was the voice she heard in the 15-minute countdown before her death in her previous life. The beast tide is coming. Li Fei never thought that the last round of this blood moon would be the large zombie beast tide she encountered before her death. She remembered that she died at the hands of one of them. There are many kinds of zombie beasts in the beast tide. Maybe they can be seen before the mutation, but they become strange after the mutation. It's just that the roar sounded like the barking of dogs and wolves. And there was also a sound like a baby crying. And there were even more strange and different roars, which kept echoing in the silent night. In addition, there was no light in the sky, which made it even more terrifying. However, Li Fei looked out and saw that there was still some light on the earth. After all, this degree of darkness was only slightly better than the vision of a blind person. It was really difficult and dangerous without light. Li Fei frowned and clenched the bone blade in her hand. Although she died under the claws in her last life, the pain became excruciating when she recalled it. But she didn't want to die so early in this life. And she must hold on. Gradually, she and Li Su and Li Xian heard the clanging sound nearby again. The footsteps of these zombie beasts were very light, and there was only the sound of flying sand and rocks when they gathered together. This clanging sound must be the sound of attacking the window and trying to break through. In the 20th building, Li Fei had heard a little noise from somewhere in the building. Just then, there was a bang outside the French window, and Li Xian shouted, "Sister, look!" Li Fei looked over and saw a slender creature that looked like a raccoon crawling all the way to this floor. It jumped onto the windowsill with a sudden jump, raised its claws, and grabbed the window. The important thing is that it was not just one beast, but a group of beasts doing this. They had sharp fangs in their mouths, bared their teeth, and were gray and red all over. Very ugly. But the guards of the thorny roses and tiger thorns outside the window also started to work. The thorny roses kept firing thorns, and the tiger thorns grew thorns that pierced the zombie beasts directly. Some zombie beasts also felt pain and climbed up the railings beside them with extraordinary agility. Some of them avoided the thorns of the thorny roses, and their blood-red eyes stared at the 3 people of the Li family in the room. Li Fei raised the bone blade and waved it at them, as if he was not afraid of them at all. The zombie beasts were enraged and howled, and some continued to find ways to attack the window, which was much more powerful than those strange birds. It was a pity that there was still this window between them. Otherwise Li Fei would have thrown 2 grenades outside first. The brightness of the sunflower was turned to the maximum. But no one should pay attention to this at this time. And through this brightness, Li Fei could see more clearly that not only the 20th building, but also the buildings next to it were full of zombie beasts, and the area next to the artificial lake. Even though they had killed the zombie willows inside and corroded the soil to prevent resurrection, it has now almost become a place for zombie beasts. Seeing that it couldn't break through the window, the zombie beast roared wildly in dissatisfaction, and the harsh sound of grabbing the glass made the 3 people frown. This hasn't caused any physical attack yet, and the mental attack line is coming. It's too torturous. But at this moment, there was a sudden noise in the distance, as if something exploded, followed by 2 or 3 more, which sounded close and far. And the closer one, Li Fei actually thought it was an explosion. After all, she herself has used explosive weapons, so she is still somewhat familiar with this movement. This must be an attack by the rescue army. It seems that facing such a large number of zombie beasts, they have to show some real skills. Besides, there are not so many survivors now, and many places have also realized the need to gather the survivors together first, which makes most of the territory in a state of no man's land. And it is also good to use some weapons of mass destruction. In short, resist these monsters first. Chapter 306. The Li family simply did not sleep and stayed in the living room. However, with the current situation, I am afraid that no one can sleep peacefully. It is good enough to save their lives. The windows painted with golden lacquer tree paint are still strong as usual. But Li Su and Li Xian went forward to reinforce the connection of the edge to prevent the sudden increase in the number of zombie beasts and collapse the window. The sound of gunfire outside has not stopped, just like the fireworks and firecrackers set off during the New Year in the past. These guns should be able to cause damage to zombie beasts. But if there are too many beasts, the supplies may not be available, or the user may be injured. This situation may occur. But Li Fei looked up at the time. It had been several hours, and the sound had never stopped. The rescuers were probably coming one after another, persevering and unyielding. And if a large number of zombie beasts really died, zombie beasts from other places would take turns to attack. After a while, there were no zombie beasts on Li Fei's balcony, but there were 1 or 2 more corpses on the balcony. Li Fei never put down his bone blade. He came to the windowsill and looked left and right to make sure there was no danger. Then he opened a small crack and poked the corpses with the bone blade. After confirming that they were really dead, he went back home. This zombie beast was not only ugly, but also had a fishy smell all over its body. It was covered with thorns of thorny roses and tiger thorns. Li Fei didn't want to dirty the house, so he turned on the surveillance on his mobile phone and found that the blocked window in the corridor had not been broken. It should be that the zombie beasts in the corridor did not notice the humans and did not go inside. It seems that the intelligence of the mutated zombie beast is still not very high. After all, the only thing in its mind is probably to eat fresh flesh and blood. Li Fei and the other 2 moved the corpse of the zombie beast outside and knocked on the opposite door. Fortunately, Wu Sini came out soon. From the crack of the door, Su Su, who had grown bigger, could be seen. He also held a melee weapon. It was just that Wu Sini didn't know what he saw, and his face was a little pale. However, when ordinary people saw the scene of the beast hide, he was already relatively calm. Wu Sini saw the corpses on the ground. Aren't they the corpses of the monsters that were clinging to the window before? He couldn't help asking. Li Fei, do you want to dissect it? Not really. But there is one thing that is very important. As Li Fei said this, he used the bone blade to split the skull of the zombie beast corpse, stirred the chaotic and sticky brain inside, and picked out something. Wu Sini suddenly realized that it was also for the crystal core. Li Fei looked at the relatively complete round crystal core, shook his head, and said regretfully, "It's a pity that those crystal cores were handed in not long ago, and the government should not have paid much attention to them. Otherwise, they are now focusing on attacking them. And I don't know how many crystal cores they can get." Li Fei has developed a hoarding habit since she got the space. She has to hoard a batch of everything before she stops. She watched the zombie beast corpses with crystal cores being thrown aside, and she felt it was a pity just thinking about it. Fortunately, there will be many mutant creatures in the future. Wait, this shouldn't be said, right? After collecting the crystal core, on the currency column, such a good crystal core can actually be worth 1 quantity, which is much better than the previous mutant creatures, making Li Fei have the urge to go out and kill mutant beasts. But the beast tide is like a tide. Even if she has a golden finger, she is not a huge army. Besides, the rescue army is nearby. She uses large-scale weapons here. What if she is sent for trial? She still doesn't want to talk so much with outsiders, so she still stays to guard the house. But before going back, Li Fei wiped the windows and corridor walls with the blood of the zombie beast's corpse, temporarily filling the corridor with the unique fishy smell of the zombie beast, which should be able to confuse it a little. Li Su, Li Xian, and Wu Sini all joined in. A lot of blood was shed after the zombie beasts were cut open. Even as they were applying the paint, they could still hear the commotion coming from downstairs. Li Fei remembered that the last time the people in the building came to tear the door, they also said that they had blocked the windows in the corridor. But the beast tide was fierce, and they didn't have the golden lacquer tree paint to reinforce the windows. If the windows were broken, they could only face the zombie beasts and raise their weapons to attack. But the zombie beasts were not weak. Just like some beasts before the end of the world, humans were still relatively weak to the beasts, and they would inevitably be attacked and killed. Just like Li Fei in the previous life. Even his body should have been eaten. The doors of every household should be locked, and the zombie beasts can climb the walls. In the end, they will not continue to hit the doors, but go out through the broken windows and continue to look for the next prey. That is to say, the building will probably be safer in the end. After applying the blood and talking to each other for a few words, they went back to their rooms and stayed. Li Su and Li Xian even stood by the window to prevent it from breaking. Even though many zombie beasts saw them and jumped over to break the window, most of them were unable to do so and left. Li Fei also stayed until the time lasted longer and longer. She felt a little hungry, and it was almost time to eat. After all, how could you have the energy to do things if you don't eat enough? After a quick meal, they continued to guard the house, listening to the continuous gunfire outside, feeling inexplicably melancholy. Fortunately, after an unknown amount of time, Li Fei, Li Su, and Li Xian listened outside the window. They had not heard gunfire for a while, but the sound of the beast tide was also much smaller, and using the sunflower to illuminate the distance. Compared with the initial beast tide, there were fewer zombie beasts in the artificial lake area alone, and only a part of them seemed to be still sniffing, showing their fangs from time to time and shaking their heads to stare at something. So was this battle won? Or lost? Li Fei didn't know about the rescue army, but she successfully defended her foothold again, which was also a victory for herself. But this victory was also due to the efforts and connections of the rescue army. The highly tense spirit finally relaxed a little, but Li Fei still did not take back the weapons. Who knows if there will be more waves of beast tides in the future? I believe the rescue army should think so too. What's more, the blood moon has not returned to its original state. Only when it returns to its original state can we barely say that the polar night is over. So during this period of time, the Li family has become the same as it was at the beginning. Leave one person to look after the house in reality, and the rest of the people go to the space to take care of it. The construction of the livestock shed took the same number of days as the poultry house. It was completed during the few days of the beast tide. Overall, it is not much different from the poultry house. There are railings and fences outside, but Li Fei is thinking about expanding it when the time comes, and also needs feed troughs and feed boxes. But in addition to this, there are some things that Li Fei needs to build by himself, just like when he built the poultry house, such as water supply equipment, manure cleaning equipment, and meat collection equipment. But in the barn, there is no need to collect eggs, but to replace it with another kind of equipment, milk collection equipment. After all, the newly built barn can raise dairy cows, and when the dairy cows mature, they can drink fresh milk. So they must make equipment to collect it. So Li Fei immersed himself in making various equipment, and also made a heater at the same time to use for the cows to spend the winter. However, just after all the equipment was arranged, the system voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for building the barn. You can raise animals in the future, but it should be noted that animal feed requires the planting of grass. But grass can only be planted in spring, summer and autumn, not in winter. After hearing this, Li Fei frowned and asked, "Can't I raise animals this winter?" That's not the case. There are still feed formulas available for purchase in the mall, but animals still like to eat grass the most. After the system explained this, Li Fei also remembered it. It seems that the poultry animals raised have their own favorite foods, just like she only fed aquatic plants to chickens and ducks before, and they were all unhappy in the end. I guess the same is true in the barn. Li Fei opened the mall. Since grass can't be planted in winter, there's no need to buy it. She went straight to find the feed formula. The theme of this feed formula is still grain. After buying it, just go to the feed factory to make it. Li Fei turned to the animal husbandry interface and prepared to buy animal cubs. The newly built primary animal shed can even raise two types of cows. One is dairy cows. The other is beef cattle. And pigs can also be raised. Li Fei thought about it and finally bought a dairy cow and a piglet. Dairy cows are for milk production, and pigs can be fattened for meat. Now their table finally has all the meat. eggs and milk. The brand new piglets are pink and tender, looking like jelly, and the brand new cows are also furry and very cute. But Li Fei remembered that calves seemed to need milk. But the ones she bought from the mall should have been weaned. After all, she bought them for milk production. So where would she get milk for the calves? The feed trough was empty. The piglets were grunting, and the cows were whimpering. They must be hungry. Li Fei went to the feed factory to make feed. In winter, animals would not go out easily, and they would only stay in warm buildings with heaters to spend the winter. After making 2 portions of feed, Li Fei immediately returned to the barn and put them in the feed trough. And the cows and pigs who lived in harmony immediately came forward and lowered their heads to eat. The next step was to wait for them to grow up. But the period of maturity for animals was longer than that for poultry. But Li Fei was also busy with the blood moon recently, and even the construction of the barn was arranged only when she had time. Back to reality. Zombie beasts still attack humans from time to time, but they are less frequent than the initial beast tide. However, their whereabouts are uncertain, and they often attack by surprise, which makes people unable to completely relax, but rather torture. But after relaxing a little, sometimes people upstairs and downstairs will contact each other to report safety. But sometimes it is not Li Fei who does this, but Li Su and Li Xian will do this. The 3 of them are like one. However, one day, Li Su said with a little worry, "I can't contact Ning Xuan. And it's been many times. Will something happen to her?" In the end, only Ning Xuan has no help. She has been fighting from beginning to end since the end of the world. To some extent, she is more powerful than Li Fei. I don't know what her ending was in the previous life. Li Fei had already covered up all the memories of her previous life, and she would not remember whether she had met her at the base at some point in time. But with this attitude of survival, it is very likely that she is still one of the survivors in the end. Li Fei treated this kind of person with more admiration than acquaintance. So after hearing the news, she immediately said, "Then let's go up and take a look." Li Su nodded, packed up, and went upstairs with Li Fei. Chapter 307. Arriving at the 20th floor, Li Fei took a quick look and found that the door of the Song family in room 2002 next door seemed to be not tightly closed. The survivors now wished that they could have mutant plants at the door to defend their own positions like Li Fei. So how could they not remember to lock the door? The only possibility is that there was no one inside. Li Fei looked back and saw the tightly closed door of room 2001 again. Li Fei went forward and knocked. After knocking like this, there was indeed no movement in the room. Li Fei and Li Su felt nervous and were thinking about whether to break the door directly. When the door was slowly opened, there was a faint light inside, probably because of the candles. Li Fei, who had enhanced the ability of his 5 senses, immediately smelled a fishy smell and frowned and asked, "Ning Xuan, how are you?" "Li Fei, it's you." Ning Xuan's face didn't look good, but this was normal for ordinary people. Even Li Fei and the others didn't sleep well these days, so they could only replenish their nutrition. But as an ordinary person, Ning Xuan not only looked bad, but also looked weak. She had experienced several strange tides, and she looked even more fragile. She raised her hand to her forehead and sighed. "These days, the blood moon you mentioned should have arrived. Right? I finally blocked my window, but it was still broken, and a few monsters came in. Fortunately, I killed them all, but I always felt uncomfortable afterwards. Let me see." After hearing this, Li Fei directly pulled open Ning Xuan's sleeves. In the current temperature, people wear long clothes and long pants. But according to what she said, she had fought with the zombie beast, and she might have been injured somewhere. And then she changed her clothes. "Are you injured anywhere? Or a scratch counts?" Ning Xuan saw Li Fei's serious expression, so she had to think seriously and said, "At that time, I attacked with a spear, so I could be farther away, and even used a nail gun. After the monster died, I threw them down, but there were only 2 or 3, which was dangerous enough." Li Fei paused and said to Li Su, "Brother, you go out and watch the door first." Li Su knew what Li Fei meant, nodded and went out. After all, there are still some survivors in the 20 buildings, whether from the building or from outside. So this weak spot behind must be guarded well. Besides, I must avoid suspicion. Li Fei observed for a while, and indeed found a nail-sized wound on the back of Ning Xuan's shoulder. Perhaps that size does not need to be called a wound. Before the apocalypse, it can heal itself in a few days, But after the apocalypse, any small wound can be fatal. Not to mention that this wound was caused by a zombie beast. Although it was not a bite, such a scratch may also cause poisoning. There were also some dark blue marks next to the wound on Ning Xuan's body. Just like when Wusini was injured by the human-faced bug, there were also signs of poisoning next to the wound. That is, her wound was kept very small, so she didn't mutate quickly. But if they didn't contact each other, the consequences would be uncertain. Li Fei immediately told Ning Xuan about this matter, and the latter's face suddenly became paler after hearing it. She had never seen her so panicked, and said, "Li Fei, what should I do? I must survive, and can't die at this time." "What's wrong?" Li Fei asked. Ning Xuan half closed her eyes, and said helplessly, "Now everyone is saying that the shelter has been built in our district. So the area near the city center must have been built. Or has been built. Actually, my home is in C district. I have never been back for such a long time. But if I go to the shelter in the future, maybe I can find a way to contact C district. Li Fei, I really want to ask if my parents are still there. Even if the result is not good, I have to ask before I can feel relieved." After listening to this, Li Fei somehow thought of herself in her previous life. After being dragged to the shelter in our district, she tried every means to contact M district to find Li Su and Li Xian. But unfortunately, she never succeeded. She was a little moved, and said, "Although everyone says that the construction has begun, no one knows when it will be completed. Before that, we must survive first. I do have some medicine, but I don't know if it can completely detoxify. How about you try it?" In fact, Ning Xuan has heard similar words from Li Su, but she already trusts the Li family very much. So she nodded immediately and said, "Of course, I want to try it. There are still things I want to do." For this small wound, Li Fei still took out the detoxification powder and helped Ning Xuan apply the medicine. Seeing that the broken window had been blocked, he said, "The zombie beast should not be so dense next time. But we still need to be more vigilant." As she spoke, she took out another bottle, which contained something like orange liquid, and handed it over, saying, "By the way, I just exchanged a few bottles of juice, so I'll give you one. After you recover from your injuries, go kill those zombie beasts. Remember to chop open their skulls, and take out the stones inside." "Thank you, Li Fei." Ning Xuan took it sincerely. She now understood that if she still refused, she would be deliberately being distant. But the stone in the head? What is that? Li Fei briefly talked about the crystal core, and also emphasized the matter of handing it over. Seeing that Ning Xuan understood everything, she left for the time being. As for Li Su, she also explained the situation. The wound was enough with detoxification powder, and the bottle of liquid given. In fact, can't be said to be juice, but the life potion made by Li Fei in this space. This time it was made of healing citrus, so it should also have a citrus flavor. Although Ning Xuan didn't have a life value bar, she had a bottle of liquid resources. She would definitely not drink it all at once, but slowly drink it several times. After drinking that bottle, her discomfort would definitely be recovered. It's just that Li Fei thinks that compared to the life potion, maybe the physical potion would be more suitable to drink. But the core material of the physical potion is milk, and the cows in the space are not mature yet. Moreover, fruit juice drinks are precious things at this time. If you can get it, you may be reluctant to drink it after several hands, or it may be of poor quality. But as long as you don't die from drinking it, there will still be people who want to drink it now. All in all, this shouldn't make Ning Xuan suspicious, and it will be beneficial to her. The complete blood moon is like a ball of pus and blood floating in the air. The Li family can occasionally hear the sound of gunfire from a distance. Sometimes it is very small, and you have to be very careful to hear it. Sometimes you can hear it more clearly. Maybe there is an attack in the next area. However, the community is quieter. Now there are only 3 buildings with survivors in the community, or even less. In the 20 buildings that were originally full, many people died in the polar night, and people in other buildings will move in again. In this way, it is possible that the last survivors are only in this building. But with fewer and fewer zombie beasts, the Li family finally relaxed a little. In addition, it was winter, so every day, apart from eating, drinking and sleeping, they took care of this space. On this day, Li Xian was using sunflowers to observe the balcony and nearby movements as usual, but suddenly discovered something. He looked up and was surprised, and hurriedly called Li Fei and Li Su to come over. When the latter came to the balcony, they just happened to see something strange in the sky. I saw that the place where the moon was originally hanging began to gradually appear a ray of light, as if the total lunar eclipse had ended, and the light was changing forward at a slow speed. And the light became bigger and bigger. Sister, does this mean that the blood moon will return to normal? Li Xian asked with a little excitement. Does that mean that the polar night will also be over? Li Su also asked. If there are no accidents, it should be, Li Fei replied. Li Su and Li Xian were stunned. Should be? If it is still the previous life, then it is. But I don't know if there is any butterfly effect in this life. Even the monsters that appeared in the polar night are not in my memory. So I can't be sure whether this polar night is officially over. Li Fei sighed and explained. After all, there are so many more events than in the previous life. I don't know if it is good or bad. But soon, her taste brought some comfort. But the blood moon has regained its original brilliance. At least in the short term. It shouldn't be as tense as the first round of Beast Tide. After a few days, in addition to the vague sight of a few familiar zombie beasts, the tall trees that had not disappeared, the moon successfully turned into the brightness of the polar night, sending another wave of cold light to the earth. Although it has not yet restored the light of the world, this brightness can indeed allow people to work outside. Seeing that there was no threat, the people in the building began to get restless and wanted to go out. After all, if they didn't go out to continue looking for supplies, they didn't have much supplies around them, and they would die sooner or later if they just stayed indoors. However, as the number of people in the community decreased, the remaining people should be more sober. Otherwise they would not have survived until now. So they knew that the 18th, 19th and 20th floors were formed by teams, and they could not break through. They could only continue to swallow their anger and hope to get official rescue one day. Without harassment, the Li family was also happy to have a leisurely period, and began to have more time to go to the space. The pigs in the barn eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. And the maturity period is relatively long. But the maturity period of the cow is almost half of the former. Li Fei will feed the feed every day and touch it to improve the mood value. So until now, I finally see the calf change a lot and become a grown-up cow. Once the cows mature, they can produce milk the next day. As soon as Li Fei entered the barn that day, she immediately took out a pot of white fresh milk from the milk collection equipment. Now the family is almost finished with the formula milk. And with milk, the variety of their drinks has increased a lot. Besides, the fresh milk produced in this space should not be as complicated as in reality, and need to be sterilized. If Li Fei is not used to it, she can drink a few sips to taste it at this time. But after she took the pot of milk back, she still chose to boil it again. It happened to be cold now, so she added honey to it, drinking a cup of hot honey milk before going to bed. She felt warm in her hands and feet, and she didn't even need to turn on the heating equipment. Milk is even more suitable for baking and making desserts. The oven at home can be operated again, and the room is filled with soft sweet fragrance. The capacity of the primary animal shed is also 4 slots, and the price is higher than that of poultry. Seeing that the mature dairy cow is already producing milk, Li Fei spent gold coins to buy a beef calf and feed it together. After eating fish and poultry, it is time to eat animal meat. Moreover, this beef cattle will weigh several hundred kilograms when it matures. Even if the bones and blood are removed, it is conservatively 100 kilograms of pure meat, which is enough for the 4 of them to eat for a few months. Right? Pigs can also grow heavier and heavier, and the meat taken out in the end is also large. From this point of view, it is indeed reasonable that animal calves are sold at a high price. Many delicious recipes flashed through Li Fei's mind. After happily caressing the animals in the barn, she left and went to another place. And that piece of land was their farmland, with the blessing of various fertilizers. Even though there were not many types of crops that could be planted in winter, they grew fast and could be harvested one after another, and then a batch of new seeds could be bought and planted. Now it was time to harvest again. But she was not the only one in the space. So she bypassed those crops and came to the place where the exotic plants were planted. Chapter 308 Heavy Rain plus Freezing Rain plus Hail. Among the strange plants planted in winter, some are weapon types that have been planted before, and have already matured and started to fight against the zombies. But there are also some that Li Fei planted specifically for the follow-up. For example, the mushroom cap. The grown mushroom cap is only slightly lower than itself. Unlike ordinary mushrooms, although the thick cap becomes the umbrella surface, the stems below are very thin, and it really looks like an umbrella from a distance. For example, the firebomb tree she found first. It is actually a potted tree like the rubber tree. Apart from the dark green leaves, the branches and leaves are hung with red fruits of the same size. Like bullets. Li Fei only felt a faint warmth when she touched it, and it might be necessary to open something to fully produce the effect. But judging from this, it is probably similar to some heating equipment. Finally, it is the fiery pepper that she planted under Wu Sini's suggestion. It can be said that this fiery pepper needs the longest growth time. But Li Fei has special fertilizer, and it can mature before the specified time by spreading it directly. Li Fei collected the mushroom cap for backup, and transplanted the firebomb tree into a flower pot and took it back home, so that the family may not even need to turn on the purchased heating equipment, which also saves electricity and fuel. Li Fei sent the harvested fiery pepper to the workbench for processing, and then listened to Wu Sini to process them into pepper paste. Seeing that there have been achievements in heating, Li Fei remembered their mine cave. Finally, they broke through the lava layer and were about to reach the last dark layer. But this dark mine cave sounded much more dangerous than other levels. Even if she was eager to go and take a look, she couldn't just go downstairs. A lava dagger was being made on the forging table, and a dryer was being made with materials in stock on the other side. In addition, they took the time to go to the mountains again. Not only will mountain delicacies be refreshed in the mountains, but also different prey will be refreshed. At this time, more different types of traps were unlocked in the mall, which were roughly similar to some potions that could cause damage or debuffs. So Li Fei and his friends had one more item to make. In the dryer, Li Fei took some mushrooms and put them in, and they became dried mushrooms. Putting autumn oranges, apples, pears and persimmons in, they became dried fruits and persimmon cakes. Li Fei tasted one and found it was even sweeter. Several fruit trees in winter are actually ripe, including lemons, olives and winter peaches. Fruits like lemons and olives are very suitable for drying, and Li Fei kept the sweet and crisp winter peaches for herself. It can be said that with this dryer, there is another way to make money. This is especially obvious after adding an extra row of dryers. After all, the price of fruits is expensive. After processing, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Li Fei even developed new functions with the dryer. She also obtained a lot of animal meat in the lava layer, so she sent the animal meat into the dryer. And finally it became dried meat. For Zanzan, it is an excellent snack, and she can't finish it. Arachne has grown big now, but Li Fei found that although she has grown up, she can actually control her body size. She usually stays the same in the pet house, but when she comes to Li Fei's shoulder, she will become as small as when she was a juvenile, which is very convenient. It can also eat dried meat, but it prefers to eat insects. So Li Fei sometimes catches earthworms in the space and bakes them into dried earthworms, which has become Arachne's favorite snack. For the dark mine, Li Fei also made a lot of lighting tools. After all, it is called dark, and it may be as dark as the blood moon in the polar night, and lighting is required to continue walking. Besides, it was the last big layer, which might be more dangerous than the previous layers, and there might be some weird things. After the hot peppers had become jars of fiery red pepper paste, and the things in the space were taken care of, Li Fei led people back to reality. First, a pot of firebomb tree was put out. Li Fei fumbled for a while, and found a switch on the black iron trunk. Since there were electric sunflowers, windmill jasmine and double sunflowers, she was more skilled in finding plant switches. When Li Fei turned on the switch, the fruits between the branches and leaves actually lit up like light bulbs, and slowly emitted warmth. She couldn't touch it at this time, or she would be burned. After waiting for a while, the pot of firebomb tree in the living room has warmed up the whole living room. Li Fei originally had some so-called heating artifacts from the south ready, but she didn't expect that with the exotic plants. Those could continue to be kept in the bottom of the box. Looking at the glowing firebomb tree with satisfaction, Li Fei took out the pepper paste again, gave a can to Li Su and Li Xian, and also gave a can to Wu Sini, asking the former to try applying it in the bedroom, and then asking the latter to apply it in her own home. As for herself, she also went to her bedroom. She found a brush from the storage box, dipped a little sticky pepper paste, and applied it on the wall of the bedroom. And the red pepper paste seemed to be absorbed the moment it touched the wall. Finally, after all the application was done, The wall only had a little more light red feeling, which was not messy at all. And it would not be ugly. Regardless of whether this pepper paste has the effect of keeping warm. It emits a faint fragrance, which smells good. After everything was arranged, Li Fei went to see that the number on the thermometer on the wall had actually risen a little. And it was at least as hot as early spring, when these two strange plants fully exert their effects. The house should be able to maintain the environment of spring. However, Li Fei also understood that although their home had become warmer, the temperature outside was not high. Fortunately, this temperature was not so outrageous, and wearing more clothes was acceptable to the Southerners, who had always relied on their righteousness to survive the winter. But unexpectedly, after a period of time, the situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Originally, the Li family didn't know anything about it, because they suddenly heard a huge commotion downstairs, and they thought it was going to be a war. But now it's called a war, and it's probably just a fight between two parties. Li Fei frowned and was about to ignore it, but Li Xian beside her couldn't help but said, "Sister, I heard this sound. Why does it sound like cheering?" "Yes." After hearing this, Li Su also said, "It's happened many times before, and the mood this time seems to be really different. Fei Fei, let's go to the balcony to take a look. The number of zombie beasts is getting smaller and smaller now. I don't know about other places, but the plants in the community look wilted. But for some reason the sun still hasn't risen, as if it has disappeared. And people can only live with this moon from now on. But as long as this moon doesn't set, the polar night will always exist. Who knows if there will be a second blood moon? Although their attack and defense have been done in all aspects, it is very tiring and troublesome to resist another wave. It seems that what Li Fei said is true. Something really appeared in this life that is different from the memories of the previous life." Hearing Li Su's suggestion, Li Fei also nodded. She also wanted to find out the reason for this commotion. Although there are fewer zombie creatures, Li Fei and his friends still opened the door and went to the balcony with weapons in hand. Unexpectedly, once outside, the hazy sound became even louder, reaching nearly 20 floors high. You can imagine how loud it was. And Li Fei actually felt that it was not a quarrel or shouting, but cheering and jumping for joy. This word actually appeared in her mind. However, Li Xian, who was standing next to her, suddenly raised her head and reached out to touch her forehead. The light in front of her eyes suddenly became bright, just like the moonlight at this time. She couldn't help but say happily, "Sister, it seems to be raining." Li Fei suddenly realized it, and Li Su looked downstairs. There were indeed many people running out on the road. They were all survivors in the community, and they didn't care whether the polar night would still pose any threat. Moreover, because the survivors were gathered in Building 20 and several nearby buildings, the shouts gradually became a large area, some on the road, some in the buildings, and spread from 1 person to 10 to 100, and began to resound through the sky. "Rain! This must be rain. It's raining. There's water. Is this official artificial precipitation? Who cares? This is water. I want to go down. I want to go down. Wait for me. I'll go down too." But Li Fei and the other two still seemed very calm, and even a little more hesitant and worried. Rain has always been called rootless water, regardless of whether this rain is harmful or not. In the eyes of people nowadays, it is much cleaner than the liquid in the artificial lake. Moreover, even the artificial lake is about to dry up, and the people in the community really can't survive. But now it's raining, and the accumulated rainwater can at least be used to quench thirst and survive. So people will of course leave the house and rush downstairs regardless of everything. The excited people are the ones who go downstairs, and they can't wait to drink a few mouthfuls immediately, while some rational people will find all the containers around them and fill them up. However, Li Fei touched the raindrops hitting her face and fell silent in the cold air. What she didn't expect was that it would rain in the polar night of this life. Could it be that the next round of natural disasters has arrived early? It hasn't rained for such a long time, and it rained suddenly. How could it be normal rain? Unfortunately, people are now blinded by excitement, and they only think about how to use it. It's not their fault. After all, they have been tortured by hunger and thirst until now. So why not drink the water first? Li Fei knows the inside story. Li Su, Li Xian and later Wu Sini have all heard Li Fei's explanation. So they all understand that this rain will not be a blessing from heaven, but a disaster from heaven. But even if they have golden fingers, they can't stop the invasion of this heavy rain, and can only continue to endure and survive. Just then, the walkie-talkie vibrated. Li Fei picked it up and heard Jiang Qian's voice. Li Fei, it's raining outside. Do you want to get some water? Jiang Qian is also a reborn person, knowing that this rain is also a natural disaster. But there is nothing to say about repeating these things. It is better to take more practical actions. He is just concerned about whether her family still has water. In such a short time, the raindrops have turned into a drizzle, and there are more and more people downstairs. Although the drizzle can't quench thirst, it can at least moisten the lips. So those people just stay by themselves, and they become surprisingly harmonious. Unlike before when they would fight each other after a few more glances. After all, if it weren't for the extreme lack of supplies, how could a normal person be changed into an appearance that they don't even recognize? Li Fei even remembered that when she saw the rain in her previous life, her mind became blank, and her desire for water suddenly increased to the maximum. She had no other thoughts, and only the words "I want to drink water" were left in her body. So she thought about it, and said to the intercom, "I'll go in a while." The moonlight was still bright, and from that light, you could still see fine raindrops falling continuously. Chapter 309. Later, Li Fei placed a few containers on the balcony to collect rainwater. Anyway, every household has a balcony now, and only those who are too excited will run downstairs directly, wishing to get wet all over. Although their family is not short of water, this is an endless source of water falling from the sky for a period of time, and it is harmless. As long as you don't eat or drink, you can use it for other things. He used the intercom to talk to other acquaintances for a while, and they also began to place containers to collect water. It must be said that before the flood, these rains really saved most people's lives. But when the rain gets heavier and heavier, until the world becomes an ocean, it will not be life-saving. But no matter what, Li Fei deliberately chose a high-rise building when renting a house. The water level will always slowly flood up, but it will not reach the 19th floor for a while. However, the old house in District M is not necessarily the same. Otherwise, they mainly take care of the space. So it is also good to stay in the old house, where they have lived since childhood. Even the shelter that has just started to be built in District R will definitely suffer setbacks. It was already very late, and Li Fei went to bed afterwards. Even after his hearing improved, although he could still detect the movements outside in time, he could still hear all the movements outside, including those excited people who had not returned. They almost degenerated into apes, shouting something in their mouths. Li Fei covered her head with a quilt. She didn't know what it was called, but the rain must have been getting heavier in the past few hours. Fortunately, the bedroom was covered with pepper paste in advance. Otherwise Li Fei might have been woken up by the cold with just a quilt. But now she woke up naturally. There was no noise from those people outside, but the sound of fine rain had come in through the window, dripping, and there was a comfortable atmosphere, which made Li Fei a little reluctant to get up. But she couldn't not get up. After all, even in the end of the world, they seemed to still have jobs, and they couldn't be lazy these days. For breakfast, she had hot fresh soup noodles with 2 eggs in it and some pepper. Li Fei buried her head and ate it. And the firebomb trees placed in the living room were like concentrated little suns, which made her sweat. Wusini usually doesn't come for breakfast, but today people are definitely drinking water, and drinking water alone can fill their stomachs. Li Fei drank the last mouthful of fresh soup, wiped his mouth, and went to the balcony. Rainwater flowed down the landing bed, and water drops kept dripping on the railings. There were several wash basins on the balcony, which were not full, but perhaps because they were empty. The rain outside had turned from drizzle to silver needle-like rain, falling densely from the sky. Although it was still polar night, the earth was probably wet. Li Fei put on a raincoat and went out of the balcony, and set up a telescope to observe slightly. The red light on the moon was not very visible, as if it had been washed by the rain, and there was no light from the house. But following the reflected moonlight, you can see that there are also containers of various colors on the same balcony. The last time I saw the scene was before the hurricane came. Unfortunately, the weather was not as good as people wished, and many people lost both their wives and their troops. Perhaps it was possible that 2 natural disasters were interspersed. Li Fei thought to herself. After all, there have been some extra events in this life, so it is not so strange that such a phenomenon can occur. Li Fei was thinking, but suddenly heard a subtle crackling sound coming from somewhere. She put down the telescope curiously and looked for the source of the sound. Only then did she find that something fell on the ground. She squatted down and picked it up. It was a solid as big as a mung bean, and it quickly turned into liquid when she pinched it with her fingers. Moreover, this small solid did not fall just one, but fell continuously, and soon gathered on the balcony. Li Fei reached out and wiped it, frowning. It seems that this natural disaster is not just rain. In the previous life, the library only had 2 or 3 floors, and it was definitely flooded. In the end, the only survivors climbed to higher places. Fortunately, there was rescue at that time, so they were saved. Li Fei didn't know whether the government had started to build a shelter at that time, but she remembered that she was finally sent to a high-rise building, where there were also many rescued victims. At least that height would not be flooded for a while. But for Li Fei, it was just leaving the library and going to another place. She didn't have any of what she needed or wanted. Every day she was in the building watching how heavy the rain was outside. But Li Fei didn't remember if there were any other weather phenomena. She only remembered that it was really cold at that time. Even though the rescue army sent some clothes and heating equipment, it was too much for the poor. She thought about it and installed a wall-mounted thermometer on the balcony. The temperature at home has been maintained, but this way she can see how low the temperature is outside. So the Li family witnessed the changes in the past few days. The needle-like rain seemed to have returned to the initial state of drizzle, and a lot of hazy fog surged, which reduced the visibility outdoors. Such low visibility is very bad for those who want to go out. Now it is just said that there will be no more beast tides, but the zombie creatures have not completely disappeared. If you are attacked without paying attention, it will be more dangerous than before. Fortunately, people should not go out much these days, and they are still accumulating natural water sources. However, at the same time, the temperature dropped very quickly. Li Fei saw that the outdoor thermometer was not only around 0 degrees, but also covered with a thin layer of ice. Not only on the thermometer, but also on the balcony floor, railings, building walls, roads outside, and trees, all had a layer of transparent ice crystals, and the whole world seemed to be frozen. Li Fei suddenly realized that it was not only raining, but also freezing rain. The extreme cold has begun. In fact, the final value is just the daily life of some northeastern cities compared to before the end of the world. Don't forget that humans now have basically no resources, so they can't resist the coming cold. Of course, some people may have more resources and can still try to survive the extreme cold, but that is always a small part, and most people don't have this condition. In addition, it is still polar night. There is no sun, and there is not even a trace of temperature. If it gets cold, it will be extreme. Even though the house is equipped with firebomb trees and the walls are covered with pepper mud, Li Fei doesn't know why. As if a touch of cold is slowly rising from the soles of his feet. Then, the freezing rain began to spread continuously. Icicles appeared on the eaves. The plants were all wrapped in ice crystals. All the liquid places were frozen. The road surface was also frozen. And even the electric poles and iron towers that were not damaged before were frozen, and then slowly stretched and collapsed. In this case, it rained again, no matter what shape it was. Before it fell completely, the rain became solids of different sizes, crackling and hitting, adding to the lowering of the temperature. It can be said that in a short period of time, the temperature dropped suddenly, and people who were able to gather as a family should take out all the things that can keep warm at home. The most important thing is of course all kinds of thick clothes. Jiangkan brought back a lot of supplies when he came here, and fuel must be indispensable. Ning Xuan went out to look for supplies very early, and she must have collected fuel and usable equipment. Not to mention Wusuni, who is now completely in the same group with them. Although it rained and there was a water source, the people in the building were still somewhat defenseless against this sudden extreme cold. Many of them were outsiders, and they were carrying luggage with them, unlike the natives who had inventory, and there was almost nothing to keep warm. They were already frozen, so they had to hide and swallow their anger and try to huddle together. You should know that the cold in the south is not like the cold in the north, which is like the damp cold that penetrates into the bones inadvertently. It can be called a magic attack, even if it only shows a few degrees below 0 on the surface. It is not ordinary cold. However, I think the situation in those northern cities is probably worse than that in S City. So Li Fei saw that it was much quieter recently. So he took people to the space together, which was considered to be avoiding the cold. After making several preparations, Li Fei, Li Su, Li Xian, and Wu Sini were finally ready to go to the dark lair together. They each lit a torch first, considering that they had lit a torch in the mushroom cave in the insect soil layer a long time ago. They found that if it was placed normally, the torch would not go out, but if it was used for some other actions, it would go out. According to Li Fei's experience so far, rushes grow luxuriantly in summer and autumn. If they go to collect them every time, the amount of rushes in 2 seasons will be considerable, and the number of torches that can be made will be more. So Li Fei thought, if the dark layer is too dark, he can use torches to fill the mine, and the dark layer will directly become Night City. Finally, they used the transporter to reach the last layer of the lava layer first, and then went to the dark layer together. As they thought, the dark layer was even darker than the worm soil cave. If they hadn't lit the torches in advance, they might only be able to see each other's shadows at this time. But with the light of the fire, they could at least see each other's faces. Thinking it would be more dangerous, the 4 of them held different weapons and walked forward in a square formation. This dark layer seemed like an unknown space universe, and occasionally there were a few humming sounds. Not knowing whether it was the sound of the wind or the sound of some mysterious creature. With torches, some mineral veins on the ground can be seen, but they are all ordinary raw stones. No monsters were encountered along the way. But Li Xian suddenly discovered a strange thing and whispered, "Sister, what is this?" Li Fei tightly grasped the weapon in her hand and kept paying attention to the surroundings. Although Li Xian deliberately spoke softly, it was enough for people to hear clearly in this quiet environment. She used the torch to shine a light and found that it was indeed an item that they might not have mined before. Generally speaking, before a vein is mined, it is like stone, hard and in various shapes. But this thing is round for some reason. The Li family, who have mining experience, find it abnormal no matter how they look at it. Li Fei winked at Li Su, who immediately took out a pickaxe and mined the round vein. After 5 or 6 diggings, the ore was destroyed, and then the system sounded, "Ding. You get a dark crystal ball X1. Chapter 310. Dark crystal ball?" The 4 people couldn't help but think. Li Su took out the item that was automatically put into the backpack. It was a purple-black round stone about the size of an ostrich egg. Li Fei raised her hand and knocked it. It was quite hard. It was neither an ore nor a gem. I don't know what it can be used for. Since she didn't know, she directly pulled the system over and asked, "System, what is this?" The system quickly replied, "Host, this is a dark crystal ball. After the host gets it, you can try to open it when you go back. You can get different resources randomly inside." Isn't that a blind box? Li Fei thought. And it was obtained in the mine. I guess it must be opened. It is also an item related to minerals. Right? But thinking that it was better to have something than nothing, Li Fei asked Li Su to put away the crystal ball and continue searching in the dark layer. However, at this moment, Wu Sini suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Li Fei almost subconsciously raised the bone blade in her hand, regardless of whether it was a melee or ranged monster. As a result, she really felt that she had cut something, but the force made her feel like she had cut into the air. And in fact, she had not cut anything. Just when she felt strange, Li Su and Li Xian did not care what it was, and attacked several times in succession. And the mysterious thing finally revealed its figure. It was really mysterious, and it only revealed an outline. A white and soft outline, like a piece of rag floating in the air. Li Xian took a breath and blurted out, "Is this a ghost? Maybe we can use a more formal term and call it a ghost," Li Fei said, and chopped at the ghost's head again. Every attack seemed to have a repelling effect on the ghost, but it would slowly float over again after a while, and there was no sign of disappearing after several attacks. Li Fei's patience was almost exhausted. If he kept procrastinating like this, he couldn't even pass the first level. Li Su thought about it and asked, "Is it because this is a ghost that physical attacks are not very effective? Then do you need magic attacks?" Li Fei thought about it. Most of the weapons in the inventory were guns, cannons, and firearms, and they were physical. If it came to magic attacks, probably only the flamethrower could be used. But are ghosts afraid of fire? She didn't know. After all, she wouldn't encounter them normally. The most important thing is, she didn't bring a flamethrower this time when she went down to the mine. Wu Sini, who was standing next to her, also thought about it for a while, and suddenly said, If physical attacks don't work, then we don't necessarily have to use magic attacks. Right? Li Fei turned her head. What do you have in mind? Just say it. Wusani smiled and said, why don't we find a way to turn it into a solid? It's what we want to defeat. Why should we go along with it? In that case, we have to. Before he finished speaking, Wusani took out a glass tube from his backpack, which was filled with ice blue liquid. It was a tube of frost potion. At this moment, Li Xian shouted, quick! It's floating over again! The gray-white ghost swayed up and down. It was quiet, but there was an unexpected sense of oppression. It seemed that the closer it got, the bigger its body became. Wusani immediately waved his hand and threw the tube of frost potion out, which happened to fall on the ghost. The glass tube broke instantly, and the potion immediately took effect, and began to cover the ghost with a layer of ice crystals. Just like freezing rain in reality, the ghost seemed to be carrying a weight, and its speed slowed down. And finally it became an ice sculpture. Li Su, who was closest, picked up his weapon and hit it, and there was really a clanging sound, as if it was hitting a solid object. The few people regained their spirits and continued to attack. Finally, the ghost howled, and the ice crystals on its body broke and dissipated with the wind. It was a pity that after killing it with such great effort, there was no drop. Li Fei curled his lips. Besides, if he encounters a ghost again in the future, will he have to use a tube of frost potion every time he kills it? Although it is not difficult for them to make frost potions now, this is not the last time they come to the dark lair. If you think about it this way, the number will be a lot. Besides, it is not impossible to kill this ghost with physical attacks, but it is at best a bit of a hassle. So Li Fei decided to let Li Xian and Wusani take out their weapons to attack, while he and Li Su, who have higher stamina, would be responsible for mining. By the way, they would put some torches in the places they passed by, so that even if they returned by the same route or came back next time, the mine would not be so dark. The minerals in this dark mine seemed to be much less than those in other mines. Li Fei and his party slowly killed monsters in mine, but most of them were ordinary raw stones, and a small part were crystal balls. And they did not see any new ores. Li Fei scratched his head, but thought that they had only gone down 1 or 2 floors, and it was normal that there was no ore. So he continued to dig. But because Li Fei was saving potions, she had to kill monsters more slowly than in other layers. But she suddenly thought that they didn't have to kill every ghost that came. The speed of ghosts floating over was not very fast, and there were not many ores in the current mine. So they should quickly find the entrance to the next layer and leave them behind. They could still rush to the next layer. Of course, this was just Li Fei's idea, and it still needed to be put into practice. She told the other 3 people about this idea, and they all agreed. So they stopped digging and ran quickly in the mine with torches. During this time, ghosts suddenly appeared and slowly floated over. They immediately ran forward, and their speed was really faster than the ghosts. This really increased the efficiency. Although they didn't get anything, Li Fei thought that maybe they could dig new ores in the next big layer, which was not a loss. Finally, they came to the elite layer. The elite monster was also a huge ghost. This time, the potions they carried were more effective. Li Fei had waited for this moment. Wusani kept throwing potions in the back row, especially frost potions, which could control and convert spiritual essence into solid, making it more targeted. The 3 members of the Li family were naturally responsible for unlimited attacks. But for elite monsters, they advocated the good tradition of not being greedy and scraping. At this time, it's okay to be slow, so as not to get hurt. But after killing the huge ghost, Li Fei found that the elite monster only dropped some minerals. She frowned. This ghost didn't drop any new items, but they were going to the dark layer, and there were no new orders on the order board. In addition to the situation along the way, it seemed that whether they could dig minerals in this dark layer depended on luck. In short, let's continue to go down. So for the next few days, Li Fei and his friends were busy mining. Since they had put a lot of torches in the first few layers, they didn't go out quickly. Every time they went in, there was a bright light, which was comparable to the middle 3 layers. But since Li Fei thought that the monsters in this dark layer were useless, if they wanted to dig new minerals, they had to go down. So they went down blindly. In the second largest layer, the monsters they encountered were all skeletons. They originally thought they were just ordinary skeletons, but they didn't expect that after they met the skeletons, the latter immediately threw something at them. If Li Fei hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been hit. The skeleton paused, then threw again. Li Fei realized that it was throwing something similar to bone fragments. I didn't expect it to be a shooter? It seemed that everyone was a shooter. Li Fei raised her eyebrows, immediately changed to a spider bow, and started shooting directly. But the skeleton monster was hollow in the middle, and it had no blood. A shot of sawtooth leaf arrows did not even add debuffs. Li Fei. Okay. Let's do it this way. Right? She hummed and made a few enhanced arrows. With the potion, she successfully added some debuffs. But it was obvious that this skeleton monster was more suitable for close combat. The skeleton naturally dropped bones, which Li Fei saw were similar to the bones of zombies. The bone arrows that matched the spider bow were made of bones. So it was presumable that the bones of this skeleton could also be made. If she continued to kill like this, she might really have unlimited arrows in the future. Besides, these bones could be used as teething sticks for Zanzan. His teeth had almost grown, and it would be a waste to chew a few at a time. In this large layer, Li Fei finally saw a new mineral vein. But according to her experience, this mine is likely to produce gemstones. After knocking several times with the pickaxe, Li Fei paused and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Looking at the iron pickaxe in her hand, she felt that the upgraded tool should speed up the progress. But in the end, she still dug out the ore, and a shiny object appeared in front of Li Fei. But before she could take a closer look, it was automatically put into her backpack. Li Fei quickly took it out and saw that it was a palm-sized diamond. Good guy. She had never seen such a big diamond even in reality. Li Fei didn't know whether she was happy or sad. She was happy that the price of this diamond must be very high. But she was sad that even if such a big diamond appeared in reality, no one would want it. It is said that even the value of gold is not that high now. The high-value things are still food and supplies. Now you may need to add more clothes, heating equipment, and fuel for operation. But this diamond can definitely earn her a lot of gold coins into space. Li Fei somehow remembered a device she had seen before. A replicator. A replicator can replicate gems. If a row of replicators is made and diamonds are placed inside, wouldn't it be possible to directly collect a large number of diamonds? And wouldn't it be profitable? The more Li Fei thought about it, the happier she became. And even her motivation to mine increased sharply. After breaking through the second layer in one breath, Li Fei went back temporarily and sold the diamond first. Then she opened the storage box and saw a batch of dark crystal balls inside. Because she only wanted to reach the end of the mine as soon as possible, she didn't pay much attention to the crystal balls that would be obtained in the dark layer. So she accumulated a batch. It was a good time to rest. So she was going to try to open all the crystal balls. Li Fei took out a crystal ball and put it on the ground. She tried to split it with the bone blade, but it didn't work. After thinking about it, she took out a new weapon from the storage box. A stone hammer. This hammer is suitable for smashing around things like this. Just like mining in a mine. Li Fei swung the stone hammer and hit the crystal ball with all her strength. After several times, the crystal ball finally cracked a thin crack. This is comparable to the effort spent on mining. Li Fei hit it a few more times. And then, the crystal ball was smashed open. And the system sounded. Ding. You get ordinary raw stone X5. Ah? Li Fei was stunned for a moment. After all the effort, she only got this much? Well, ordinary ore is also part of the construction of buildings. Besides, after this, she still has to continue to build the second barn. Although she has not even bought all the slots in the first barn, she needs at least 2 buildings to start the breeding industry. Li Fei was not satisfied with the resources in the crystal ball. But at least she saved so many. Who knows what will appear next? So she still spit into her palm twice, swung the stone hammer, and continued to smash. The system also broadcasted over and over again. Ding. You get ordinary or X5. Ding. You get sulfur or X1. Ding. You get coal X1. Ding. You get copper or X3. Ding. You get limestone X3. Ding. You get ruby X1. She opened several crystal balls in one go, all of which were minerals and gems that Li Fei had mined. There were no new items. But Li Fei was already tired, so she had to stop and rest for a while. Li Su had seen her opening crystal balls a long time ago. Seeing that she was tired, he stepped forward and said, "Take a break. I'll help you open a little." Li Fei nodded and put away the stone hammer. Li Su also had this weapon. so he just used his own. So he also opened the crystal ball like Li Fei before. Li Fei went to the forging table to take a look and found that the gold tools were already being made. Just when he was feeling satisfied, he suddenly heard Li Su shouting, "Fei Fei, come quickly." Li Fei was stunned and hurried back to Li Su. What happened? Chapter 311. Li Fei went forward to take a look. But Li Su had already opened the crystal ball in his hand and disappeared. He pointed to it and said, "Fei Fei, look at the currency column. It can't be gold coins. Right? Gold coins seem to be a kind of resource in this space." But Li Fei looked and found that it was not gold coins that were opened, but crystal cores. Although they accumulate crystal cores more slowly than gold coins, they can accumulate a lot slowly. Not to mention that they have reminders. Li Fei said with some displeasure. "Brother, how come you opened a few and then a crystal core? Why are all mine ores? That's also a useful ore. I opened 2 or 3 before, and they were just stones inside. Only this one suddenly turned out to be a crystal core," Li Su said with a smile. Since Li Su's luck was better than his, Li Fei simply let Li Su open the remaining crystal cores. And he went to do other things. Li Xian went to the pet house, and Li Fei and Wu Sini went to the poultry house. The chickens and ducks in the 2 poultry houses were already mature. There were 8 chickens and ducks, and they produced a lot of eggs every day. Apart from the eggs they ate themselves, the remaining eggs could be saved and used to make processed products. In addition, ducks also produce duck down, which is naturally better for making clothes and quilts. But given their current environment, they don't need to use it in reality. But it can also be made into processed products and then sold. And the price will definitely be higher than selling duck down alone. After feeding the feed, the 2 came to the barn again. The dairy cows, beef cattle, and pigs are all mature. The dairy cows produce at least dozens of kilograms of milk at a time. It is definitely impossible to drink it all by just drinking it. Sometimes it has to be used to make some dishes and desserts. Even so, there is still some left in the storage box every time. The grown beef cattle and pigs eat high-quality feed every day. Each one grows to several hundred kilograms, excluding bones and blood. Either one is enough for them to eat for a long time. Li Fei asked, "Do you want to eat beef or pork?" Anyway, the cows and pigs are eating feed, and they don't understand what people are saying. Wu Sini thought for a moment and replied, "Beef. This weather is very suitable for hot pot. Beef is more suitable for hot pot. You are quite good at enjoying yourself." Wu Sini smiled and said, "Since you have the conditions, why not enjoy it more?" "That's true." Li Fei licked his lips and said, "If you ask me, it's better to eat barbecue at this time. I want to eat crispy pork belly. Then you might as well solve both of them. It's just right that you have made money during this period. You can buy a piglet and continue to raise it." Wu Sini shook his head helplessly. So Li Fei set both the cow and the pig into the meat collection equipment. In the end, just like when he processed the chicken, he not only got the meat, but also got different parts, even the internal organs and blood. Wu Sini was talking about the increasing number of processing equipment in the space. Every few days, a batch of processed products would be produced. If all were sold and the next day was available, the investment would be recovered immediately, and the items that were needed could even be purchased. Li Fei and his friends were obsessed with mining these days, and the time required for processing seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, they had actually already received a lot of newly earned gold coins. After thinking for a moment, Li Fei bought 2 piglets and a calf from the mall interface and put them in the barn. Then he added feed and watched them rush to the trough to eat. When Li Fei returned to the work area excitedly, Li Su seemed to have opened all the crystal balls. But he did not say anything to her immediately. Presumably, no special products were opened in the crystal balls after that. Li Fei saw him standing next to the tailor's table, and walked over curiously to see that he was processing something he had never seen before. It just looked like fur. However, they had encountered many beast monsters since they went down the mine, so it was not surprising to see fur dropped. But the fur was not only large and thick, but also faintly exuded an ice blue glow, which made Li Fei think of the elite wolf king they killed first. "Brother, you don't want to make a fur coat, do you?" Li Su nodded and said, "I saw this blueprint in the mall, and although we have exotic plants to keep warm now, we don't know how cold it will be in the future. The fur is just sitting there, so why not make a few clothes and try it out?" "Yes, yes," Li Fei said, feeling a little excited. The fur coat produced in this space might be warmer than a military coat. Unfortunately, since there were only 3 of them, when they got such a big piece of fur, they could only make 3 pieces. However, Wu Sini's family now has fire bomb trees and pepper mud. At worst, they can make him other fur coats later. Li Su was preparing for a rainy day. It was indeed as he said. In reality, the temperature outside was obviously decreasing slowly in a straight line. Not only was a layer of ice frozen outside, but hail of all sizes was still falling from the sky, making the land where items could be placed full of ice. For a while, humans seemed to be living in the quick freeze layer of a refrigerator that had not been cleaned for a long time. The worst thing is that the hailstones are usually as small as fists, and as big as basketballs. Sometimes, a few hailstones fall on the ground, and sometimes, huge hailstones fall all over the sky like rain, hitting the balcony with a bang. Fortunately, the window painted with golden lacquer tree paint is as hard as usual. Otherwise it would not be spared from such a hit. But the Li family was spared. But it does not mean that everyone was spared. Li Fei even received a message from Jiang Qian, saying that someone in the building had frozen to death, and the cold corpse had to be thrown out of the building to accompany the hailstones. Li Fei looked out through the translucent window at this time, and the number on the outdoor thermometer surprised her. -8 degrees. A city actually had this temperature in winter one year, but that was only in the remote suburbs. Now even the city has this temperature. So it is conceivable that the temperature in the suburbs must have broken the record. But even so, Li Fei felt that this number would continue to go down. But what can she do? Or, let's have beef hot pot tonight. She has all the utensils and materials at home. And she even has the seasonings for the seasoning bowls in stock. The fresh beef that has just been processed may still be able to move after it is put out. If she doesn't eat it, when will she wait? Afterwards, when the hail continued to fall, the 4 of them happily ate the steaming hot pot, and even drank the distilled liquor made in the space. They were warm all over and felt very comfortable. After having passed through 2 layers of the dark layer, Li Fei felt that the frequency of the ore in this layer was too low, and she had to control it manually. So Li Fei turned her attention to cooking. Now they still have to eat a lot of food when they go down to the mine, and they have to carry a lot with them. She remembered that there were dishes that could improve luck. So next time she goes down to the mine, she will make a few dishes for several people to eat together before going down to the next layer. Finally, in the 3rd layer of the dark layer, they found a new ore. Lang Mine. Li Fei's eyes lit up when she saw this name. You know, because she always thinks about the advanced sprinkler. She is very familiar with this name. After all, this so-called Lang Mine is another core material. The Lang ore was black and purple in color. If they hadn't put torches on as they walked, the Lang ore veins would have been strange in shape, and they might have missed it. Li Fei put it away and hurried to dig forward again. I don't know if it was the luck buff of cooking that worked, but she really dug out a lot of it. Later, she felt it was too troublesome, so she just took out the bomb and wanted to blow it all the way to save trouble. Unexpectedly, after just 2 explosions, the last time I didn't know what else I had exploded. There were a few hissing sounds in the air. After the smoke dissipated, Li Fei suddenly saw something flying in the air, and it was flying straight towards her. Li Fei quickly switched weapons and chopped at the object in front of him, knocking the opponent back several meters. Li Fei looked closely and saw that the flying monster in the air was a long monster, which looked like a snake and a dragon. But it was definitely the monster that this layer wanted to kill. She chopped a few more times quickly, not sure if the flying snake had a thick blood bar. Li Fei simply took out a potato grenade from the storage box and threw it at an opening. With a bang, the flying snake was blown into several pieces. But it didn't become bloody. It fell to the ground and was refreshed. When Li Fei stepped forward to take a look, he found that the flying snake actually dropped a bomb? This monster actually dropped a bomb? Well, it can be considered as returning one to me. Besides, Li Fei found that it is difficult to kill the monsters in the dark layer in a short time with physical force alone. External force must be used. Otherwise it will take a lot of time to kill the monsters. Li Fei thought about it and flipped through her backpack. There were many explosive weapons such as cherry bombs, potato grenades, and taro bombs in it. Moreover, even if they were used up, the space was about to change seasons. They could continue planting in the spring of next year. Now they have money and high-grade fertilizers. Isn't this a large number of strange plants? Thinking of this, Li Fei used it with confidence. While digging the mine, she threw the weapon when the flying snake attacked. And she could also blow up the minerals on the ground. With the blessing of cooking, Li Fei finally returned to the work area with the new ore. The first thing she did when she returned was to take out the lang ore and put it into the furnace with coal for burning. Fortunately, as the last and highest level ore, the lang ore was no different from other ores when it was burned into ingots. As soon as she started burning, Li Fei couldn't wait to learn the advanced sprinkler drawings. She could soon switch from manual to technology. How could she not be excited? But she waited and waited. And it seemed that she had waited for the time when the gold ingot was burned out. But the lang ore was still not burned out. Okay, Li Fei sighed. As the last ore that could be obtained, its hardness must be incomparable to other ores. How could it be so easy to burn into ingots? I should have waited longer. There was no other way. She could only find a way to stuff all the lang ore into the furnace. And then she was ready to do other things. Today's food can be said to be quite useful. Li Fei put a pot on the campfire and cooked many of the same dishes at once. After that, she would just eat one portion each time she went to the mine. After cooking, she went to the tailor's table to take a look. 3 wolfskin coats had been finished. And on another tailor's table, there was a thick down jacket made for Wusini. They didn't raise sheep yet. And if they had animal hair, they should be able to make more cold-resistant clothes. Li Fei thought about it, and took all the clothes back. Chapter 312. Who knew that once she arrived in reality, Li Fei actually felt a hint of coolness in the fragrance emanating from the room. A bit like the feeling of early spring. She frowned, turned around and went to the balcony to wipe the window, which was also very cold. And through the light, Li Fei saw that the thermometer vaguely showed -13 degrees. This has completely broken the low temperature record of S City before and after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Li Fei went back to greet them and said, "The clothes in the space are ready. Come and try them on." Li Xian took the lead in taking a wolfskin coat. As soon as he put it on, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's soft and warm. So great." The coat hung down loosely and could be used as a blanket to cover the body. Li Fei brought back another pot of fire bomb tree from the space. After turning it on, the temperature in the room increased to a certain extent. In fact, she could take out some power generation equipment and generators to raise the temperature in the house to the maximum. And she also stored a lot of electric energy grass. At the very least, there was a lot of fuel in the warehouse. So there was no shortage of fuel. But she thought a little darkly that she wanted to use it when there was basically no one in the building. That would be the real quiet. And I had just eaten beef hot pot not long ago. And today I will have beef soup. At this time, let alone drinking hot soup. Drinking hot water is a blessing. And it can make people feel alive instantly. After eating a hot meal and distributing clothes, the body quickly kept warm. But Li Fei looked at the hail outside, which was no longer falling heavily, and still didn't think the situation would ease up. Sure enough, the next morning, Li Fei was awakened by the noise outside. She rubbed her eyes. Fortunately, the bedroom covered with pepper mud didn't make her feel cold as soon as she woke up. You know, in cold weather, even getting up and dressing is a torture. But Li Fei quickly packed up and went to the living room. And the sound became clearer and clearer. It was the heavy rain outside. Although the whole appearance could not be seen at night, the fierce momentum could be felt, which was very pressing. This kind of heavy rainstorm usually occurs in summer. But Li Fei knows that it will not stop for a while after it starts. At this time, people will slowly turn from the excitement of natural water sources to fear and anxiety. No, just when the temperature dropped rapidly before, some people should have noticed something was wrong. With such heavy rain, places with low foundations and poor water conservancy systems will start to accumulate water in half a day, and it will be enough to submerge the heels in a day. However, a floor is about 3 meters high, and it will take some time for it to flood Li Fei. But the rain will not stop for the time being, and there will be enough time. Moreover, if it was all freezing before, it is now extremely cold and damp. It is no longer a problem that can be solved by just making a fire to keep warm. Of course, the premise is that there is still a fire. Although the south is such a complex and terrible situation, the temperature in the north has dropped by dozens of degrees, and no place is better than the other. However, in the previous life, Li Fei heard that when it rained heavily in the south, it was strangely snowing in the north, which led to some small shelters being built with snow, which was more useful than rain. In short, This is still a more serious natural disaster than in the past. Although Li Fei usually likes to listen to the sound of rain, she doesn't have to worry too much about the rainstorm in the natural disaster. But the sound is disturbing. But they actually still stayed in the space most of the time. Although it was already the severe winter in the space. There were a few snowfalls. With fur coats, they were not cold at all. They were even interested in playing snowball fights, which was much better than in reality. The next thing to do, in addition to other farm work, was the advanced sprinkler that Li Fei had been thinking about. The first batch of Lang ore had finally been fired into Lang ingots. Li Fei took it out and saw that the Lang ingots were also black and purple, and even a little translucent, which looked very strange. I don't know whether it existed in reality or was created by the space. But Li Fei only knew that she could make advanced sprinklers. In addition to Lang ingots, the materials for the advanced sprinkler also require gold ingots and refined quartz. Li Fei had prepared the latter two materials early. When the three materials were combined, a four-way sprinkler with the color of Lang ore appeared in Li Fei's hand. Li Fei looked around and didn't see anything. But she knew that the sprinkler was automatic, which meant that when she entered the space for the first time every day, she could see the sprinkler start and water the crop fields. It happened that others were harvesting a new batch of mature plants, and Li Fei planned to place them immediately, and then plant new crops, and she would see the function tomorrow. However, the Lang ore that Li Fei had finally dug up while cooking could only make 3 after burning it into ingots. So she took it with her. Arriving at the farmland, Li Su and Wu Sini were harvesting cabbage, radish, onion and other crops in the field, all of which were growing huge. Of course, the most important thing in winter is food. After all, carbon-based organisms cannot lack carbon water. Just like the cold weather now, carbon water can also provide a lot of energy. But unfortunately most people can't eat enough, or even nothing at all. Li Fei came to the beginning of the farmland, where the crops had been harvested and there were no crops. It was empty and almost covered with snow. She swept away the snow and placed a sprinkler on it in a formal manner. However, at this moment, the system said, "Host, the advanced sprinkler can water the crops in the adjacent 24 grids. You have to arrange it properly." Li Fei scratched his head. 24 grids? The system reminded again. In simple terms, it is 5 times 5. The host can gesture and see. Li Fei measured it with her footsteps. No wonder the system suddenly spoke. It turned out that she had placed it crookedly, and it couldn't stand it. Put the 3 sprinklers in place. Although these are automatic sprinklers, they can't water automatically when they are put down. They have to wait until tomorrow. So Li Fei bought new seeds and planted them, and watered them herself first. But one sprinkler can water so many crops. It seems that she has to make more early, and then put them all in place. Wouldn't she be able to free her hands? At least the energy consumed by watering every day can allow her to do other things. The next day, Li Fei couldn't help but come to the space to take a look. At the moment he went there, 3 high-level sprinklers automatically opened and sprayed thin streams of water on the seeds that had just been planted. And the soil quickly became moist. Compared with the past when they always had to spend a lot of physical strength to water, farming began to become a piece of cake. Li Fei couldn't help but start to imagine what the space would look like in the future when it was full of sprinklers. I'm afraid it would even water out a rainbow. The situation in the space was very good, but the reality was getting worse, because it was raining heavily outside, which was different from the pollen dust storm. At the beginning, the pollen dust storm covered half a floor, and the rain was not to be outdone. Now it was about to flood a floor. But now there are not many residents on the first floor of the building. But the survivors living above still caused a big commotion when they saw this. The rain is still so heavy, and there is no sign of stopping. What should we do if it continues to flood? Now we can't leave even if we want to. And looking out the window, the original road has become a pool of water. And there are different things floating on it, including garbage, suspected floating corpses, plant debris, and many small ice blocks that have not melted. The water has also become turbid. Isn't this a pure mixture of ice and water? It's still so cold. Many people originally wanted to live with Li Fei, seeing that she seemed to be quite interested in killing monsters. Let her solve it. Wouldn't it be better for them to stay by themselves? But what they didn't expect was that the monsters didn't come later. But it rained heavily. They watched the water level slowly rise. But they couldn't do anything. Most of the survivors were in despair. They thought that with water, they would have hope of survival. But they still felt despair. So many people completely lost hope of survival and came to the rooftop like zombies. The heavy rain soaked their whole bodies in just a few seconds. They looked at the flowing water in front of them and jumped in like dumplings, and were immediately submerged. Many people began to believe in the more mysterious sayings. They either prayed or talked nonsense every day, and even pulled other unbelievers to keep talking, trying to make them believe it. In short, the number of people in the building began to decrease, and there were occasional disturbances. But these disturbances were all crazy, and for a while no one came to harass the Lee family. Although it was said that the government had begun to build a shelter. With such a heavy rain, even the original foundation would be washed away. Right? So Lee Fei believed that if the rescue army came again, they would still send the victims to a high-rise building as a temporary place to stay after rescuing them. Just like in the previous life. When would they come? That was a question mark first. The temperature had reached -20 degrees. But the water surface was constantly flowing. Sometimes the surface was about to freeze, but it was still washed away by heavy rain, and the water level continued to rise. Many people don't know that the temperature has dropped so low, but just looking at how many people have frozen to death, they know that it is an extremely low temperature, which has never been seen in the past. Even Ning Zhuan and Jiang Kan couldn't stand it and wanted to consult Li Fei, but they all understood the current difficulties and didn't ask for food, but for clothes and quilts. Li Fei used the duck down in the space to make a few long down jackets, although they were not as warm as wolfskin coats. The products in the space were probably better than the products in reality. The two families were relieved to see that Li Fei's family was still fine, and continued to endure the extreme cold. And slowly, the rain really started to rise from the first floor, the second floor, the fourth floor, the sixth floor, until finally, it had reached the 14th floor. In addition to the increasing amount of debris on the water surface and the strange stench rising, even some plants have been submerged, and the water surface is constantly surging and noisy. Now even some acquaintances in the building are panicked, especially Li Rui, who moved in at some point, and Su Han, who has been surviving. There is no rescue, and the water level keeps rising. Isn't this going to drown them alive? Even the people who originally lived below the 14th floor had no choice but to abandon a lot of supplies, carry the remaining supplies upstairs, and huddle in the safe corridor. They are as pitiful as they can be. But pitiful people can also be hateful. Originally, there was at least a room to separate them. Now they all meet each other. Some people's minds are active again in such a cold environment, and they can't help but make a lot of noise. Some people who had been alone even went to find and snatch large containers, then broke the windows on the 14th floor and tried to escape by sitting in the containers. Unfortunately, the success rate was shockingly low, and basically no one succeeded in swimming more than a few dozen meters. The dozens of meters that were easy to walk before were now difficult to walk. But because of this action, many survivors started to curse. Originally, only some windows were broken, and the water flowed in at a relatively fast speed. As a result, they were broken everywhere by this group of people, and the water flowed gurglingly, with a kind of momentum of the water curtain cave. People knew that Li Rui also lived here, and those who still had some strength went to look for the former, who lived on the 15th floor every day. Li Rui was upset, but his family was also rebelling, so he couldn't live there either. He had to move to a safe corridor like everyone else. But he still had some supplies that he had secretly taken back from the property management. How could he let those survivors enter his house? They would definitely be looted. He had to use them up himself. So he listened to those people yelling and cursing through the door until they were tired. Li Rui said coldly, "If you have the guts, move up there. It looks like the rain won't stop for a while, and the families upstairs are still so quiet. They must have supplies, especially for heating. I don't have any supplies here, and I don't have anyone under me. I'm a civilian like you. What can I do? You make it sound so easy," the person outside the door said in a loud and dissatisfied voice. "You know who those families are. Last time, several people were killed alive. You want us to die and stay behind, right? That won't do. Since you are the same as us, you have to go with us." "That's right. I don't want to face those people alone. They are all murderers." Li Rui was even more upset after hearing this. He simply stopped talking and turned away. He walked on the floor with a layer of water flowing. He took out a pack of instant noodles from a cardboard box and opened it to chew. No matter what, he would not follow. The person outside the door shouted and smashed for a while, but finally had no strength left. Besides, none of the remaining survivors could open the lock, so he had to leave in disappointment. But they were really afraid of the residents on the top floors, so they would rather stay in the corridor to eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep. And no one dared to be the first to come out. Of course, they didn't have much to eat and drink now. The survivors were living a bad life. And in fact, the Lee family suddenly became in dire straits. The reason was that the toilet in their home also started to overflow. Although there was still a distance of more than 10 meters to the 19th floor, it could not be flushed now. If the toilet could not be flushed, it was equivalent to being useless. In order to prevent the house from being flooded unexpectedly one day, Li Fei decided to block the toilet first. For this toilet, Li Fei chose the simplest and crudest method, cement. Not only can cement be produced in the space, but she also brought back a few bags when she went out to look for supplies. I remember she even gave Ning Chuan a bag, which could come in handy at this time. But Wu Sini obviously couldn't foresee and prepare this. So Li Fei opened the door and mixed cement in the corridor, so that both families could use it to block the hole. Who knew that while they were busy, they heard a sudden bang behind the door of the safety corridor, and it was knocked open soon after. Chapter 313. After the door was knocked open, the thorny rose on the door was still there. So a group of people rushed in the next second, as if they wanted to compete with the thorny rose. As a result, they did not notice the change in the ground for a while, and they slipped somewhere, and the person in front fell headfirst and fell directly into the cement. Li Fei. Fortunately, the work was almost done. A few more people fell behind, and the people behind supported their bodies and did not fall. But when they looked up and saw Li Fei and the open door of room 1902, their minds suddenly went blank, and they rushed forward without caring about anything. As if there was only one thought left in their minds: there must be supplies in this room. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, a bark suddenly sounded, and a black shadow jumped up quickly, biting the neck of the person who rushed up, and refused to let go. The man screamed in pain, fell to the ground again, and rolled all over the cement, and a few strands of deep red gradually appeared in the gray cement. The others calmed down and took a closer look, and it turned out to be a big black dog. This woman actually has a dog at home? Good news, there are definitely enough supplies in room 1902. Bad news, they can't break through. Just the strange plant. They just found out that it will only attack when it is close to a certain range. It was not easy to solve it, but they didn't expect that there would be more and higher mountains after climbing a mountain. Some people couldn't help but feel discouraged, and even lost the last bit of hope. Not to mention that some of them came together after being instigated by certain people. Now people can't stand any instigation. As for the people who instigated, they were naturally the ones who ran to the front. They were either covered with cement and soon frozen to their bodies, or bitten by Zanzan. Even if their necks were not bitten off, they would not live long after bleeding. Li Fei saw the eyes and expressions of everyone in front of him who was dirty and understood what happened. He snorted coldly. Zanzan, let go. Let's go back. Zanzan obviously didn't want to bite such a dirty thing, so he let go after hearing the order and wanted to go back to the house. But such a big black dog with smooth fur gradually became a big piece of fat meat in people's eyes. The line of rationality was broken, and several people suddenly rushed over to catch the dog. Li Fei heard the noise and immediately frowned and shouted, Zanzan, go! Get rid of them. Woof! Zanzan listened to the order, and he also sensed the ill intentions of this group of people, so he identified them as enemies, shook his tail twice, and rushed over again. These people thought that they could always catch the dog with more people, but they didn't expect that Zanzan was now much bigger. But his movements were also extremely agile. He kicked people on the head and easily escaped, and turned around to bite them. Only by biting randomly like this can people not know what to do. Some people did not come up, but just watched the scene in front of them in silence. They were trying to reduce their presence and try to go around, but they saw something in Li Fei's hand, something that looked a bit like a gun. Is there only moonlight in the corridor? I can't be starving, right? After all, they have seen her shoot. Some people couldn't help but shiver for a while, but hunger and cold still made them speak. The water is about to flood. We just want to move to a higher place. Nothing else. Li Fei sneered and said, Do you believe what you say? Everyone choked and was about to retort, But then they heard Li Fei say, "And now it's only flooded to the 14th or 15th floor. Right? No more than the 16th floor. What are you doing here on the 19th floor? Don't you still have time? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I advise you to be good, or you'll end up like these people." After Li Fei finished speaking, he pointed his finger, and Zanzan had quickly dealt with the dog catchers. He was standing on one of them, and stuck out his tongue at Li Fei. And the people who fell down all seemed to be silent. The people who didn't rush forward gritted their teeth, but couldn't refute. After all, they were trying to break through the 19th floor again. In front of the supplies, they could do whatever they wanted. One of them suddenly shouted, "Don't be complacent. Rescue will definitely come. When they come, we will report you and arrest you. Just wait." Hearing this, the others also echoed, as if they could only talk now. Li Fei wanted to laugh again after listening to it. And she did laugh. And then said, "Okay, you can do whatever you want. Just don't harass me again. I'll wait." What a joke. The rescue army is already exhausted in terms of rescue. Report? Who cares? This was a slightly useful threat in the early stage of the apocalypse. But now it is the time. The rescue army has seen all kinds of strange victims. For them, as long as the rescue is carried out to the end, they will not care about anything else. You? Before they finished speaking, Li Fei brought Zanzan back home and slammed the door shut. The door to the safety corridor, the door to 1902, and even the door to 1901 were all covered with thorny roses. People couldn't stay here for too long, so they had to retreat to the 18th floor. Some people even wanted to live in 1801, which was at least a room. However, Jiang Kan's family lived on the 18th floor, and they didn't want these disaster victims to stay in the corridor. He knew that the more people there were, the more chaotic it would be, so he came forward to ask them to leave. At first, people disdained Jiang Kan, who was wrapped in a military coat, until the latter took out a gun and pointed it at someone's head like a bandit, and they had to go downstairs with curses. Fortunately, there were no survivors on the 17th floor, so they stayed there, getting closer and closer to the flood. But now, not only is there flooding, the temperature continues to drop, and it has reached -20 degrees. This number is too scary. However, Li Fei arranged the Li family into a big heater, and now the indoor temperature can still be maintained at the spring level. But no one can be seen at the door. Otherwise they will definitely be noticed. But in the end, the water still flooded to the 15th floor. Fortunately, the doors and windows of the room where Li Rui lived were not damaged. But watching the water level continue to rise, there were a lot of garbage and debris left in the turbid water. So he had to secretly carry the remaining supplies and leave this floor. The corridor was no longer filled with blood, but with a lot of unknown liquids and semi-solids, emitting a lingering stench. Li Rui frowned, fearing that his supplies would be robbed. He would rather shrink his body than stay with other survivors. Apart from those families, there were probably only a dozen survivors in Building 20. I don't know about the other buildings, but they couldn't come to Building 20, so let them fend for themselves there. Li Rui's glasses were lost a long time ago. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. His eyes were sore, but he couldn't really fall asleep, fearing that he would be attacked in the dark. But at this moment, he squinted his eyes, and suddenly saw a flickering round light coming from the ceiling. And that light must not be moonlight. Li Rui opened his eyes wide, rubbed them without caring about his dirty hands, and confirmed that it was the sudden extra light. He quickly stood up, and leaned on the window behind him to watch. Under the only moonlight, the heavy rain was still pouring water, and drops of water hit the water surface with a rumbling sound. But in this huge rain, Li Rui tried to listen carefully, but heard another voice mixed in. "Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Please answer." Li Rui opened his eyes unconsciously. "This is... rescue is coming?" He anxiously beat the window with his hands. This window was originally broken by the hurricane, or many windows in the building were damaged. Later, someone suggested that it should not be left like this, so they reluctantly united for a while, at least blocking all the windows. But there was no glass, so he had to find other materials first. This layer was made of plastic film that he didn't know where it came from, but it didn't allow a lot of pollen to invade again. But it was a bit difficult for Li Rui to break it. But he didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he had to look for tools around him anxiously. Then he found some sharp objects and poked at the plastic film. Again and again. He had to be faster than those people upstairs. He had to be the first to be rescued. After all, the rescue army couldn't come here by ship. Most of them were rubber boats or assault boats. How many people could sit on them? At least they couldn't rescue all the dozen people in the whole building in one wave. But if the first batch had not been rescued, who knows if rescue would come? He didn't want to stay here and drown. After finally piercing the plastic film, Leroy's adrenaline suddenly took effect, and he pulled his strength to the maximum. His hands finally tore a hole in the plastic film, which was getting bigger and bigger. Then, he took out a small flashlight from his pocket. This kind of material would probably not be snatched by most people, but at this time, it seemed to be a life-saving straw. Leroy turned on the flashlight and waved it forward, regretting that he had discarded the loudspeaker at that time, and shouted loudly, "Here! Here! There are people here!" The sound of heavy rain slightly overwhelmed Leroy's shouting. Leroy was so anxious that his throat was about to tear. Fortunately, the source of the sound seemed to have noticed this side. Several flashes of light flashed, and there were light spots overlapping with the small flashlight, which was like. However, at the same time, Leroy also heard a lot of noise coming from upstairs. It was obvious that they also noticed these lights. After all, the light could not only fall on his floor, and they must have worked together to break the window again like him. Regardless of how the rain splashed in, and even stretched their heads and bodies out as much as possible, waving their hands and shouting loudly. However, in this polar night that had not yet recovered the light, the flashlight in Leroy's hand that could emit light was slightly better. He shone the flashlight forward and saw two traces on the water, and a vague shadow appeared in the middle. After a few seconds that seemed long, he saw the tip of the speedboat and continued to wave the flashlight in his hand with ecstasy. "I'm here! I'm here! No matter where he will be taken. It's better than staying in this building. Especially there is a murderer in the building. He really doesn't want to have any conflict with Li Fei, so as not to hurt himself. Because of the heavy rain, the speed of the speedboat is not fast, but it is finally getting closer and closer to the building or the window where Leroy is. Leroy shines the flashlight and can even see several people wrapped tightly in raincoats on the speedboat. In fact, he can't see their faces clearly, but at this time, they took the initiative to look for people and spoke in an official tone. So they must be the rescue army. And being wrapped in raincoats like tights is also because the rain is too heavy. When the speedboat arrived at the window, it was only about 1 meter away from the window, and the window that had been reopened had been flooded with rain for a short time. The man in the raincoat standing in the front asked loudly, "How many survivors do you have?" Leroy was afraid that the number of people would lead to different results. He was about to reply, but he heard a sudden burst of footsteps behind him. Before he could speak, the door of the corridor was kicked open, and he was pushed aside. Excited voices rang out. "Is it rescue?" "Finally. Rescue. Why did you come so late?" "It's too late. Take us out quickly. Please. I don't want to stay in this damn place anymore." Some people were still shouting, but some had already started climbing out of the window, wanting to get to the speedboat first, as if that was their final destination. "Quiet. Everyone. Be quiet." The leader in the raincoat also shouted loudly. But the people who were obviously thinking about being rescued and asking for help didn't listen at all, and were still crowded at the window. If they jumped onto the speedboat all of a sudden, it would definitely overturn the speedboat. Bang! The raincoat man fired without hesitation, making a hole in the wall above the window. The crowd was frightened and became silent in an instant, and their movement stopped, which seemed a little funny. For a while, there was only the noisy sound of rain around. The leading rescuer had water stains all over his face. He wiped his face casually and said coldly, "If you make any more noise, I won't save anyone." Who is the administrator here? Until now, the rescuers have seen countless weirdos, some of whom even killed other rescuers. So now they basically don't have a good face for these disaster victims, which is normal. Some people reacted and wanted to curse a few words, but they saw the guns in their hands in the limited light. Moreover, from the tone, it is estimated that they really said they would not save them, so they only dared to curse a few words in a low voice. At this time, Leroy pushed the whole thing back and pulled out the people at the window, showing his face, and said anxiously, "There are probably more than a dozen survivors in this building, and I'm not sure about the 2 buildings next to it. But when can we leave?" This is also the question that the others want to know most, and they all stare at the speedboat without blinking. The man in the raincoat should have a walkie-talkie with him. And from time to time, a few vague words came from it. The former took it out and replied a few words. Then said, "There are indeed survivors in the 2 buildings next to it. And other rescues have also gone there. You gather all the survivors of this building on this floor. And we will rescue them in batches. And then take them to other places to stay. Gather the victims together first." Leroy heard this, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It seems that just as he thought, this speedboat can't take all of them away. Although it sounds like there are other rescues. He doesn't want to leave later anyway. Just as I was thinking about how to reply, I heard someone else say dissatisfiedly, "We don't have food or water now. And we don't even have heating. If we didn't think there would be rescue, we would have died long ago. Why do we care about those who have supplies around?" Someone else remembered the previous experience, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "That's right. And they are all a group of murderers. Why should we save them? Why not save people like us who are powerless first?" Someone else didn't forget what he said and shouted, "You must catch and punish those murderers. I don't know how many people in our building have been killed by them." However, the man in the raincoat was very calm after hearing this. After all, they didn't know how many similar words they had heard. And now they couldn't believe what most people said. He ignored these people, and said to the relatively calm Leroy, "To carry out rescue, we must gather all the victims. Go and notify them." Leroy had no choice but to hold his breath and leave upstairs, thinking that his performance should at least leave a good impression on the rescue troops. Seeing Leroy leave, those people couldn't wait to board the boat first, but were blocked by the black muzzle of the gun. They cursed in their hearts that they and the 18th floor were just a nest of snakes and rats. Chapter 314. After Leroy arrived at the 18th floor, the resident of 1802 was quite easy to talk to. He just nodded and closed the door. Leroy didn't want to say much. He thought about going back early, and his steps became faster. But when he arrived at the 19th floor, although the door was not closed, Li Fei had some inexplicable psychological shadow on Leroy. So after thinking about it, he went to the 20th floor first. Ning Shuwan was the only one left on the 20th floor. She also notified him, and left. Now he had to face the 2 families on the 19th floor. Leroy frowned, but thought that the people on the 3 floors were closely grouped together. There was no reason not to tell these 2 families. In addition, there were so many defenses outside. So why should he do anything unnecessary? So after a cold look, he still shrunk his shoulders and left, returning to the window. And the so-called 3-story family really has their own thoughts. It was great to wait for rescue. Jiang can immediately ask Xiao Luo and Ming Yisong to pack their luggage and take the most useful supplies. Of course, he also understood that it was called a place to stay. But in fact it was a large number of disaster victims gathered in a place that could be managed a little bit. It was chaotic, so weapons were indispensable. After saying something to the 2, Jiang went out. After all, everyone should be downstairs now, which means that no one will attack them. He also found a window to look down. And sure enough, he saw a speedboat parked below. And his heart was even more excited. The speed of this life is obviously faster than the previous life. But I don't know what will happen next. And what about those stones? Jiang thought about it, and immediately came to the 19th floor. If the corridor in the polar day is comparable to an oven, then the corridor now is equivalent to a large refrigerator. Freezing him from head to toe, and wrapping him up completely can form a defense. He still frowned when he saw the strange plants on the corridor door, and the door of 1902. But he finally pressed the doorbell. Then the window on the door opened, and it seemed that he saw him. Li Fei's voice came and asked, "What's wrong?" "Li Fei, the rescue is here. You guys pack your luggage quickly," Jiang said excitedly. Li Fei paused, then asked back, "What about you?" Aunt Xiao and Uncle Ming are naturally packing their luggage. But the survivors in the building have gathered there, except for our families who are with them, Jiang explained. Li Fei, remember to bring more of the most useful supplies, and the rest can be collected later. Anyway, let's go there first, Jiang. At this moment, Li Fei interrupted him and said calmly, "I'm not going. You can go first." "What?" Jiang was stunned for a moment, then thought of something and said, "The current place of residence is definitely not as good as the future. But at least the rain must subside before it can be rebuilt. The speed this time is already very fast. I live very well here, and can continue to survive. That place is not suitable for our family to stay, Li Fei explained behind the door. Jian Can, I know you still want to take Aunt Xia and teacher Ming to the shelter. Or even the future base. They will definitely play their role there and live well. Especially you. So, you can go first. My family, and I don't want to go there for the time being. Jian Can frowned and asked. But there will be no one else here. And it will even become a dead zone. But it won't be like in the shelter. At least there will be a guarantee for life. He was not worried that the rain would flood the 19th floor. After all, as a person who had experienced it, he also knew about the heavy rain. He was just worried that Li Fei's family would be alone here and would encounter any accidents in the future. Although there will be a certain period of confusion in the management of disaster victims, it will get better in the future. But there will be more situations when traveling alone. Li Fei was silent for a while, and suddenly opened the door. There was only a crack in the door. In the temperature difference of nearly dozens of degrees, Jiang can instantly notice the abnormality in the house. The room was obviously much warmer than the outside, which proved how abundant the supplies of Li Fei's family were. It might be much better than going to the refugee settlement. He was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. He knew it well, and in fact, he also had his own selfish thoughts. At this moment, another person came down from downstairs. It turned out to be Ning Shuwan, who was carrying a bag and a suitcase. She came over and didn't understand why Jiang Can was only standing in front of Li Fei's door. So she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Li Fei answered. She saw Ning Shuwan packed a lot of bags and wrapped her whole body tightly. And even only her eyes could be seen. But she could also find that she was in good health. At least the poison must have been completely eliminated. She said, "The rescue is waiting downstairs. You should go quickly, so that they don't have to wait too anxiously." The rescuers didn't mind. But I don't know what others would think. Ning Shuwan was also stunned after hearing this, and asked quickly, "Li Fei, what do you mean? Aren't you going?" "Yes." Li Fei patiently explained it again, and then persuaded, "You go first, and wait and see the situation later." The two of them were silent at the same time, as if they had a lot to say, but suddenly couldn't say it. Li Fei continued to wait at the door patiently. So Jiang can put on his cotton hat again and said in a serious voice, "I understand. Li Fei, I won't force you. But I hope we can meet again in the future." "Of course." Li Fei agreed immediately. "Only if we both survive." Jiang can curled his lips and was about to leave. But he saw that the gate of 1901 opposite had the same plants as the gate of 1902. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed and a sense of loss. However, Jiang Can left. But Ning Shuwan didn't leave. I don't know what she was struggling with. After Li Fei found out, he asked again, "What's wrong?" It took Ning Shuwan a while to muster up the courage to ask, "Can I talk to your brother for a while?" Li Fei was puzzled. But since Ning Shuwan was also going to leave, she agreed. After all, she had told herself that she didn't go to the shelter just to get asylum. After noticing that someone had changed behind the door, Ning Shuwan asked in a low voice, "Li Su, are you really not leaving?" "Well, this is the result of our joint discussion," Li Su answered firmly, and at the same time comforted. "But don't worry. When the country gets better and better in the future, when everything goes in a good direction, we will meet again. And we will always stay here." Ning Shuwan relaxed her face, but also said, "I also believe that things will get better and better in the future. But when that time comes, I want to go to another area to find my parents first." As she spoke, she suddenly handed something over and said softly, "This is for you. I may come back in the future, and I believe we will meet again." After that, she left with her luggage, and Li Su felt the item in his hand, as if it was a card. The sun, angels, hills, the tree of life and knowledge. Everything is full of vitality. Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong packed their luggage and waited at the door. They each carried a mountaineering bag and a suitcase in their hands. They just didn't know if all the luggage could be put in. They even felt that it was too much. But they really couldn't bear to throw away some supplies. Besides, they knew that Jiang Can was going to look for Li Fei. But in the end, not only did he not see her, but Ning Shuwan went downstairs next. They couldn't help but feel a little strange. Jiang Can had to explain to them, and Ning Shuwan smiled helplessly beside him. Xiao Luo was worried after hearing this. If they don't go with the rescue army, will they really be okay in the future? Jiangkan said nothing. But Ming Yisong thought about it and comforted him. They don't go with us. Of course. They have their reasons. And we can't force them to go with us. Besides, we have known each other until now. And we have never seen them in trouble. So why not care about ourselves? Having said that, a group of people had no choice but to come to the window. As soon as they arrived at the door and stepped out, they received a stare from everyone. At first, they were angry and complaining. But soon, their eyes were on their luggage and began to show a lot of greed. They knew that the residents on those floors had a lot of supplies at home. So they brought them in big and small bags? They were not like them, who were lucky enough to have a bag to put them in, and had to hide them close to their bodies to avoid being robbed. Jiangkan continued to stride forward, glaring at them in a bad mood. Someone recognized that this was the bandit-like figure in the military coat, so he withdrew his eyes in dissatisfaction. Even Li Rui didn't look at it for long, and hurriedly spoke to the people outside the window, fearing that it would take too long. What if the place was full? These are the only ones left. When can we leave? Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. It seemed that they still wanted to leave more than the supplies. Maybe there were supplies at the place. And the most important thing was that the rescue army was there. And they definitely didn't dare to do anything. The rescue army wearing a raincoat looked at it and asked in a certain tone, "Is that all?" Jiangkan pulled the people in front of him away and walked forward. When he came here, he brought the most food and fuel. He ate a little bit every day, which was better than many people who didn't eat for several days. Facing the rescue army, he calmly replied, "Two households are not there, but they have supplies with them, so they don't want to go to the settlement point, which is equivalent to gathering together." The others were just dissatisfied because they were pushed away. But after hearing Jiangkan's words, their mood became very complicated. Of course, most of them were negative emotions of jealousy. But at the same time, they felt relieved. At least they won't see that cruel woman again. Right? The rescue army frowned, but surprisingly did not ask back. Perhaps before this, they had seen many nail households. Some of them no longer believed in the government. And some were likely Fei, who had the resources to continue living around them, but did not want to go to crowded places. When they meet such a family, they usually ask several more times. But after the third time, the rescue army will automatically give up and regard them as giving up, and go to other places. Anyway, one place can't accommodate all the victims. If they don't go, it will give other victims who want to survive a chance. But the rescue army also looked at the big and small bags beside the few people who came down later. The two families mentioned didn't even get off. So they said, "The speedboat can't carry so many people and supplies. You probably need the second batch." Jiangkan nodded and said, "I understand." Li Rui and the others didn't say a word. They felt like they were riding a roller coaster. They were afraid that they wouldn't be rescued in the first batch. After hearing what Jiangkan said, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, they have so many supplies. It's not difficult to stay here for a while. But they are really going to starve to death and freeze to death. Okay, then get on the boat one by one in order. No crowding and pushing. Otherwise let others take over. The rescuer shouted sternly, and stepped back a few steps. Li Rui's strength is greater than others. Relying on the fact that he attracted the rescue, he should be the first to get on the boat. The huge raindrops hit his head and face one by one, causing some pain. The most important thing is that the cold rain also hit his face. Li Rui only felt that his already frozen face became even stiffer, just like a corpse. But when he got on the speedboat, he felt a long-lost warmth. He was finally rescued. Others did not dare to squeeze forward, fearing that these rescue troops, who were different from the past, would really abandon them. Once the order was coordinated, the speedboat was soon filled with people. The rescue troops saluted Jiangkan and his party, and drove the speedboat away. Several people looked at each other. Ning Shuwan scratched her head and asked, "When will the next rescue come?" Coincidentally, this was also the question that others were thinking about just now. So they all competed to be the first batch of rescued people, so that they would have a greater chance of being rescued. "It shouldn't be too long," Jiangkan said. "It's just that the rain is too heavy, and the window was broken by them. Let's go to another place to hide and wait. In this kind of extremely cold weather, the clothes on your body must not be wet. It's already wet and cold. and it won't take long for your body to lose temperature. A few people nodded in agreement and found a corner. Jiang Kan found a way to make a fire, which was at least a little warm. But after that, even the water began to flow in, and there was no new round of rescue. They were either suspicious or worried, and they saw the water in the corridor gradually overflowing, so they could only clean up and stay on the stairs. After all, if the rescue came at this time, but they were gone. How embarrassing would that be? Fortunately, at this moment, they found the light reflected in the corridor. Jiang Kan quickly turned on a powerful flashlight to reply. After a while, a rubber boat slowly came. A rubber boat is smaller than a speedboat. This must be the secondary rescue mentioned before. Ning Shuan's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt that she was no longer cold. She went to the window with her bag on her back. Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong also smiled, and went there with Jiang Kan. Ning Shuan also had lighting equipment in her hand, and there was light on the rubber boat. She took a look and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Yuan? It's you? Although the light was dim and the man was wearing a tight raincoat, there was light, and he had met before. Ning Shuan quickly remembered that this was Yuan Yi who lived in the community before. Yuan Yi was also stunned, looked at the building, and then looked forward. He didn't say much, just asked, "How many people are there? Come up first." The group had put on raincoats and waited early. They boarded the rubber boat one by one and put down their luggage. The rain was too heavy, and there was nothing to cover the rubber boat. Water soon accumulated in the boat, and the people on the boat had to help scoop it out. But Yuan Yi still counted the number of people first, and remembered something, and asked, "Where are Dr. Wu and Miss Li? Have they left with the last batch of disaster victims?" He still remembered what Li Fei and Wu Sini told him. It can be said that he felt that these two people were suitable for surviving natural disasters, and he assumed that they were still alive. Ning Shuan explained, "They have enough supplies, so they don't want to leave to find a place to stay." Yuan Yi was also stunned at first, but he soon figured it out. Without saying anything more, he drove the rubber boat directly. It turned out that before Yuan Yi finally wanted to leave the community in despair, he had actually received an invitation from his former brothers. They were also firefighters, and they also used the original fire station as a shelter. With this retreat, Yuan Yi finally made up his mind to take his wife and daughter away. Until now, he is basically an official staff, and his wife and daughter's life is also guaranteed accordingly. So he is still doing things that seem to be no different from before the end of the world, which is probably what he is most familiar with. He was in Area R, and he had a feeling that he would come back one day. But by then, the survivors in the community might have been replaced, and not many people would recognize him. He didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that he went to Building 20, where he had been before. He also understood that Li Fei and Wu Sini didn't want to go. After all, as an official, he knew how chaotic the current place was. Many people who were full of expectations and thought they were really rescued became dissatisfied after a short time, which led to the place being always in a mess. Fortunately, he was responsible for rescue, and management was none of his business. He thought so, got to know the people on the rubber boat, drove the rubber boat at full speed, and went out of the community. The telescopic door in front had already been submerged. It can be said that apart from the surrounding high-rise buildings, the only scene that could be seen was a vast and filthy ocean. The few people looked at the vast ocean and the various things that kept passing by on the water, and fell into silence tacitly. In this silence, there was only the sound of the rain, which seemed to be still growing. The water was rippling, and the rubber boat was gradually shrinking, leading in a strange direction, as if leaving one world and heading towards another new world. The 20 buildings, or the entire community, were already empty, and it really became a silent no-man's land, leaving only the 4 people on the 19th floor gathered together. Also silent, Li Xian listened carefully and took the initiative to speak, and was the first to speak. "Sister, it's really quiet around here. This is the first time." "Yes," Li Fei sighed. "This time no one will bother us, at least before the base is built. From now on, we have to rely on ourselves completely." Li Su also sighed on the side, and the card had been put away by him. At this time, he turned his head to look at Wu Sini, who had said nothing, and asked, "Dr. Wu, by the way, we have never heard you talk about yourself. Don't you want to find your relatives? Maybe they are still alive." After listening to this, Li Fei couldn't help but look over. Actually, they should have asked this question a long time ago. But in the end times, asking such questions always seems like telling a hellish joke. So they didn't ask much. But since there are only 4 of them left now, someone still needs to ask it out loud. And Li Su, as the eldest brother, did it first. Wu Sini knew that he was the only outsider at the moment. And even if he didn't want to mention some things, he had to explain them. Otherwise they still didn't trust him too much. So he smiled bitterly and said, "They live in District A. Not close to here. And it's probably the first to develop there. I don't think I need to worry about them. And for some reasons, we are not actually that close. Maybe they all think I'm gone. So I can be completely at ease." After saying this, Li Fei and Li Xian could imagine a long and bloody plot. You know, the former has seen his savings and the environment around him with his own eyes. So he must not have an ordinary family background. "Okay." Li Su nodded. "Dr. Wu, from now on, we are one. And from now on, we will continue to survive." After he finished speaking, he glanced between him and Li Fei. Li Fei didn't notice it, and didn't think much about it. But Wu Sini noticed something, and his eyes immediately became a little bright. "Well, in the future, we will work together to manage the space better and better. And then live on." Li Xian stood up, put his hands on his waist, waved his fist, and said to Li Fei, "Sister, let's go to the space again. At least it's not that cold in the space." Li Fei narrowed her eyes, smiled and stood up and said, "Okay, let's go." When they arrived in the space, they realized that today was the last day of winter. It was snowing in the field of vision, and there was snow everywhere. However, the farmland in the space, the equipment, and some facilities at work still exuded a prosperous atmosphere. It's almost spring, although it's in the space. Li Fei couldn't help thinking, I wonder what new and strange events they will discover next year. And in reality, what will be different? After they left, they said good night to each other. In the sound of the heavy rain, Li Fei gradually fell asleep. She woke up suddenly at some unknown moment, as if her biological clock was struck, prompting her to wake up immediately. Just after waking up, she suddenly felt something wrong, and her heart trembled. It seemed that the visibility in the room had increased a little bit. Li Fei rubbed her eyes, got out of bed, and walked out of the bedroom. When she reached the living room, she stopped in her place. The sound of rain outside was smaller, and the window was not always wet. But when she walked in and took a closer look, the outside world was foggy and smoky, and she thought she had come to a high place. But in the fog, Li Fei vaguely saw a quiet and soft light shining through the fog, making the fog also stained with some light gold edges. That was, Li Fei suddenly felt the peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. And after a while, Li Su and Li Xian also got up for some reason and came to Li Fei's side. The 3 of them looked at the light together. Their hearts were shaken. It was dawn. The rising dawn? The dawn that was just born. The polar night faded away, bringing a new beginning and new hope. They couldn't help but hold hands with each other. And a new day had a new starting point. I couldn't help but think again. What else will be waiting for them in the future? Chapter 315 Extra. Talk about it later. Ding. Your farming skills have been upgraded. Now at level 10. Reward. Greenhouse Blueprint X1. When Li Fei heard this, she rolled her eyes. Good news. Her skills have finally reached the maximum level. Bad news. Halfway through winter. You just came to the greenhouse? But anyway, the blueprint has been automatically learned by all players, including the host. The system said happily. Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum level of farming skills. Building a greenhouse can grow crops and exotic plants that cannot be grown in winter. And tools can also be used. Please keep working hard. Host. Li Fei sneered and said, I asked you before if there was any way to do this. But you just didn't tell me. Now you give me this riddle system? Why does it feel like the host is in a bad mood today? As a system that has been bound for a long time, it decided to shut up immediately and reduce its presence. So it immediately became silent. Li Fei snorted and kicked the snow next to him. It will definitely take some time to build this so-called greenhouse. By that time, it might be spring again, and other crops can be planted. Li Fei only felt a sense of depression in his heart, and wanted to lift his foot again. But suddenly he felt a pain in his lower abdomen, as if he was hit by a few punches, and his face turned white as snow. At this moment, A scarf was wrapped around her neck. The soft texture was probably a wool scarf. Probably made on a tailor's table. Feeling uncomfortable again? The person next to her asked. How about I give you a few injections? It should be able to relieve it. Li Fei glanced at her and saw Wu Sini smiling at her. It was almost the new year again. And he had a relatively neat haircut. She moved her shoulders. But her hands did not fall down. She had to hide the lower half of her face in the towel and muttered. Forget it. I would rather take medicine than get an injection. It was unknown how much time had passed since the dawn of that day. But seeing her space becoming more and more prosperous, Li Fei felt that if this was still a game, it was almost time to end it. It must be said that the snow scene in the space is very beautiful. Covered in silver and white snow. She went to the mountains with Wu Sini. From the height, they could see the whole situation in the space more clearly. First, there are the 4 major buildings in the space. As the granary is upgraded to a high level, the warehouse, order board and well are next. 2 are responsible for storage, and 1 is responsible for earning gold coins. After the well is upgraded to a high level, in addition to improving their physical fitness, it also has a significant effect on crops and animals. And they also found time to decorate the space, especially in this winter, which is very suitable for decoration. This open space is filled with floor roads by Ben Li Fei, and torches are placed on the roadside for lighting at night. Because the space is very large, these required materials alone are enough for them to accumulate for a long time to make. But looking down from the mountain, the effect is also very good. Everything is neat and tidy. The first thing that comes into view is the farmland they worked hard to cultivate together, which is fenced with many scarecrows in the middle. And each large area is equipped with advanced sprinklers, so they don't have to do it themselves. But the land that needs to be taken care of is large, although they don't have to water it by hand. Some plants still need to be fertilized. They can't fertilize one by one, although it doesn't consume physical strength. It is tiring and time-consuming. So later Li Fei found another drawing of a fertilizer applicator. This fertilizer applicator happens to be installed on the sprinkler. After installation, add fertilizer to it. As long as it is watered, it will automatically fertilize. If it is determined that the land has been fertilized, it will not be fertilized again. It is very convenient. This officially confirmed that they didn't need to intervene in the farmland. They only needed to sow seeds and wait for the crops to mature. Below the farmland was the rice field they planted. The number of rice fields had also increased, although it was not as large as the area calculated by acres in reality. The 4 of them could not eat it all. And further on, it was the farmland where the exotic plants were planted. Even the exotic plants, Li Fei divided into 2 parts. Those in the back were auxiliary and healing types. And there were also some explosive-like exotic plants, all planted quietly. And those in the front were the arranged weapon-type exotic plants, with a few healing-type plants in the middle for assistance, which were responsible for attacking the incoming zombies. As time went by, the number of zombies increased. But at the same time, Li Fei's farmland also grew larger. This was probably proportional, so it was not that difficult. Besides, there were still drops and crystal core rewards after dealing with the zombies, so it was still not a loss. In a corner, Li Fei had specially arranged it as a fish farming base. There were more than a dozen fish ponds with different freshwater and saltwater fish, some of which were sold to earn gold coins, and some they wanted to eat. The saltwater fish ponds were planted with a large number of different marine plants. Not far away was the beach. In a piece of land next to the beach, there were rows of salt fields that were as white as snow. If you want to make salt, it would not be troublesome to fill it with seawater. A whole row of fish cages have been placed along the coastline and freshwater area, and there is a harvest every once in a while. In another corner, Li Fei planted a sea of flowers and trees, and placed many beehives in the sea of flowers according to regulations. However, the sea of flowers cannot be seen in winter. But Li Fei still remembers how colorful the flowers were when they were in full bloom. Changing the direction, Li Fei looked carefully and found that Li Xian was running, and several dogs were following behind him. The one running in the front was naturally Zizan, who had now grown into a big black-backed dog. Not only could he go up the mines and down the mountains, but he would also attract 300% of the attention even if he was brought to reality. But as long as it is with familiar people, it is just a charming monster. It can only act like a spoiled child, which is totally inconsistent with its size. But in addition to this, They also raised several other dogs, and built several more pet houses and upgraded them. Now it has really become a paw patrol. However, these dogs are still raised for their animal husbandry business. Some herd chickens, some herd sheep, and some herd cattle. They rest in the pet house every day, and then go out to work. Of course, they will not be treated badly in terms of food and drink, but playing will take some energy. After all, sometimes people's energy is really not as good as a few dogs. They also made a lot of toys for this purpose. And when they lay down, they were surrounded by dogs, which was very happy. Li Fei and Wu Sini could see clearly from the mountain. They saw Li Xian bringing the dogs all the way to the livestock area in their space, and opened the door to let them in. The livestock area is a wider place, and it is also surrounded by fences. However, this livestock area is also divided into poultry houses and livestock sheds. After the poultry house is upgraded to the advanced level, in addition to the chickens and ducks raised in the primary level, the geese and pigeons raised in the intermediate level, quails and rabbits can also be raised. Although it is not clear how the poultry house can raise rabbits, the accident gave them the freedom of rabbits. As for the iron pot stewed goose, pigeon soup, and fried quail, they have tried them all. There are many slots, and feed needs to be placed on them every day, just like farming. However, it is less than farming, and the rest can be left to a few shepherd dogs. The animals in the barn are much larger than poultry, so the area is several times wider. Li Fei also deliberately separated several common animals for separate breeding, such as dairy cows, beef cattle and pigs that can be raised in the primary barn, which basically provide a fixed source of meat and milk. The intermediate barn can raise goats and sheep. Goats can also produce milk and meat, and sheep can provide animal hair, just like the scarf on Li Fei's neck at the moment, which was made in this way. Generally speaking, it was enough to supply only a few of them. But Li Fei still wanted to see the advanced livestock shed, so she completed the upgrade one day. Later, she found that not only did the slots increase, but 2 new animals were added, deer and mink. As for the deer, they had encountered wild ones when they occasionally went to the mountains, but they didn't kill them. They didn't expect that they could be raised now. As for minks, they must have the same use as sheep. In addition, the area enclosed by this livestock shed also enclosed a part of the foot of the mountain. Except in winter, a large amount of pasture was planted there, which mainly allowed the animals to have a buffet and be in a good mood. If the farmland was enough for them to have enough food and drink, then these poultry houses and livestock sheds would be a step up and the icing on the cake. Next to the animal shed, Li Fei also opened up a separate area, which was a reward for his skill upgrade. The mulberry silk industry. As the name suggests, they can still raise silkworms, but they cannot raise them in winter, and mulberry leaves must be planted in the appropriate season. It can be said that with the opening up of space, the trees in the small forest next to the water have been cut down by them. Of course, they have also expanded the original tree planting area with a high-quality tree fertilizer. The source of trees is not slow, and the removal of the extra trees will give them more area for layout. On the other edge is a row of high-quality feed factories that are still in operation. There are several high-quality mills next to them, which can already allow Li Fei to process various grains with satisfaction. There are also many tofu molds in the expanded area, which is about to become a tofu factory. Besides, there were small houses next to the paved road, which looked like a town from a high point. These houses stored all the equipment they had so far, and there were even house numbers in front of the houses to show what type of house it was. If the space had not been closed for a period of time, they could have moved in. One house was used as an alternative warehouse, with all the storage boxes. One house had all the workbenches. One house looked like a blacksmith shop, with a furnace, a forging table, and a craftsman's table. One house was full of tailoring tables, and one house had an alchemy table and a mixing table. It was obvious who liked to go there, and everything was in good order. It's a pity that they can't process it automatically. Otherwise, they don't even need to go in. In addition to these equipment, they also have a lot of processing equipment, such as large vats and earthenware jars for pickling and making seasonings, fish frying machines for cooking fish, dryers for making dry goods, and egg brining machines for processing eggs. By the way, they can also make preserved eggs, salted duck eggs, and mayonnaise. Later, they also made machines that can be processed into cheese. which simply filled the entire hut. Among them, the most prosperous is the winemaking industry. And even the number of huts is more than others. Li Fei is really developed into obsessive-compulsive disorder. So he puts the distiller for grain wine together, the glass barrels for soaking medicinal wine together, and the most small barrels for winemaking together. These huts are connected together, and they are the scale of a winery. Lian Lishuan doesn't have to go fishing now. After each batch of processed products is sold, the amount of gold coins sold for fishing every day may not be enough. Li Fei looked at his space and immediately felt refreshed, and the discomfort on his body disappeared. Not to mention living. Now their inventory can directly get suppliers. But they didn't really do it so high profile. Otherwise the peaceful life they had finally got might be broken again. Wu Sini thought for a while and said, "By the way, when Li Su and I went out, we found that the area of the base was expanding outward. And even this community seemed to be accommodating it." Li Fei only raised his eyebrows after hearing this, but did not answer. When they were not so busy in the space, they would go out to take a look, provided that the environment was not so bad. Since the rainstorm stopped, the accumulated sewage could not be eliminated so quickly, and it became a flood. In addition, there was a huge amount of freezing rain and hail before the rain, and the melting would become an endless source of water, which was endless. Fortunately, if it did not rain, the water would not rise again. Moreover, the polar night retreated, the sun rose again, and it set again within the specified time, and it repeated again, which brought people a little hope. At the same time, the rescue mission was gradually carried out, and Li Fei even heard that the survivors in the library were also rescued. Before the flood subsided, most of the survivors settled in high-rise buildings. Fortunately, as a special city, a city cannot do without such buildings. After the flood subsided, while the next round of natural disasters had not yet arrived, the remaining survivors began to work overtime to build shelters. However, supplies were still scarce at this time, and many people relaxed and died instead. China's speed is not to be underestimated. So our district also began to have shelters. Now, it has gradually become like the base of Li Fei's previous life. And because of the management, it is not as chaotic as before. When they have time, they will go outside to take a look and understand a little bit of the current situation. After Jiang can handed over those crystal cores of different sizes, he knew that they might not pay attention to them. So he kept collecting them and waited for an opportunity to hand them over again. Fortunately, the polar night and extreme cold had retreated, and he went to the official office to submit them again. Seeing that everything was going in a good direction, someone actually discovered these foreign objects produced from mutant creatures. Now, not only are there several researchers who are interested in this and have proposed research plans, but those senior officials also think that this is a way for everyone to participate in killing mutant creatures. So they set the crystal core as an auxiliary currency. But the circulation of currency still takes some time, and it should be getting used to it now. But Li Fei couldn't help but glance at his currency column. Not as rich as a country, but definitely rich enough to be the richest in a region. In the following natural disasters, Li Fei and his family continued to grow exotic plants to fight against them. The family continued to live in the community. Some unfinished foundations and bungalows could be seen from afar. At least the construction was still going on. It seems that it still needs to be managed to go all the way. Li Fei occasionally took the wild vegetables and mushrooms in the space, as well as the unknown animal meat to the base. Now these are more precious than the mountain delicacies before the end of the world. But the construction of the base is not open to anyone who wants to enter. There are guards outside the gate of the base. But as long as the supplies are shown to them, they can enter with confidence. Li Fei just walked around for a while, and felt that it was not much different from what she remembered. There were also many people setting up stalls on the spot, just like in the community at that time. But the scale was much larger, and the variety of goods was more. However, most of those were not edible and drinkable. Only Li Fei's supplies were easily sold out. She was not afraid that someone would come to rob him. After all, there were people around her, and there were patrols in the base. Now was the time for simple and rough punishment, which shocked many people. By the way, Jiang Kan did his old job and was also in the patrol team. Meng Yisong continued to do his scientific research work, and Xiao Luo was also good at management. Even Ning Shuwan, who did not get the news and finally came back, joined in. This was equivalent to a stable job. That is to say, Li Fei has many backers behind her. Even if she doesn't do anything, she can almost walk sideways in the base. However, most of the time, she still hides in her apartment. She didn't expect that her apartment would be confiscated so soon. This kind of base is bound to be built bigger and bigger. So when Wusani said this, Li Fei didn't feel strange. But if that moment comes, this community may be confiscated, and it is very likely to be used as a residential area. But Li Fei soon felt relieved and let those people come to the door first. Besides, if they really want to move in the future, they will rent or buy a house with their supplies. Her supplies can buy a building. Can they still afford this house? Thinking of this, Li Fei stretched his body, and Wusani asked beside him, "What? Are you tired?" "Well, I want to eat sweets," Li Fei replied. Zonar can be said to be between the city and the suburbs. Most of the suburbs are private bases, but the official bases naturally want to expand outward. So they will always include us here. When that day comes, we can negotiate again. If it doesn't work, we can just think of another way. Wusani smiled and said, "Okay, but no matter what, I will still be by your side." Li Fei glanced at him, raised her hand and touched the soft and warm wool scarf, turned around and said, "Let's go home. We still have to continue to build a new greenhouse. I believe that in the future, they can still survive."